Captain D'Oliveira's ton hands Pears the reins. Tom Haynes was exceptional for Sussex last time out. A double hundred guided his side to a draw against Derbyshire, a bright spark in what has so far been a difficult existence for the South Coast side. Worcestershire meanwhile had a week off after their tight draw against Leicestershire that opened the campaign. The Pears made a lightning start as well, romping their way past a 50 partnership of just 52 balls, brought up as Pollock pumped Stewart over the leg side boundary. He'd had his foot down from the start of the innings and soon enough had his 50, scored off just 47 balls and after just 45 minutes at the crease. He was already putting Sussex under pressure. Libby hadn't been quite so free-flowing at the other end, and he would be the first wicket to fall. 11 to his name off 32 balls, Haynes with the scalp, Alsop with quite a special catch. Sussex took advantage of the momentum the wicket had afforded them. Pollock's lightning knock brought to an end on 77 off 74, another for Haynes as Clark clung on to the catch this time. The Pears were 3 down in the next over, a first for Burrows when Haynes picked out Crocombe in the leg side to depart for 2, and they were up to the 100 mark soon after. Azhar Ali and Brett D'Oliveira would remain unbeaten through to lunch with the score 118 for 3. After leading with the bat in the last match, Haynes was now doing the same with the ball. Azhar Ali out for 20 after the break, pinned in front by the Sussex captain. Barnard and D'Oliveira would prove trickier customers though, firing back at Sussex and taking the score up to 150 runs. Their partnership was worth a crucial 50 when Atkins was punched to the fences by Barnard. But they weren't finished there. D'Oliveira would match that with a half-century of his own, scored off 82 balls, and up to the mark with a calm single off Stewart. And on they ploughed, 200 runs on the board now with Barnard's latest boundary. Rawlins left with hands on head as it flew through the vacant second slip region. It wouldn't be long before their stand was worth 100. The shot uppish from Barnard, the 2 runs he took from it enough to get them there. And Barnard would join his skipper on 50. Another hard run too got him to the mark off 73 balls. They were still together at the break, despite Haynes' best efforts. Worcestershire on top, the score 254 for 4. And they continue to dominate their visitors with the bat when they return to the middle. Sussex's bowlers toiling, but struggling for opportunities to separate the two. The 5th wicket pair had added 150 when Barnard found the ropes yet again. The pair's in cruise control with the day into its final hour. With a score on 299, Grant Stewart on debut finally broke their stand. Barnard out LBW for 75 after a 166 partnership with D'Oliveira, who was now nearing a ton. He had to be patient, but the pair's captain was finally up to 3 figures before the end of the day, scampering a quick single off Crocombe to get to the mark. He'd put a real shift in for his side. Cox stuck with him through to the close, the score now up to 338 for 5, and Worcestershire were in the driving seat. It had been another difficult day for Sussex, whose captain Tom Haynes had done lots of the heavy lifting, with 3 wickets to his name. His opposite number, D'Oliveira, will be confident heading into day 2 that the hosts' dominant position can get even better. They'll look to tighten their grip on the match. Captain D'Oliveira's ton hands Pears the reins. Tom Haynes.
I mean, obviously, once we start, I'll be broadcasting on the feed anyway.
Yeah, so just keep.
Yeah. We're going to get loads of tweets saying.
And also this season, entry for all under 17s to County Championship Cricket at the Road is Sussex.
Yeah. Good morning from New Road in Worcester, where play is about to resume. Day 2 of this LV Insurance County Championship game between Worcestershire and Sussex. Worcestershire overnight 338 for 5. Brett D'Oliveira, the captain, still there on 106. and with him Ben Cox, who's on 25. They have 14 more overs in which to accrue batting bonus points. I think the fourth one is probably a given. The fifth one might well be a little bit beyond them, given that the time is against them. But we'll have to wait and see. Alongside me is Adrian Harms from BBC Radio Sussex.
Morning,
Good
Frank.
morning, Adrian. And it'll be interesting, I think, later in the day to see whether Worcestershire's bowlers can make better use of what we thought was a not unhelpful pitch yesterday.
Yep, I would agree. I think there's a little bit more in the pitch than maybe we saw yesterday. We thought, Ed Pollock made a nonsense of the pitch, didn't he, the way he set about. But I think Sussex will feel that maybe Worcester perhaps got 50 runs too many yesterday. Round of applause around the ground. Oh, it's for the Worcestershire batsmen making their way out. But yeah, I think Sussex will feel that maybe Worcester got away slightly during that afternoon session. The partnership between that wonderful partnership between Barnard and D'Oliveira, resuming this morning. A bit of good news. Well, half good news for Sussex is we understand that Tom Alsop, who went off the field yesterday after he put down a chance at first slip when off of Henry Crocombe, Brett D'Oliveira would have been caught, but Tom had to leave the field immediately, and we understand he's been for an X-ray, and that X-ray at the moment is not showing that the finger is broken, but we understand it's really badly swollen. I saw him having a gentle hit this morning on the outfield, so that is sort of encouraging news, but we understand he's not going to bat, and I think there may be rules governing when you can bat anyway when you go off the field, but I think certainly it's still painful and it's still swollen, but some good news is at this stage it doesn't seem as if the finger is broken, so let's hope that Tom Alsop is able to play some part in the game.
Yeah, that is good news for Sussex, who've got enough problems already with injuries.
No, they have.
One
absolutely.
adding to the batting problems. Anyway, here we go. First over of the day, and it's Grant Stewart from the Diglis end coming in to bowl to D'Oliveira. And first run of the day straight away as D'Oliveira turns this one off his pads down to long leg for a single, and he moves on to 107. 339 for 5 now the total, and Ben Cox on strike for the first time today. Pleasant morning, just a little bit more pleasant than it was about 15 minutes ago, actually.
Yeah, no, I
The sun
agree.
has just tried to break through the clouds, but it's a bit chillier than it was yesterday, that's for sure. And certainly Worcestershire will be hoping they can crack on a little bit this morning, as I suggested just before we started, hoping that they can certainly get the next batting bonus point and then see where they are. Here's Stewart then in to Cox. 2 slips, the only close catches. He's in, he bowls, and that's down the leg side. Cox looking to turn it down to long leg, unable to get anything on it, and it's taken by the keeper, Mohammad Rizwan. I was just saying in my little preview for the BBC Hereford and Worcester FM listeners, Adrian, that although Sussex are depleted, notwithstanding that injury to Tom Alsop, the big guns in terms of batting are at least still in the side.
Oh, they are, absolutely, yes. That is one big bonus for Sussex. Pujara and Rizwan, Tom Haynes.
And Stewart again is in, bowls, and Cox is forward to this one, pushing back up the pitch to the bowler.
I thought Grant Stewart actually bowled really nicely for Sussex yesterday on his debut. 21 overs, 1 for 48. I thought he bowled with good control. He
did a good job.
No, he did. He did a good job. He did an excellent.
Yeah.
Actually, just talking about the weather, Frank. I went for a little wander down the River Severn this morning. As I left the hotel, it was actually raining here in Worcester. Just a few spots, and I thought, oh no, here we go. So there was certainly a little bit of rain about first thing.
Here's Stewart again in. Cox is again forward and pushing back up the pitch. Well, out on the offside this time. Pujara does the fielding in the covers. Yeah, it's grey, but the forecast suggesting that we should stay dry, I think, for most of the day. Might be a case of keeping an eye on the light, I suppose, at various times, but certainly it's pleasant enough at the moment, if a little bit chilly, and that's probably why there aren't quite so many spectators in as there were this time yesterday. Here's Stewart in again, 5th ball of the first over of the day. He's in, he bowls, and that's driven very nicely by Cox through the offside. Probably hasn't quite got enough to get to the boundaries. It's pursued by one of the substitute fielders, and
Yeah, Ollie Carter.
Ollie Carter, the wicket-keeper, whose distinctive long hair tucked underneath his cap. He fields and throws back, and they're quick between the wickets, these two. They get back for a comfortable 3. Good shot by Cox. It was slightly over-pitched by Stewart. Quick update for FM listeners on Hereford and Worcester now. Play has just got underway. We're just coming to the end of the first over of the day. It's being bowled by Grant Stewart, who bowled pretty well yesterday for Sussex, and Worcestershire so far have progressed quite nicely. They've added 4 runs this morning, 1 to D'Oliveira, 3 to Cox. As I say that, 1 ball from Stewart, the last ball of the first over, bounces quite significantly off a length, which is quite encouraging for Worcestershire's bowlers as they look on with their work to do later in the day. 3:42 for 5 then after 1 over this morning. D'Oliveira on 107 and Cox on 28. That was a nasty one, wasn't it? That was a really nasty one. And
well, that's not the first time that's happened. I mean, but that was the work. I mean, that really got up from not far short of a length.
No,
and,
that was a pretty nasty delivery. That, I think.
Wow. Well, and I'll tell you what, Frank. You know, when you're 3:42 for 5 batting first, you're probably thinking, you know, he would have wanted to got that ball, D'Oliveira, but he's probably thinking there is a bit more in this.
That was not a pleasant delivery at all, and it was one that as a batsman, as a bowler, looking on from the side, as I was just suggesting in that little update I did, you'd be thinking, quite like the look of that. Joe Leach would be quite interested. 1 or 2 others. Dylan Pennington might be thinking, ooh, yeah,
quite like this.
I'll have a bit of that, yeah.
Well, it is going to be Henry Crocombe who's going to bowl the first over from the New Road end of the ground. It's getting brighter and brighter, is the encouraging news here. The flag of St George is billowing away on the top of Worcester Cathedral, and Crocombe bowling with 2 slips comes running away from us into bowl to Cox, and Cox forward, plays defensively onto the onside. There is no run. My lovely walk this morning down to the Digley's Bridge, and then back across the bridge, and I walked up the other side on the cathedral side of the river. Lots of interesting things, Frank. First of all, a fish ladder that they built down there, down by the weir, which was quite an impressive piece of, and I didn't know really what a fish ladder was until I stood there and I read all about it. It was interesting to help the fish get up the river. In comes Crocombe bowls, and forward comes Cox plays. And the offside, they've taken 1. They're going to think about 2. Ali Orr is very quickly, no, they won't. And good piece of fielding by Orr, who gets in the throw, and a second run would have been pretty suicidal. But Cox goes to 29. And total to 3:43 for 5, but quite an impressive piece of work that's been done there. Frank.
Yeah, I hesitate to go into too much detail because somebody will tell me I'm wrong. But I mean, I think certainly the weir down at Digley used to be quite a good area for salmon fishing.
Yes.
At one time, and I think probably it's not been as busy in recent years.
Crocombe in bowls, and D'Oliveira plays onto the onside. There is no run footed by Burrows.
But yeah, I think that's what the ladder's for, isn't it? It's all helping salmon get upstream.
And but one thing that did surprise me, it's quite interesting you say that there are salmon there, because I thought it was the closed season for coarse fishing between March the 15th and June the 15th, but there was a guy on the banks of the river fishing this morning, so
I don't think there is a closed season anymore.
Right.
Not sure, but I don't think there is.
In comes Crocombe and bowls, and D'Oliveira plays off the back foot to mid-off, and there is no run. Perhaps someone who's interested in fishing might let us know. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. But I just wonder if it is the closed season for fishing. And I think there is a closed season. Maybe there isn't a closed season if he was fishing for salmon.
Well, that could well be the case. But
there was certainly a guy down there fishing this morning. And I thought, what are you doing? But anyway, so that was the first bit of interest.
He had a nice walk.
Yeah, Crocombe in again. Bowls to D'Oliveira. Works his back to score on the leg side. They've taken 1. I think they will come back for 2 on this occasion because Grant Stewart has to move a long way, a lot squarer at fine leg. Gets in a very good throw, but not before D'Oliveira's come back for a second. He goes to 107.
Oh, you're right, there is still a close season, 15th of March until the 15th of June.
Right.
So he must have been...
So perhaps he was fishing... Well, either he was fishing illegally, or he was fishing maybe for something that wasn't a coarse fish.
Yeah.
So perhaps if he was fishing for a salmon, maybe...
I think it's rivers and streams. You can still fish in still water, perhaps.
Crocombe in bowls, and D'Oliveira forward plays into the offside. There is no run. End of the over. 3:45 for 5. D'Oliveira 109. Cox 29. The other thing, Frank, was I was just walking along thinking, crumbs, this river floods, in the winter. And I was wondering how high it comes up. And I've seen pictures of it, virtually up to the arches in the middle of Worcester, and thinking, crumbs, some of the properties along the river here must be, I think they were called Florence Villas. There were some lovely houses right along the banks of the river. I thought, God, that's a nice view, but I wonder if they flood.
On the other side from here?
Yeah,
they do flood.
Do they?
Certainly. Well, I don't know whether things have changed in recent years, but I know somebody who grew up in one of those houses, and she told me that every winter they just moved everything upstairs and had to cope with that. So it does get very high. It doesn't. The floods on the cricket ground, as I said yesterday, or people think of the water sort of tipping over and coming in, but it doesn't. It comes up from underneath, as we've talked about many times before. Here's Grant Stewart, third over of the day, starts with a good delivery on about middle and leg, and Cox just pushes up to mid on. 3:45 for 5. Then this morning, Worcestershire have added 7 runs. D'Oliveira has 109 now, his second century in successive games. Somebody asked me last night whether any Worcestershire captain had ever got a century in each of their first 2 games as captain before. Sort of little thing that's quite difficult to check, really. As Grant Stewart comes in again and bowls, and Cox is caught behind, actually, not beaten, pushing at one outside the off stump, which went away possibly a little bit, and he got an outside edge. Good delivery actually from Grant Stewart. Had to play at it really, and a regulation outside edge, and the catch is taken low down to his right by Mohammad Rizwan. So Grant Stewart picks up his second wicket, and he's probably deserved it if we're fair. He bowled well yesterday and only picked up 1. And he now has figures of 2 for 51 off 22.2 overs, and that's the first wicket down today. Ben Cox caught behind by Mohammad Rizwan off the persevering Stewart, and it's 345 for 6.
Well, we were saying at the start of play that we thought Grant Stewart had bowled really well yesterday. Tom Haynes got the bowling honours because he picked up 3 wickets, but he did bowl well, Grant Stewart. And see those figures on the scoreboard: 22 overs and 2 balls, 6 maidens, 2 for 51. And I just wonder as well, that delivery in the previous over, it's really got up to D'Oliveira. That's the sort of delivery that really puts doubt in batsman's mind. And I'm not saying that was the demise of Ben Cox, but it might have been a contributory factor as Joe Leach comes wandering out.
Yeah, I wouldn't attach too much blame to Cox there. I thought there was a good delivery. He had to play it just on around about sort of 4th stump and pushed at it, and just from a bowling point of view, that's just a good dismissal, isn't it? I'm just watching a replay of it now and to try and get exactly the line of it, but yeah, just outside off stump, played forward, possibly could have got a bit further forward as you suggested, but I think that was one that you put down to the bowler, and you don't beat yourself up too much if you're the batsman.
No, well, Sussex will be pleased about us. They were on the ground here very early this morning, about 9:15. I saw the Sussex coaching staff were here. I saw Alistair all wandering in for a net. Joe Leach was wandering out of the net. So people, cricketers do get to grounds early and warm up.
And it's a long day, isn't it? I mean, we were here for 10 or 11 hours yesterday, and the players were. I saw Archie Lenham go out and do a little bit of bowling with Sarah Taylor. While we were doing our interviews at about 7 o'clock last night. So
and Tom Alsop was here early this morning, having that gentle hit in the net against the netting. They do get to the ground early, a couple of hours before play.
Joe Leach is the new batsman, and he waits now as Stewart comes in to bowl to him, and he's forward and pushing out on the offside. No run. Leach, who was now relieved of the captaincy, of course, not relieved of the captaincy, he's relieved himself of the captaincy, made 70 in the first innings at Leicestershire last week, played really well, an aggressive batsman by nature, and if Worcestershire were to be still thinking even in remote terms about that getting to 400 before the 110th over, I think Leach would be their best chance of doing so, and he covers up to this one, plays back up the pitch to Stewart. He does score quickly. Started life as a batsman, really. Not a lot of people remember that, but began life as a batsman who bowled a bit, and then gradually became a frontline bowler, and possibly, by his own admission, neglected his batting a little bit. Not deliberately, but just, as you do as a bowler, not getting the opportunities up the order that he might have done in another life. Anyway, here he is, waiting as Grant Stewart comes in and bowls to him, and he drives very sweetly, very nicely, and is possibly a little bit unfortunate that he didn't get that wide of Haynes at mid-off, and consequently he's not off the mark, but nicely timed shot from Joe Leach, which just kind of is reinforcing our view of this pitch yesterday, that you can play shots on it. The ball is coming onto the bat, but we've seen that one bounce quite sharply this morning, and we've seen a little bit of sideways movement throughout the game. Stewart is in, and Leach works this one away on the onside and is off the mark, but possibly a little bit fortunate because it was in the air and it dropped just 2 or 3 yards to the left of Ali Orr, who is at mid-wicket, and he dived, but didn't carry. It wasn't a chance, but it was uppish, and he'll have heaved a sigh of relief, Joe Leach, as he saw it go past the fielder. Anyway, he's off the mark, and he's kept the strike because it's the end of the over. Successful one for Grant Stewart. 23 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 52 for him, and it's 346 for 6.
Kieran's been in touch on Twitter at Adrian Harms or at BBC Sussex Sport. I could tell you that Frank's is at Frank Watson 58. You can also email us, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Martin has done that, and I'll read his email in a moment. But Kieran's been in touch and saying, was it the superb Libby catch where Tom Alsop was injured? Well, no, it wasn't, Kieran, if you're listening. It was a catch he attempted to catch D'Oliveira off the bowling of Henry Crocombe. It was a sharp chance which went down, and that's when the finger was injured. In comes Crocombe running away from us to bowl to Joe Leach. He's in bowls, and Leach on the back foot plays to backward point fielded by Orr, and there is no run. I'm not going to divulge where I'm staying, Frank, I don't want to embarrass anybody, but I was having my breakfast this morning, and there were a couple of fellas having their breakfast, and I was minding my own business, but they were talking, I was at a table relatively close to them, and I heard one of them say, that's what Frank Watson said yesterday, and I thought, Frank Watson, what? Crumbs, they must have been listening to the commentary. So here comes Crocombe running in and bowls, and he beats Leach outside the off stump. Good take by Rizwan, low down to his left.
You don't know what it was I actually said.
Well, then I heard them saying, I was just minding my own business, but I did hear them saying, I wasn't earwigging on their conversation, but I couldn't help what they were saying. They said something about Jon Snow, and I thought, we were discussing
right,
Jon. But then they said something like the Sussex chap, and I thought, crumbs, what are they going to say about him? But I couldn't hear, and anyway, that was quite funny this morning. So anyway, there was a couple of fellas listening to us yesterday.
A couple.
I'm sure there were more. In comes Crocombe over the wicket, bowls, and covering up his Leach plays to backward point footed by Orr, and there is no run. Does the commentary go around the ground at all? Can you buy an earpiece at all, or
I don't think you can buy an earpiece, but I presume you could have an earpiece from your phone, couldn't you, and be on the BBC Sports app? But I
guess that's delayed.
I guess there might be a delay of just a second or two.
Yeah, I mean, certainly at Hove you can buy an earpiece for £10 and you can listen to the commentary on the ground, which is...
Do you get part of that £10, Ed?
No. In comes Crocombe. I didn't need to answer that, really, did I? In comes Crocombe bowls. Leach plays into the offside, and there is no run. Now, Martin has been in touch. Martin Vigil, who lives in Twickenham. He says, in a grey and blustery Twickenham. And Martin says, is it 7 exclamation mark bowlers Sussex are missing for this game? That must be some sort of record. And he asks a few questions, which I'll endeavour to answer. It's getting brighter here, As in comes Crocombe over the wicket, bowls, and Leach again is forward, but not at all certainly, and they've all dribbles behind to Mohammad Rizwan, and there is no run. And batting suddenly looks quite tricky here this morning. Funny enough, I spoke to Ollie Robinson last night. It was really good to see Ollie, who's back. He's had a lot of. He said, just to clear that up, he's had some dental work done, and what happened was he got an infection in the tooth. And he said he was laid up for 4 days in bed, and he felt so unwell, he thought he had COVID, which he didn't. As in comes the Crocombe and bowls, and he drives. That's a lovely shot. Well fielded by Crocombe, actually. I was looking down towards the boundary for that, but it was stopped by Crocombe. End of the over. Good over from Henry Crocombe. He's bowled now 20 overs. That was a maiden over. No wicket, 465. Worcestershire, 346 for 6. So, Ollie was laid up, feeling really unwell. and happily he's okay now. So he's down here this week. He's doing some training. In terms of when he can play, a lot of that is determined by England, and I guess working alongside Sussex as well. And they talk a lot about bowling loads these days, Frank. And Ollie just hasn't done any bowling at all since coming back from Australia. Really, didn't bowl in the West Indies. He was hoping to play in this game, but clearly isn't. But he's hoping to play against Durham next week. Is the encouraging news for Sussex. He was having quite a workout on the outfield here this morning, with some catching practice and some running around. So hopefully Ollie Robinson is on the way back.
Grant Stewart from the Diglis end bowls to D'Oliveira, who drives up to mid-on, and there's no addition to the score as the fielding is done by
That's
it's Henry Crocombe, who's
can't give out the action as well.
He bowled well, didn't he? Good made in that last over. Good stop that last one, as you said. Lovely drive from Joe Leach.
Yeah.
Just watch the replay. He just kicked it, just stuck his left
Did
foot
he?
out. Otherwise, it would have gone for 4. Yeah. Sun is really making an effort now, isn't it, to break through. Losing a slip. D'Oliveira on strike, so a man going out to deep square leg, and the second slip moving onto the drive at mid-wicket, short mid-wicket, hoping he might just chip one up in the air like Leach did in Stewart's last over. But D'Oliveira is forward to this one and punching it up to the captain, Tom Haynes, at mid-off. So yeah, my big question mark for the rest of the day really is the pitch. I've said this before, but we thought yesterday Sussex didn't perhaps make the best use of it, and the ball nipped around a little bit, and one or two bounced quite sharply. D'Oliveira was hit painfully on the hand, wasn't he, towards the end. And Stewart is in again, bowl short, and D'Oliveira hooks, and gets it away, not entirely convincingly, down to deep backward square leg. Didn't really get hold of it at all. It was kind of high up on the bat, sort of spliced it, gets a single. And we've seen one this morning, as I say, bounce quite nastily at the batsman, which will be encouraging for the onlooking Worcestershire bowlers. Joe Leach takes guard after that single from D'Oliveira, which took him to 110. And it's 347 for 6. 1 wicket gone down this morning. Ben Cox caught behind for 29. Here's Stewart, the wicket taker this morning, who bowls and Leach drives beautifully up the ground, straight to mid-on. Hard though, and Crocombe dives and sort of pushes it around the post to his left. But it had so much power on it that even though he got a strong hand on it, it ran away and almost reached the boundary. Tom Haynes in pursuit pulled it up alongside Crocombe in front of the sight screens, or I say sight screens, the sheets stretched over the seats at the D'Oliveira stand, and they came back for 2. So Leach moves to 3. Hit that hard, didn't he?
He did.
349 for 6. And Leach waits again, bat raised as Stewart is in and bowls, and he drives again, and this time it has gone to the boundary. Upish, but straight back past the bowler. Typical Joe Leach shot, really pugnacious, just a sort of check drive, but dead straight over the bowler's head and down to the Diglis end for 4. And there is the next Worcestershire batting point. They move to 4 points, 353 for 6. Well, got 9 overs left after this. If Leach stays in, they will have a go, I think. But they won't do anything. They won't do anything stupid. But again, as we said about Pollock yesterday, it's just the way he plays. And that slip goes out again now to that sort of short mid-wicket on the drive, really. And Leach did chip one up in the air in that area in the last over. It won't affect him at all, I don't think. Settles down now over his bat and waits as Grant Stewart comes in again and bowls, and he flashes at this one and gets an inside edge down to fine leg, picks up a single, and again will keep the strike, which won't bother Brett D'Oliveira. He's quite happy to just watch things tick along. 110 to D'Oliveira, 8 to Leach, and 354 for 6.
So thank you, Martin, for your email. One of his questions, which sadly I don't know the answer to, is: do you know when Jofra Archer may be back bowling again? If they can field at least some of Carson, Finn, Garton, Archer, and Robinson, Sussex will have a fine attack. Well, I don't know what the situation is with Jofra Archer, apart from the fact that Sussex are hopeful, as I understand, that he'll be playing some part in the T20 competition. Now that starts, I think Sussex's first game is May the 26th. But how fit Jofra is, how his elbow is, whether he's capable of playing, I have absolutely no idea. So hopefully we'll find out a little bit more. I think what we can say with some certainty is that he seems to be some way away from playing any 4-day cricket at the moment. Crocombe, busily in, bowls to Leach, who clips this one to square leg. He does time the ball well, does Joe Leach, followed by George Burrows. Deep square leg, gets in the throw, one more to the total. In terms of the others, as we said yesterday, George Garton has got complications following COVID, and that's very unpleasant, so we wish George all the very best. Steve Finn with a knee injury, Jack Carson also with a knee injury, he's had surgery, so yeah, all of those bowlers are out. And Finn Hudson-Prentice with a stress fracture in his back.
That could be a while.
Yeah. Crocombe in and bowls, and well played by D'Oliveira, who just sways out of the way with shortish delivery, lets the ball sail through to Mohammad Rizwan, and there is no run. So a slip and a third man. There's a deep backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, a mid-wicket, a deep square leg, and a fine leg all the way on the boundary. I can see that George Burrows is having a chat to one of the Worcester players. I think perhaps he knows from somewhere or another. He's fielding at deep square leg. And comes Crocombe, bowls, D'Oliveira lets that one go.
It's Kadir Ali, it's Moeen's brother actually, who is the Worcestershire second team coach, and yeah, they probably know each other from I don't know, from possibly when Kadir was involved with Warwickshire, he did age group cricket, and might have come across George Burrows when they played Lancashire or something like that.
Yeah, it's funny.
There's a lot of it's a big fraternity, isn't it? The cricket fraternity.
Crocombe in again, bowls, and forward comes D'Oliveira, plays with the full face of the bat to mid-on, fielded by Haynes. There is he gives the ball to Delray Rawlings, who must have taken on the role of ball shiner, I think, because Haynes threw it straight to Rawlings, who's at mid-wicket, when he could have just given it to Henry Crocombe. 3:55 for 6. Ollie Robinson was saying during that chat yesterday, so he's better now, and hoping to play some cricket. Very pleased to be one of the Wisdom Cricketers of the Year, as Crocombe is in bowls. D'Oliveira lets that go outside of the off stump. And I said to Ollie, what did he think of the state of the game? And he said, yeah, really, Sussex would have liked to have had Worcester sort of 7 down, really. But he said you could never. Well, Ollie's feeling was he sort of played it on several occasions, and you never quite know. It looked a good pitch to bat on today, but tomorrow could be different. And I think he was maybe kind of hinting, as we'd thought yesterday, that perhaps there is a little bit more in this than perhaps the score suggests. Certainly the way Pollock played. In comes Crocombe, bowls, and D'Oliveira plays into the onside, again fielded by Rawlings, and there is no run. Good tidy little spell this from Henry Crocombe this morning. That's the end of his 21st over. He's bowled one maiden, hasn't taken a wicket. No wicket for 66. But I think the problem Sussex had yesterday, and you identified it, Frank, was the fact that Sussex never had. I mean, Haynes bowled very tightly, wouldn't have expected to bowl as many overs as he had to, but the backup bowlers didn't really come to the party yesterday, did they? Certainly Rawlings was expensive and Atkins was expensive, and what Sussex are lacking this season so far, I mean, they have got a lot of injuries, but oh, crumbs, what's the matter with me this morning? Jack Carson, that's the name. Jack Carson is such a good hospital, and he can hold an end.
It's control, isn't it?
And Sussex just didn't have that yesterday.
Absolutely.
Every time he threw the ball to Rawlings, and then the first ball of his second spell, long hop, went for 4.
Yeah.
And you just can't afford for that to happen.
No, I think Tom Haynes was looking around yesterday for someone to give him that control, and in fact the only person who gave him that control was himself.
Yes.
Because he bowled very tightly, with the exception perhaps of this man Grant Stewart, who 24 overs and he's only conceded 60 runs. That's a pretty good effort, and he's a bit of a workhorse, isn't he? And he comes again now and bowls, and that's down the leg side, and that's 4 runs. Just erred in line there, and Joe Leach just get inside it and just perfectly glanced it, using the pace of the ball down to fine leg for a boundary. It goes to 13, 3:59 for 6.
probably the worst ball he's bowled, actually, Frank.
Yeah.
He's bowled really well on his Sussex debut.
He has bowled well. I've been very impressed by the way that he kept going all day yesterday.
Yeah.
And he started up this morning, got the breakthrough, removed Ben Cox, caught behind by Mohammad Rizwan for 29, and he comes in again now and bowls to Leach, who drives beautifully straight down the ground for 4. Lovely shot, beautifully timed, all along the ground. And Joe Leach, as I said, this is the way he plays. He moves on to 17 off just 16 deliveries, and it's 3-6, 3 for 6. And as long as he stays in, they'll be looking for that to get to that 400 mark before the end of the 110th over.
Well, this looks like a plan, doesn't it? You know, Joe Leach has come in. His intentions are clear. I can see Cheteshwar, Pujara having a chat there to Grant Stewart. Ray Yates has been in touch. He says, from a dull and dreary day in Inverness. He says, good morning to you both. Just joined you on the live stream. Pleasure to hear the update on Ollie Robinson. Wondering if you have a further update on George Garton. Well, none more so than he's, as I say, suffering from the effects of COVID. So, so-called long COVID. There seems to be all sorts of, people suffering in different ways, and that, and George has had a bout of COVID. So, fingers crossed if he's listening that it gets sorted out. But that's pretty worrying for a young fit man to be affected like that, Frank.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's Grant Stewart again, bowls to Leach, who pushes out defensively through the covers. They'll pick up one. I was going to say they won't come back for 2 because Ollie Carter's quick, but Brett D'Oliveira actually went about 7 or 8 yards down the pitch looking for that second run, but in the end had to turn back. Yeah, George Garton, we wish him well. I'd certainly hope he makes a recovery. Good to see him back. As you say, long COVID appears to affect many people in different ways. So Leach gets another run, 18 off 17 now to him, 364 for 6, and Adrian's nipped off to do an update for BBC Radio Sussex. I'll be shortly doing the same for FM listeners to BBC Hereford and Worcester. But in the meantime, we'll watch Grant Stewart turning at the Diglis end and coming in to bowl to Brett D'Oliveira. And D'Oliveira's taken on the pads as he tries to turn this one on the leg side, and there's a kind of strangled appeal, but no more. And the ball just runs out off the pad on the offside and is fielded by Carter, who's fielding as a substitute. The Sussex number 2 wicket-keeper fielded for most of the day yesterday. It's been hard work for him, but he's fielded well, especially for a wicket-keeper. Here comes that update. Well, Worcestershire have lost 1 wicket this morning, that of Ben Cox, who was caught behind by Mohammad Rizwan off a good delivery from the persevering Sussex seamer Grant Stewart. Cox made 29, that was 345 for 6. Since then, Joe Leach has come in and started in pugnacious style as Worcestershire look to move towards the 400 mark. Leach is on 18, Brett D'Oliveira is on 110, and Worcestershire are 364 for 6 in the 103rd over. We've seen 1 or 2 balls misbehave this morning, so some hope for the Worcestershire seamers that they'll be able to make good use of this pitch later in the day. But at the moment, they're trying to build that first innings, 364 for 6. As D'Oliveira pushes the last ball of the over out on the offside, and the bowler does his own fielding. So really interesting game of cricket we've got here. We thought yesterday, I think general opinion around the ground and here in the press box and talking to 1 or 2 of the players was that it had been a fascinating day's cricket. Ed Pollock began with a flurry yesterday morning, and then a cluster of wickets got Sussex back into it, and then Brett D'Oliveira and Ed Barnard's excellent stand pushed Worcestershire ahead, as it were. But there was this feeling, as we keep repeating, that there's a bit more in this pitch than we might think. As Henry Crocombe comes in and bowls to Joe Leach, who drives up to mid-off and takes a single, which was a bit risky, it must be said, because it was fielded cleanly, and if the throw had hit the stumps at the non-strikers, then Leach might well have been struggling. but as it was, it missed, and they get through for the single. But it was a little bit of a sharp one, that one, and the throw coming in from Jamie Atkins at mid-off wasn't far away. But another one to Leach, 19 now to him, 365 for 6, and Crocombe bowls to D'Oliveira, who plays at this one down the leg side, annoyed with himself because he missed it, and it went through to Mohammad Rizwan, and I think D'Oliveira thought that he missed out on a boundary opportunity there, because it was an error of line by Henry Crocombe. Crocombe, no wicket for 67. He's in his 22nd over. Those figures don't really do him justice, in my opinion. I thought he bowled quite well yesterday. This one is outside the off stump, and he leaves it alone, and it's taken by Rizwan at ankle height. So Brett D'Oliveira quite circumspect this morning. Started the day on 106. He's only added 4 runs to his overnight score, and one of those was off the first ball of the day. He's faced nearly 249 deliveries now for his 110. Crocombe is in, bowls, and he drives beautifully on the offside. Really unfortunate not to pick up any runs for that. That was an absolutely cracking shot, but it went straight to the fielder at extra cover, and he was unable to add to his score. So a little bit frustrating for D'Oliveira, but I don't think he'll be too worried as he looks at the scoreboard. As Crocombe in once more bowls, and this one's a little bit short, and D'Oliveira, well, just got in a little bit of a tangle, went in behind it, and well, it ended up just sort of fending it away on the leg side, but slightly uncomfortable. And again, a hint that the pitch is perhaps not quite as straightforward to bat on as the score would suggest, as Crocombe turns again and comes in from the New Road end to bowl to the Worcestershire captain. Bouncer this time, which D'Oliveira ducks underneath, and that goes through harmlessly to Mohammad Rizwan. End of the over from Crocombe. 22 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 67. His figures. Grant Stewart has figures of 25 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 69, and he's going to continue from the Diglis end. And the sun's gone away again. It's pretty grey, chilly this morning here at New Road, but it is dry. The ground actually looking in great condition, I must say. The late flood in February doesn't appear to have caused any lasting damage. Grass coverage on the outfield is outstanding. Square looks verdant, and it looks an absolute picture in terms of the quality of the grass out there at the New Road this year, unlike last year where there were problems with grass growth both on the square and in certain sections of the outfield. Here's Grant Stewart from the Diglis end, straight approach of about 20-25 yards. He's in, he bowls to Leach wide, and Leach hammers that away on the offside. Really good shot, and unfortunate not to pick up more than a single, because it was racing away. But Ollie Carter, the substitute fielder that I was talking about earlier, who's been so busy, is very quick across the ground, and not only was he quick across the ground, but he slid and made a good save, and jumped to his feet, threw the ball back in, and Leach only able to get 1 for a very good shot. But he's on 20, he's faced just 19 balls, and Worcestershire are 366 for 6 as Stewart turns under greyish cloud, and he's in and bowls, and D'Oliveira's on the back foot, just steering this one down through the vacant gully area, where again Carter, who's come in off the boundary now, does the fielding, and there's no run. 1 slip, the only close catcher. We have got Pujara in a sort of catching position at short mid-wicket, should D'Oliveira kind of fall over one and chip it up in the air on the leg side. But other than that, it's pretty defensive from Tom Haines, and understandably so, given the score. As Stewart comes in again now and bowls to D'Oliveira, who's forward, and pushes out on the offside. And Delray Rawlins comes in from short extra cover to do the fielding. One man out today, Ben Cox, pushing at one from Grant Stewart just outside the off stump. Regulation edge through to his counterpart in terms of wicket keeping, Mohammad Rizwan, who took the catch, moving to his right. Good bit of bowling for the persevering Stewart, who has kept going pretty well and continues now from the Diglis end. He's in again and bowls, and Dolliver is once again forward, pushing up to mid-off. It's been a model of concentration,
He has.
Brett D'Oliveira, throughout this innings. He gave one chance when he was on 19, but he's faced 255 balls now for his 110, and he appears in the last couple of games to have brought a new discipline, if you like, to his game, and it's good to see. He's been very, very watchful, very, very concentrated, and he waits again now as Stewart is in, bowls a bouncer, and he sways back out of the way, taken by Mohammad Rizwan, and there's no run. I sometimes wonder whether, when you get a period of play where the players play red ball cricket consistently, I mean, I know it's only the second game of the season, but until the white ball stuff starts, whether in terms of focus and concentration and application in the middle, those players that play all formats, such as Brett D'Oliveira, will break off as Stewart finishes this over, and D'Oliveira gets a run, turning this down to long leg, keeps the strike. 111 now to him, 367 for 6 at the end of the over. I sometimes wonder whether a batsman who plays all formats is probably more able to play this sort of innings when you're in a period of red ball cricket than he is if they then go and play white ball for a couple of weeks and then have another red ball game.
Yes.
And the mindset has changed, if that makes sense.
No.
I suspect there might be something in that. Different players might take a different view. I don't know.
It's interesting, actually. I've had several conversations. Spent some time with Grant Flower before the season, who's got a terrific reputation, and rightly so, for a batting coach. And I was saying to Grant, can players play both red ball and white ball cricket? Are some of the processes you need to go through when you're batting the same? And he said yes, they are. Obviously there are different shots that you play in limited overs cricket. In comes Crocombe bowls to Leach, who's forward. D'Oliveira into the offside. There is no run. But he was suggesting that some of the basics and the fundamentals are actually the same. So you don't have to class yourself as red ball or white ball. And that's why I guess the top players, the Kohlis of this world, can play both forms of the game. Steve Smith, etc.
Root Williamson. Yeah.
Ben Stokes.
Yeah.
The top players can play all forms. In comes Croker and bowls, and D'Oliveira plays into the offside. There is no run. Email in from Martin. He says, one more thing, Adrian. There appears to be a whispering campaign regarding Tom Haynes playing for England. What's your feeling? Well, I was alerted to this. I can see an umbrella up on the... Is that an umbrella up on the far side of the ground? Is that a lady with someone with a purple umbrella up? Over by where the ice cream van used to go.
Yes, yeah, it is. Yeah, good spot.
That's not good news. In comes Crocombe over the wicket, bowls, and D'Oliveira hit on the thigh pad. The ball bounced on the onside, and there is no run. So a colleague in the media alerted me to this email. It was the last email that Rob Key posted on the 7th of April, and he says, "Looks a good player, Tom Haynes, in my honest opinion." So there we are. But I asked Ollie Robinson about this last night as well. I had quite a long chat with Ollie, and it's an interview that you can see or you can hear Martin if you go onto my Twitter feed or BBC Sussex Sport Twitter feed. In comes Crocombe bowls and driven, beautiful looking shot by D'Oliveira and an equally fine shot by Rawlins in its short extra cover, and there is no run. And Ollie said, well, he's obviously a run machine at the moment, but people just need to be patient. His time will come. But Ollie was making the very good point, I think, that sometimes there's a clamour for a young player to get in the England side because he's scoring a shed load of runs. He gets in, doesn't make any runs, then people are on his back. So he said, I just think people need to be really patient. His time will come. In comes Crocombe bowls. D'Oliveira works us to backward point. Good over this by Henry Crocombe. He's just keeping D'Oliveira quiet. He's on 111, 367 for 6. So another 4 overs after this for Worcestershire to score another 33 runs. So this could be exciting if Joe Leach gets on strike. I mean, I guess you have to balance. Do you go hell for leather for this fifth batting bonus point, or do you think, do you know what, the most important thing is we build a substantial total, and I suspect it's the latter. Crocombe involves Oliver, who drives through the offside, took his hand off the bat when he played that shot. He's going to get a couple of runs. The ball runs out to the boundary on the Cathedral side. It has got a lot darker, I have to say. A lot of heavy cloud now above Worcester. Looks as if it's sort of got a bit of rain in it, but it was a bit like this just before the start of play, and there is a strong breeze, so hopefully any rain's going to get carried through. End of the over, 369 for 6. So in answer to your question, Martin, anyone who scores the amount of runs that Tom Haynes has scored, and I think Ollie was saying last night it's 600s in his last 16 innings, anyone who's scoring that volume of runs is going to attract attention from England, from the media. So there will be people who are saying he's ready. I think Ollie's view is just be patient. His time will come.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think it all depends on the what's happening globally, doesn't it, or internationally. If England have got a settled top four and they're playing really well, it doesn't matter how many runs you get. Nobody's going to start touting you. But when we're looking around and thinking, where is the next England top batsman going to come from, then everybody it gets mentioned in dispatches, as it were. And I mean, in this part of the world, there are a lot of people pointing to Jake Libby's form over the last 2 or 3 years, and feeling that he should get mentioned in the conversation. But it's all speculation. And then a tweet or something from Rob Key, as you say, like that, given his new role, can be exaggerated, can't it? Or the reaction to it can be exaggerated.
Absolutely. Let's say that was some time ago, but interesting before he took up his new role, as you say.
Changing the bowling here at the Diglis end. Tom Clark has come into the attack and replaces Grant Stewart, and he starts with a ball which Joe Leach works away on the leg side and comes back for 2. But
well run.
Yeah, it was well run, because it looked initially as though he'd kind of hesitated as he turned, but once he got going, he managed to make his ground comfortably, even though Rizwan took the bails off. But it did look a tad risky at one point, but he gets 2 and he goes to 22, and it's 371 for 6 now. And Tom Clark, 6.1 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 10, comes in and bowls, and no wicket for 14 now, because Leach has just eased that one through mid-wicket. It was in the air slightly, but there's no fielder there. There is going to be, because I think Rawlins has been dispatched from slip. And it looks as though Worcestershire are going to at least give it a go and trying to get this extra batting point. 375 for 6 now. Leach goes to 26 off 21. Ideal man to come in these circumstances. And Oliveira quite happy to watch from the other end. Rawlins has gone right in there now. It's a bit of stable dooring a bit, isn't it, really? As Clark comes in again and bowls, and Leach just on the back foot covers it this time and pushes out on the offside. So no slip now, and Rawlins in at a sort of shortish mid-wicket catching. Could say Pujara's in a similar sort of shortish extra cover. They're just there in the hope that batsman will just mistime a drive on either side of the wicket and lift the ball. But other than that, it's a fairly defensive field. We've got sweepers out on both sides. And Clark from the Diglis end bowls, and Leach drives again quite freely, but not perfectly timing this one up to mid-on where Crocombe fields. 375 for 6. 3 overs left after this for Worcestershire to get 25 runs if they're going to get that 5th batting point. I don't think they will, but you never know. Couple of loose deliveries and a couple of
I think they might.
Joe Leach shots. Aborted run up from Clark this time, as he got halfway to the crease and felt something was wrong. Just pulled out, or maybe Joe Leach wasn't quite ready.
Good news is there's only one umbrella upside. I think it can be if it's only spitting with rain, I think. Here
is Clark again, bowl short, and Leach hits this tennis style up in the air and is out. Caught at mid-off, well caught at mid-off by Tom Haynes, running to his left. It was banged in short, and Leach sort of climbed into it, was out of control, was off balance really, and skies a catch to mid-off. So he goes out for 26, made off 24 balls. A good effort from him. They added 30 for that 7th wicket. Brett D'Oliveira is still there, and a wicket for Clark.
Well, I said I thought they would get there, and certainly I think if Joe Leach had stayed there, I think there was every chance that Worcestershire would have reached this 5th batting bonus point. They still might, but it may be more difficult now. They've got 19 balls to score 25, and Joe Leach gets a good hand as he makes his way into the pavilion to our right hand side. Just interesting. You get a bit of time, don't you, when you're away from home and whiling away the hours. I was just reading a couple of interesting articles last night, Frank, in a national newspaper, and Michael Vaughan had written a piece on Wednesday about the county championship. He feels that the easy part for Rob Key is appointing a captain and that sort of thing. The difficult part is the structure of English cricket, which is always up for debate. And Michael Vaughan's view was, and I'll just tell you what he said. He said there should be a county championship. I think he was saying of 10 sides in the first division. It might have been 12. Having said that, no, I think it was 10. And that the matches should be 5-day matches.
Really?
Yeah, he was advocating 5-day county championship cricket, and he had all sort of ideas around how that would fit into the season. He felt that would prepare players better. But clearly, from a Sussex point of view, at the minute, Sussex wouldn't be in that top 10 county. So then then he was saying, and he sort of then the paragraph said, and the other counties can play a mixture of 3- and 4-day crickets, almost sort of suggesting that would be sort of the breeding ground for the other 10. I just don't see that going down that well. I mean, because Sussex and, let's be honest, Worcestershire will both probably be in those bottom 8. So what does that mean for those guys?
New batsman is Josh Baker, who is forward, pushing his first ball up to mid-on, end of the over, 375 for 7. With the men out today, Cox 29 and Leach 26. Yeah, I don't like that idea. I mean, for a start, fitting the 5-day games in would be tricky. We're already struggling to fit things in. And secondly, would they last 5 days? I mean, test matches don't last 5 days very often these days. I mean, I know we've seen those very long, dull test matches in Pakistan that you talked about yesterday, but we've talked about test matches not lasting 5 days. And I don't like the idea of one sort of feeding the other, although some would argue that already happens when you look at some of the way that counties like Worcestershire and Derbyshire and Leicestershire have their better players plucked away from
and
them
Sussex,
by bigger names. Yeah,
Phil Salt's gone to Lancashire. One thing Michael Vaughan was saying, and I thought was quite interesting. He was kind of saying that this is a real opportunity now for Rob Key. You can come in and you can do something radical. Don't leave the post in a few years' time and everything is the same. So is the structure right now? I don't know. Should it be something different? It's all up for grabs. Like I say, there's a few people putting on coats as in comes Burrows and bowls, and ducking underneath that is D'Oliveira. An athletic take by Rizwan down the leg side. It's got very gloomy all of a sudden. There's some really heavy cloud drifting across the ground, and a few people were just sort of reaching into their bags and grabbing coats or maybe extra jumpers. That the person with the purple umbrella is still sitting under that umbrella, but no others to report. But it has got very grey. It's quite a breeze.
Quite dark, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a chilly day. I might have to put my coat on actually. It's not a lot of me, and I get a bit cold. In comes Burrows and bowls, and D'Oliveira works this down to third man. They're going to look to take 2 here. He's very quick between the wickets, but there isn't a second run there, fielded down in the distance by Ollie Carter, I think it is, all the way down there. So one more to D'Oliveira.
He's ubiquitous, isn't he, Ollie Carter?
Yeah,
everywhere the ball goes.
Yes, he is.
He seems to be the man.
And actually, one thing I was going to say, I was looking up this morning at the outfield, and from where we're sitting, you don't realise it really is quite a short boundary on that cathedral side.
Yeah.
So it's very unlikely you can take a 2. You can on this side of the ground because the boundary is probably almost twice as long. As in comes Burrows again, driven nicely by Baker down the ground, and Burrows stops and does well. And there is no run. I've had a message in. You were talking a little earlier on, Frank, about Bruce Talbot,
Yeah.
who has been in touch with me this morning and he says, please wish Matt Bishop, who's listening to your commentary, a very happy birthday for today. And said good luck to Frank, whose book with Daryl Mitchell is out next week, I believe. Enjoying the commentary. Well, it is, Bruce, and I'll tell you what, I'm looking at a copy of it. I'm talking to you, Daryl Mitchell with Frank Watson, Once a Pair, My Cricket Journey, foreword by Moeen Ali. So there we are. How opportune was that, Bruce? In comes Burrows, bowls, and forward comes Baker, plays into the offside, fielded by Rawlins, and there is no run. So happy birthday to you, Matt. I don't know if it's a special one. I always get people's ages wrong, but wish you a very happy birthday. Matt will be a happy boy because Albion have been doing well in recent weeks. Didn't do so well on Wednesday, but I think that's excusable against Manchester City. So happy birthday, Matt, and look forward to seeing you next week. Bruce down at Hove, I'm sure, for the game against Durham. The forecast for next week is going to get cold again, Frank. Let's hope it's dry is the main thing. Burrows on his way in and bowls and beats Baker outside the off stump, taken by Rizwan, and there is no one. So just give a little plug for the book, because Bruce has mentioned it. And
very nice of Bruce. Good morning to Bruce, by the way, and thank you for your help. Bruce was the sort of publisher's appointed proofreader of the book, and not only did he do a great job, but he also made a few helpful suggestions about just tiny little tweaks here and there, so I appreciate his help. Received my author's copies yesterday. It is officially published on Monday. A book that I've written with Daryl Mitchell, who retired last year obviously after a distinguished career with Worcestershire.
Burrows runs away from us. He's in on bowls to Josh Baker, and Baker is forward down the pitch. Burrows builds off his own bowling, and there is no run. End of the over. 376 for 7. D'Oliveira on 114. Baker is yet to score. Burrows 18 overs, no maidens, 1 for 74. So Worcestershire will need another 24 runs off of 2 overs if they're going to secure maximum batting bonus points, and I think you're probably right, Frank.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen now, I don't think.
Yeah, just finally on the book, and so Daryl, who we might see, I think, during this game, might even be here today at some stage, and he might even join us on commentary for a few minutes. Still very much involved in the cricket world as cricket operations manager for the Professional Cricketers Association, all of which he talks about in the book and reflects on his career. The last Worcestershire captain to be born in the county since 1925. And the book is really about his career and about his, to some extent, about his loyalty to Worcestershire. Could have moved at various times. I'll just break off as Clark hits D'Oliveira on the pad, and this runs away on the offside, and there's no run. And it's something we got together and collaborated on over the winter. And it comes out on Monday. It will be on sale, I think, in the club shop at Worcestershire, and it's also on Amazon and various other booksellers are offering it at a slight discount at the moment. It's called Once a Pair, and if you Google it you'll find it, that's for sure, as Clark bowls again outside the off stump, left alone by D'Oliveira and taken low down to his right by Mohammad Rizwan. I think we're planning to have Daryl might come and do a book signing at some stage. I think on the Worcestershire Old Players Day in June that might be scheduled for. But if people are interested, and I think Worcestershire supporters will find it an interesting read, I certainly hope so. And that's it. I'll shut up about it now. I won't mention it again. As Tom Clark comes in again from the Diglis end and bowls, and D'Oliveira pushes out on the offside and gets a single as Pujara moves round to his left and does the fielding. 377 for 7. I think we can forget about the bonus point. Josh Baker yet to get off the mark. He's on 5. He's not a bad batsman, Josh Baker. His former colleagues at Ashwood Bank Cricket Club in Worcestershire will testify, and he made a 50 at Lord's in one of his early games last year as he pushes out on the onside. He likes to get on with it, likes to play a shot or two. He's a big lad with a good eye, times it well, but obviously pretty inexperienced.
How do you find time to write a book? Because I know Bruce writes books. Dave Bracegirdle, who I was with a few weeks ago, he's writing a book at the minute, which I'll talk about in a minute. I mean, how much of your time does it take to write a book?
Yeah, I set it as a sort of winter project this time. Here's Clark again, and bowls, and Baker drives to Pujara, no run. Talked to Daryl for the first time on November the 1st, and subsequently we did a lot on Zoom because he and his family got COVID for a while. So we would probably did 20, 22, 23 hours of recorded conversations, and then quite a lot of research using Cricket Archive to look up the scores of all the games that he played when he was a young man, etc. Clark is in again and bowls, and Baker drives and very, very nicely, but he doesn't get a run because Tom Haynes fields at mid-off end of the over. 377 for 7, 109 overs gone now. D'Oliveira at 115, Baker yet to get off the mark, and then it's just a case of sort of sitting and listening and turning it all into text and then proofreading and everything else. It was time consuming. But that was my sort of winter project. The only other thing I do in the winter work-wise is I still do a little bit of teaching, just at one school, just do a few days a month. So apart from that, I kind of try to apply myself to it.
Do you need, when you're writing a book, do you need the person that you're writing, in this case Darren, do you need them to really give a bit of themselves as well, because they can't tell all the good stuff? I mean, they must be highs and lows in the life of a cricketer, and do you need them to go into that, because you want to hear about the good times, also you want to hear maybe about the difficult times as well. Do you need them to really sell themselves to you a bit, Frank, as well?
Well, yeah, you probably do. I'll let you talk through this over and chip in.
Burrows running in bowls to D'Oliveira, who plays that to mid-wicket, fielded by Rawlings. There is no run.
Yeah, I mean, in his role as PCA chairman for the last few years, Darryl's been heavily involved with the players' response to COVID and also dealing with some of the mental health issues that players have had. And he talks about one or two particular downs that he had in his career that I think a lot of us weren't really aware of, how much he was affected by things that happened to him. So yeah, all of that comes into it, and it's very much an attempt to explain just what it's like to be, dare we say, a journeyman county cricketer.
Burrows in again, bowls to D'Oliveira. D'Oliveira up on his toes and steers that down to deep backward point. The lady, or the person over there, I'm saying a lady, the person over there with the purple umbrella. Throw comes in, one more to the total. D'Oliveira is 116, 378 for 7. 4 more balls to go until the 110 overs, so I think we can pretty safely say Worcestershire won't get a 5th batting bonus one. As well, I guess, there was a lot of concerns as well, Frank, from players when the 100 was first discussed, and players saying, well, how's this going to affect me, and how's it going to affect my contract? And
absolutely.
There's a lot of meetings. I think Luke Wells was the Sussex PCA representative at the time and went to a number of meetings. I think they were held up at Edgbaston.
Yeah, we discussed that. There's quite a lot on the PCA and Darryl's work. So yeah, it's interesting to know what goes on behind the scenes, really, as regards the PCA.
Burrows in bowls, extra bounce, and Baker sort of uppercut that over point for 4 runs. There was a bit more bounce there, and we said continually in this game, I think there's a bit more in this pitch than perhaps we were led to believe early on when Ed Pollock was smashing the ball all around the ground yesterday morning. But there's a good shot by Baker. He uppercut the ball over Ali or at point. The ball runs away for 4 runs, 382 for 7.
Yeah, it was a good shot. I want to look at a replay on it, but my live stream is just stalling a little bit at the moment for some reason. But yeah, good shot. As I say, he's no mug with the bat, Josh Baker, and I think as his career progresses, we might well see him turn into more than just a bowler who bats.
Burrows in again, bowls, and Baker plays this through mid-wicket and picks up a single fielded by who's that? That is come on, Adrian, what's the matter with mine? It's the 12th man, but it's not Archie Lenham this morning. It is Harrison Ward. He fields, and there is. I was talking to him this morning when he was out fielding here with Ollie Robinson. 383 for 7. D'Oliveira on strike. Burrows running away from us from the New Road end of the ground on a cloudy grey morning. In and bowls to D'Oliveira. He thrashes this one down to third, but that's 4 runs. Too much width from George Burrows, who spins around and looks really annoyed with himself, and he probably should be, to be honest, because it was wide outside the off stump, and with third man relatively fine, he just thumped that one away to the boundary for 4 runs. That was a bit of a gimme, to be honest. 120 to D'Oliveira, 387 for 7, so they're not going to miss this 400 by that much. There's only one more ball, so Worcestershire, no question, Joe Leach was on the attack, and I think had Leach continued to play the way that he was, Worcestershire would have probably got there, but they're going to have to settle for 4 batting bonus points, as in comes Burrows again, bowls to D'Oliveira, who sit on the thigh pad Ball bounces out on the offside. There is no run. 387 for 7. D'Oliveira 120. Baker on 5. Burrows 19 overs, no maidens. 1 for 84. And if you're listening across and wondering, what's this? This is live cricket on the BBC. BBC Radio Hereford and Worcester, BBC Radio Sussex. You may be watching via the Worcestershire live stream, and I know the guys working really hard on the stream, so well done everyone at Worcester. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Frank Watson, whose book we were talking about.
Stop it.
But actually, another book that's coming out actually was Dave Bracegirdle, who's our Nottinghamshire commentator, was talking about he's writing a book at the moment with Ricky Elcock.
Oh, is he? Right.
Who was
okay.
a quick
Worcester man.
Yeah, I think right, and I think that's coming out. Worcester and to get to Middlesex.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's due to come out. Dave was saying later on this year, but it's a really interesting story. How and do you know what Ricky Elcock does?
I do.
Now?
Yeah, he's an airline.
He's an
pilot.
airline pilot. Yeah.
He's always been interested in aircraft. Played a lot against Ricky in the league when I was a young cricketer. I just break off as Clark comes in and bowls to Baker, who turns us on the onside, no run, and he'll be also doing an update for BBC Hereford and Worcester's FM listeners into the news in a couple of minutes. But and there we go. It's here we go. Well, Worcestershire are still going strong. They've missed out on maximum batting points just by 13 runs. They're 387 for 7 at the moment in the 111th over. 2 men out today. Ben Cox, who was caught behind off the bowling of Grant Stewart for 29. That was 345 for 6. And then 375 for 7 when Joe Leach, who had come in and played some lovely shots in a little cameo 26, was caught off the bowling of Tom Clark. Josh Baker's come in, he's made 5. Brett D'Oliveira is as solid as ever, he's on 120, and Worcestershire really building a good first innings score here, 387 for 7. Yes, just going back to Ricky Elcock, who came over to Malvern College after they went on tour to Barbados and sort of brought him back, really, a bit like Chris Jordan when he first went to Dulwich College. And then came on the staff here. Had to wait a long time to qualify, as you did in those days. Ricky was really quick, no question about it. Upset a few people around the school circuit. Clark bowls, beats Baker outside the off stump, no run. Malvern at one stage, bearing in mind this was the early 80s, would go around as a school team and take with them 2 helmets to lend to the opposition.
Wow.
I know when he went to Repton, he hit John Carr, who went on to play for Middlesex and is now still heavily involved in cricket admin with the ECB. He hit John Carr a very nasty blow, apparently. I wasn't there, but I was told about it. In comes Clark and bowls, and Baker drives out on the offside for a single. The ubiquitous Ollie Carter on the offside boundary returns, and the total goes on to 388 for 7. And he hit John Carr under the chin, apparently, and it was a really nasty one. Calling to mind the quote from Macbeth, he unseamed him from the nave to the chops. It was a really bad one. John Carr still talks about it now. And then he obviously came on the staff here and did pretty well. Clark comes in again and bowls, and D'Oliveira fishes at that one outside the off stump and is lucky he didn't get a touch as it goes through to Rizwan, end of the over. And then really his career took off when he moved to Middlesex, really, and I think he got selected for an England tour and then didn't go because of an injury.
Well,
I
I'm just
think
reading
a back
here.
injury that ended his career.
Yeah, so I'm looking here, 23rd of September 2008. This is an article. Ricardo Elcock, the England pace bowler, has been ruled out of today's first warm-up match of the West Indian tour. The 24-year-old Middlesex player managed only half a dozen deliveries during net practice yesterday before disappearing for treatment on his back. He's very stiff, said the tour manager Peter Lush. He'll definitely miss tomorrow's game. He's had a stop-start career with Worcestershire and Middlesex and has had back trouble.
Yeah.
Well, Brace will probably be interested in some of your stories, Frank, but he is writing a book with Ricardo Elcock, who, as I say, is now an airline pilot.
He is, and was always interested in aeroplanes.
In comes George Burrows, comes in and bowls to Baker, who clips that one away down the leg side. Another poor delivery, I have to say, by George Burrows. He's a young bowler who's on Sussex at loan, but he bowled one wide of the off stump in the previous over that D'Oliveira just helped himself down to third man for 4, and that was down the leg side. And Josh Baker, the number 9 for Worcestershire, his eyes just lit up and he just flicked it around the corner. Fine leg is relatively wide And it raced away for another boundary. Worcester 392 for 7. Baker into double figures. He's on 10.
He used to sit in the commentary box with me sometimes, Ricky, and every time a plane went over, he would identify it.
Burrows in and bowls. Baker ducks underneath. Taken
So
by
he
Rizwan.
always had half an eye on the sky, really, I think.
This sounds like a case of deja vu. It says the England selectors were aware of Alcock's condition when they named him in the squad.
Yeah.
And Mickey Stewart admitted yesterday they were taking a calculated risk. Something's never changed, do they?
He was quick, Ricky. I can remember him telling me a couple of stories about when he only used to play against the tourists when you were qualifying in those days. You always got a game against the tourists, didn't you? Because it didn't fall under the same rules.
Burrows bowls. Baker is forward. Plays into the covers. There is no run.
And I remember him saying to me that he bowled at Sunil Gavaskar here against India, and he said, I thought, I'll shake this guy up. I'll show him how quick I am. And he ran in and he banged in a really quick bouncer at Gavaskar, and he was only 5'4", wasn't he, Gavaskar, small chap. He said it was aimed right at him, and he said he just kept his eye on it, didn't flinch at all, and then just at the very last minute just moved slightly and let it go over his left shoulder.
Burrows in the bowls to Baker, who drives to the covers fielded by Harrison Ward, no run.
And Ricky said, I thought there was no limit then, I don't think, on how many you could bowl. He said, I'm going to let him have another one. He said he let him have another one. It was just an even bit straighter, going right between his eyes. He said, and Gavaskar just kept his eye on it, and just at the last minute just moved the other way and let it go over his right shoulder. And he just looked at him and he said, Ricky said, I thought, I'm not going to bother doing that anymore.
And probably Gavaskar not wearing a helmet.
No, although he used to wear that Brearley thing, didn't he?
Yes.
With those little temple guards at one stage. But he said it wasn't worth bowling bouncers to him.
Burrows in again, bowls. Baker drives into the covers. Harrison Ward is quickly round, but he can't prevent a single at cover. The throw comes in, stopped by Rizwan. And Baker goes to 11, the total 393 for 7.
But he played in the Birmingham League for a couple of teams. Played for Worcester City at one stage, and he played for West Bromwich Dartmouth. And I opened the batting for Old Hill in those days. And I can remember if there was a county game, and it was a Saturday league. Often county championship games started on a Saturday, and you used to nervously look to see who was in the county side, because if they weren't in the county side, they'd be playing in the league.
Burrows in and bowls, and D'Oliveira plays forwards. A ball of good length. Burrows fills up his own bowling, no run. Interview over 393 for 7. D'Oliveira 120. Baker 11. Burrows 20 overs, no maidens. 1 for 89.
And I think we used to start probably about 1 o'clock in those days, and you used to get to the ground, and then you'd be in the changing room getting your stuff ready, and you'd be looking as the cars arrived to see who came. Oh, Ricky's playing. Oh no, and having to go out. And I played against him a good 6, 8, 10 times maybe, and I can honestly say, we used to joke about it between us, he only ever got me out once. Hit me a few times and made me duck and weave, but he only ever got me out once. But I'll never forget it, because it was the second ball of the game and the stump went past the wicket keeper.
So you are out.
I was out. Yeah, that was at Old Hill. I think they used to water the stump holes sometimes, and the stumps came out, but the stump just flew past the wicket keeper, and there was no doubt about it.
Well, he wants to contact Dave Bracegirdle. I'm sure he'd love to hear.
Well, I'll be with him at Trent Bridge next week.
Okay,
so
yeah. So he's certainly in the middle of writing a book. I'm sure Dave won't mind me telling you, but I'm sure lots of stories. So Ricky Elcock, who now is an airline pilot.
It's me, is it? It's
I
me,
think it is
it?
you.
Oh, beg your
Sorry.
pardon. Baker covers up, plays defensively up to mid-off. Yeah. Well, I'll try to make sure I don't tell the same stories again, because
they're great
they'll be
stories.
tuning out.
Oh, a great story.
They'll be tuning out in their numbers. 393 for 7 here at New Road, where I'm pleased to say the skies are a lot brighter.
They are,
and
the umbrella's still up, Frank.
the umbrella still might be using it as a windbreak, I think.
That's possible.
It's a bit of a stiff breeze from that direction. In comes Clark again. Bowls. Baker drives. Lovely shot again. And nice stop actually by Clark, diving down to his left. Gets half a hand on it and deflects it to the captain at mid-off. And the sun's out.
It is.
So yeah, it's a welcome sight. It's still a bit chilly, I'm sure, but the sun's out. Delray Rawlins is doing a bit of loosening up at slip. We might be about to have a bit of spin. 393 for 7. D'Oliveira's been really watchful today, hasn't he? He's still there. He started the day on 106. He's added only 14 in an hour and 10 minutes, but the runs have been coming from the other end. As Clark bowls to Baker. Tall man, Josh Baker, about 6'2", 6'3", maybe even a bit more. 19 years old, I think now. Just pushing that one up to mid-on. And yeah, came into the side towards the end of last season, Josh Baker. Very raw, having just left school. And I think we're going to see a lot of him over the next few years. It's going to be a permanent fixture, and he cuts at this short one and gets a fortunate 4 runs as that one flew over slip, I think, down to third man. I can't comment any more authoritatively than that because my live stream is not working properly. I hope everybody else can see what's going on. But 4 to Baker, flashed at it and got away with it as it flew down almost behind the wicketkeeper for a boundary. He goes to 15 then, 397 for 7. Worcestershire now just 3 runs away from that 400 mark. They won't get the maximum batting bonus points because we're in the 113th over, but it's been a good effort as Clark is in again and bowls, and Baker gets another run, this time just standing up on his toes and tucking that one away on the onside, and he'll keep the strike because it's the end of the over. 397 for 7, D'Oliveira 120 and Baker 16 off 26 balls. I mentioned D'Oliveira being fairly sedate this morning, but as I say, absolutely no problem for him because at the other end we've had Joe Leach playing his shots, and Josh Baker has also been pretty positive.
So looking at Josh Baker, looks like he's 18. He's
He's
not
18, still 18.
He's not 19 until next month. So wow, he's a
yeah.
prospect. High score 61, as you were saying, Frank,
At Lords.
against Middlesex. A couple of emails have come in. Somewhere else where the sun is coming out is in Bexhill-on-Sea. John Malone advises me, as Delray Rawlings is going to come into the Sussex attack. He says, sun attempted to come out at Bexhill-on-Sea, but a chilly breeze on the beach. I'm just wondering, after listening to the discussion regarding Tom Haynes and an England call-up, do the clubs have any say on the call-up of their players to the international set-up, with the club currently decimated by injuries to key players? I don't know, but I'd imagine the answer is no. I mean, it would say, and you know, Sussex are decimated at the moment, but I think if England come a-calling,
I don't think Tom Haynes would be very happy.
No, I think Tom would want to go. Rawlings comes into bowl and then doesn't let the ball go. That was all a bit odd. And umpire Middlebrook signifies a dead ball. He's wrapped up, isn't he? Umpire Middlebrook. In comes Rawlings, bowls. Forward comes Baker. Plays to mid-wicket. Fielded there by George Burrows, who hasn't got a name on his back of his shirt, but I'm pretty sure that's George Burrows. But thank you, John, very much for your email. Hope you're keeping well. Hope the sun continues to shine in Bexhill as Rawlings is in and bowls. Forward comes Baker. Plays into the onside and there is no run. I don't think he bowled very well yesterday, Delray Rawlings. 8 overs, no wicket for 42. He's going at 6 and over. These 2 first deliveries this morning are on a length, so it augurs well for Sussex as he's in again and bowls, and he beats Baker outside of the off stump, taken by Rizwan, and there is no run. He picked up 5 wickets down at Bristol for the second 11 earlier on this week, did Delray, so more of the same would be nice here for Sussex as he's in again and bowls, and Baker drives into the offside, fielded by Pujara, and there is no run. I think we're going to have a sort of a day of, well, see, there's a heavier cloud drifting across now. It's got a little bit gloomy, but maybe it's going to be one of those days. Hopefully not too much rain around as Rawlings in. Gives that a bit more air and driven firmly by Baker to mid-off. Well fielded by a tumbling Tom Haynes. And again, there is no run. Sussex's over 8 was not great yesterday. The scoreboard is still showing -3. And we were here, didn't finish play till nearly 6:45 last night. Rawlings in again, bowls, and Baker sort of jumps back into his crease, plays it to mid-wicket, fielded by Burrows. So well done. Delray starts off with a maiden over after not a great day yesterday. Gareth has been in touch. Gareth Carter, he says, thank you for the coverage. It's a real perk of working from home, says Gareth. He says, remarking on Ricardo Elcott becoming a pilot, one of our young first teams at Lingfield Cricket Club near Haywards Heath is currently training to become an airline pilot. A couple of our braver members have already gone up with him in what can only be described as a washing machine with wings. As someone who now gets dizzy on a thick carpet, I'm keeping both feet on terra firma. By the way, our season starts in earnest tomorrow with a friendly on the Common against Slinfold. The bar will be open and all are welcome.
Tom Clark bowls to Brett D'Oliveira, tucks this one away off his pads down to long leg and comes back for what looked an unlikely two, but he is so quick
Yeah, he
over
is.
the ground. 2 leg byes, in fact. He didn't tuck it anywhere. But great running, and he gets warm applause from around the ground for that, as does the fact that Worcestershire have reached 400 with those runs. 400 for 7. Excellent position for them to be in, and they've scored them at a good rate as well. That's the other thing, and they're continuing to do that this morning. Clark in again, bowls, and Oliveira steers this one down on the offside, and there's no run. But I don't think they'll be in any rush to declare. I think they'll be just keen to keep things going and see where they can get, and see if they can get up to 425, 430, maybe even 450. Maybe with a view to only batting once. You don't know. Obviously, it all depends on how well their bowlers can make use of conditions. Here's Clark again. He's in and he bowls, and that's short and wide, and Oliveira on the back foot slams that away through extra cover. 2 more to him. Long chase round for Ollie Carter from his sweeper position on the offside boundary, and D'Oliveira moves on to 122. That Delray Rawlins one was a funny one, wasn't it, when he ran into bowl that first ball and then didn't let go of it, but it reminded me of 1 or 2 stories I've heard about bowlers who've had the yips, as D'Oliveira is beaten outside the off stump by this one, taken by Rizwan. It's always left armers who seem to get the yips, as they say, and it happened to Keith Medlicott, didn't it, and it happened famously to Fred Swarbrook of Derbyshire, who turned in some excellent performances for Derbyshire, but once or twice I think particularly had a real problem with the yips. Somebody once said, I think he went to somebody who gave him a pebble to rub, a magic pebble that he kept in his pocket, and said, you know, when you're feeling the pressure, just rub the pebble. D'Oliveira drives beautifully, and was expecting to get 4. Fantastic shot, but brilliant diving stop at a deepish mid-off by Tom Haynes. Caused him some pain, I think. He stayed down, but great stop and no run. And one day I think Fred Swarbrook ran up and bowled the pebble. He didn't have the ball. He pulled the pebble out and bowled the pebble. Here comes Clark again and bowls to D'Oliveira, who drives again beautifully straight down the ground, and again is denied by an excellent piece of fielding, this time by the mid-on fielder.
I think that's Grant.
Who I think is
it's Grant
Stewart. Really got down well. So
did.
D'Oliveira's played 2 sweet drives and may well have expected to have picked up 8 runs, and could well have done on another day, but such has been the quality of the fielding from those 2 fielders that he didn't get anything. That's one way the game's really changed, isn't it, Adrian? You know, and that's something again that Daryl Mitchell reflected to me about when we talked about how the game's changed since you started. You can argue all you like about whether batting's better or whether bowling's better or whatever, but you can't argue that fielding hasn't improved. Those sort of stops are almost standard.
Ollie Robinson just walking around the ground in front of us with a bobble hat on and a big coat, as in comes Rawlins and bowls, and Baker swings that onto the leg side. Oh, that's a horrible bit of fielding. Ollie Carter has been terrific in the field for Sussex, but that was something he should have stopped. He made an absolute mess of fielding that, and it's gone for 4 runs. So Baker goes to 20. Worcestershire 406 of 7. As you're just watching Ollie Robinson there, he's just signing an autograph for someone down in front of us. He was signed that left-handed, which is interesting. I never knew that. Well, anyway, and someone else is just coming in and asking Ollie for I think he'll take a selfie with him. And, you know, Ollie's, as Baker plays that one away through the offside, more runs here, and he signed that left-handed as well. 1 more to the total. Baker goes to 21. 407 for 7. It's going to go up to in a moment. Just coming back to your email, Gareth. So he says the season opener starts tomorrow, friendly on the Common, which is Linfield against Slinfold. I think Linfield is the village. Is there a pub called the Witch, Gareth, in Linfield? I think there is. As in comes Rawlins and bowls and played into the offside, fielded by Pujara, and there is no run. And I think that's the pub that used to be run by Jerry Ryan, who used to play for the Albion. My friend Julian would know more about that, who's a regular at Hove.
You have to probably specify the Albion when you're on Worcestershire.
Brighton and Hove Albion.
Yeah.
As in comes Rawlins bowls, played onto the onside by D'Oliveira, and there is no run. And in fact, talking of the Albion, I'll just talk about this at the end of the Oval. Delroy Rawlins does rattle through his deliveries. As in comes, just a slip is the close fielder. Rawlins in again, bowls to D'Oliveira, and D'Oliveira is forward, plays down the offside of the pitch. Yeah, a game 25 years ago in May between Hereford United and Brighton and Hove Albion. It's being celebrated tonight as in comes Rawlins and bowls, and driven by D'Oliveira through the offside. Good half stop by Pujara, feeling that short extra cover prevents the ball from going for 4, but it's another single to D'Oliveira, who goes to 123 at Worcestershire at the end of the over. 408 for 7. Delroy Rawlins 10 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 48. That was the famous game where Brighton needed to draw to stay in the Football League 25 years ago. Extraordinary, really. Brighton got the draw with a goal from Ryan out, and Hereford went down. And 25 years on, there's Brighton in the Premier League. It is quite extraordinary. I think there's a dinner at the Amex tonight, which is being attended by Steve Gritt and I think some of the players. Steve Gritt was the manager at the time, so I'm sure that's going to be an occasion for much reminiscing of that famous day back 25 years ago. Where does the time go, Frank?
Ooh, tell me about it. Yeah, I used to report on Hereford United
Right.
way back when they were in the league for BBC Hereford and Worcester. Remember doing commentary on an FA Cup third round game at Edgar Street when they lost 1-0 to Manchester United. Clayton Blackmore the scorer. Alex Ferguson was the manager, and it was the year that United went on to lift the cup, and if they hadn't, they reckon Ferguson would have lost his job, and history would never have been the same. But it was a great game. Ian Bowyer was the Hereford United manager in those days, one of Brian Clough's fantastic Nottingham Forest European Cup winning side. Still lives in Herefordshire, I believe. Changing the bowling here, as Jamie Atkins is coming into the attack at the Diglis end. Didn't have the best of days yesterday, and he starts with a fullish delivery which D'Oliveira turns off his legs for a single. 409 for 7. D'Oliveira goes to 124. And Baker's done well, hasn't he? 21 off 34 balls. He's played a couple of really good shots, kept the momentum going, and he's underlined his capabilities with the bat. By no means a rookie in terms of his quality, at least, despite his lack of experience. Tall man. Waits now as Atkins is in, bowls to him, and he's beaten on the hit on the pads. Big shout for LBW, but
That was close.
umpire not impressed. Just having a look at the replay. Oh yeah, it was close.
Even, I mean, we're looking over wide third man, but even from here, it
looked a good shout.
It did look a good shout.
Alex Wolf decided that it wasn't out. Baker's gone for a little walk just to gather his thoughts, but it looked a decent shout. 409 for 7, and Atkins in his 10th over, he's gone for 47 so far. I mentioned yesterday he was a little bit wayward. He's in and he bowls, and Baker plays that really nicely.
It was a good shot.
Flicked it off his hips, and he's bisected the fielders at sort of mid-wicket and long leg, and it's raced to the boundary. Excellent shot. And Baker goes to 25.
That was a good shot. Gareth's been back in touch, and he says the Witch indeed was run by Jerry Ryan. He used to have all the international shirts he gathered during his career mounted over the bar. That's the Witch in Linfield. So good luck to Linfield. Good luck to all the clubs in Sussex who are getting underway in the next week or so.
Atkins in again, bowls. Baker drives again, really nicely, firmly, but straight to the busy Tom Haynes at mid-off.
Have the league started up here, Frank?
Yep, Birmingham League started last Saturday, and I think the Worcestershire County League begins tomorrow. So, yeah, things are well and truly underway. Always an exciting weekend for club cricketers, that first league game of the season. Find out whether you can still do it. In comes Atkins again, bowls. Baker on the back foot, plays defensively, back up the pitch, and there's no run. Always used to... Well, I think every cricketer thinks that, you know, when you get your first wicket or your first 50 or, you know, your first good couple of catches or you bowl a couple of good overs, you just feel relieved that you can still do it. It's still there, despite all the months that you've had off.
Yeah, and those winter nets.
Yeah. Jamie Atkins to complete his 10th over, bowl short of a length, and Baker on the back foot just steers down on the offside, fielded by Crocombe coming in from the gully. End of the over, 413 for 7, D'Oliveira 124 and Baker 25.
Actually, I know that we don't like to talk too much of the football during the cricket commentaries, but just one thing on Hereford United that I remember, Frank, that I grew up in Guildford, who used to have a football team, Guildford City, who were a good side. Used to get gates around 1,500, good side. And the week before Hereford played Newcastle in that epic game at St James's Park, so they drew the first game, didn't they? They played Guildford City at Joseph's Road in Guildford, and I remember, I'm pretty certain that Dudley Tyler was it Dudley Tyler? Was he the winner?
Yeah.
And Guildford City beat them.
Yeah.
I think 1-0. Someone will tell me. We'll look it up in the annals. But I remember watching that game as a boy. So I'm pretty certain that was the case. Hereford played Guildford City.
You're right about Dudley Tyler, who played well in that Herefordshire Cup side as Rawlins bowl. Sorry,
that's right.
It's your over.
Yeah, I'll do this one. I'll go let go outside the off stump, no run.
And he then went on to play for West Ham United. Dudley Tyler was signed by West Ham after the Hereford United Cup run.
Rawlins bowls, and D'Oliveira gets himself in a bit of a mess. He was going to play that one through point, but instead played it to Pujara at extra cover, no run.
But then he returned to his roots, and
Rawlins in again, bowls, and D'Oliveira this time pulls the ball over straightish with a wicket out here towards long on. Crocombe is quickly round, but he won't prevent a second run. 2 more to D'Oliveira. He goes to 126, 415 for 7.
And he played for Malvern Town, and when I first came to this part of the world, I played football as well. I played for Malvern Town, and Dudley became player manager, and I played with him, and had one season playing under his guidance. And what a great man and a great character he was. A very funny man.
Rawlins in, bowls, and D'Oliveira plays into the offside, fielded by Pujara, no run.
Yeah, very, very funny man.
Is he still around, Frank?
As far as I know, he's still in Hereford, I think.
Right,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Right.
Somebody might be able to get in touch with us and tell us, but as far as I know.
Rawlins in, bowls, cut away by D'Oliveira. Out to the sweeper on the deep cover boundary was Jamie Atkins, who gets in as a throw, but one more to D'Oliveira, who's going along very nicely. 127, 416 for 7 are Worcestershire. I'll disappear in a minute. Gary Knight has sent me an email. I'll read your email, Gary, when I've come back from doing my update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. But one more ball to go in this over. We're talking primarily cricket and a little bit of football. I hope listeners don't mind, just reminiscing on Dudley Tyler, very much known in Hereford as Rawlins in and bowls. And Baker drives handsomely. Haynes is very quickly around. That's another good stop by Tom Haynes. He parries the ball rather than stopping it, but he saved a boundary, and it's a couple more runs. I'm noticing that Tom Haynes, when he fields the ball, is favouring his left hand.
Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah.
Several occasions he stopped the ball, but he didn't pick up the ball with his right hand, and I think he has had a slight finger injury.
There was that
Tom.
one diving stop up there with his right hand off that D'Oliveira drive.
Yeah, and he's picking the ball up with his left hand, so he's obviously got some sort of an injury, has Tom. Anyway, end of the over, 418 for 7. D'Oliveira 127. Baker has moved very impressively on to 27. Rawlins 11 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 53. I'll be back in a mo.
Yeah, good shot from Baker. He has played really well, really nicely. He's kept the momentum going, and it's allowed D'Oliveira just to drop anchor, keep working the ball around, and both Leach and Baker at the other end have been aggressive, and the scoreboard's ticked over nicely for Worcestershire, who began the day, remember, on 338 for 5. So they've added 80 this morning as D'Oliveira steers this one down on the offside from Jamie Atkins, and it's fielded by Crocombe at backward point. If you're just joining us, 338 for 5 when Worcestershire began this morning then, and 2 men out today, Cox 29 and Leach 26, a wicket each for Grant Stewart and for Tom Clark. And it's Jamie Atkins from the Diglis end in now to bowl to D'Oliveira, who cuts a wide delivery and slashes it really uppishly over about sort of 3rd or 4th slip, and it flies away down to the boundary. Width again from Atkins. That was the problem for him yesterday really, and he's now conceded 55 runs in his 11th over, And D'Oliveira, despite having been circumspect, is not going to miss out on the opportunity to throw his hands at a wide one like that. And he's gone on to 131 now as Atkins comes into him again and bowls, and it's more width, and again he goes on the back foot and slams that away on the offside, and he'll come back for 2 as it's fielded by substitute fielder Archie Lenham. 2 more to Brett D'Oliveira. Update for FM listeners coming now. Worcestershire continuing to build this excellent first innings, and Brett D'Oliveira, the anchor man, is still there. He's on 133 now. 2 men out today. Ben Cox for 29 and Joe Leach for a very hard hit 26. But since the dismissal of Leach at 375 for 7, Josh Baker, the young left-arm spinner, has come in and shown that he's quite capable with the bat too, and he's made 27 so far off just 40 balls. D'Oliveira's just picked up another couple, so he's 135 not out now, and Worcestershire in the 119th over, having picked up 4 batting points, are 426 for 7. And D'Oliveira just beginning to press the accelerator now with that boundary and a couple of 2s. Waits again and picks up 4 more, I think, as he flicks this one off his pads down to long leg. Poor old Jamie Atkins is struggling here with his line and length, and Brett D'Oliveira is capitalising. So 12 off the over so far. He's moved on to 139. And Worcestershire have raced on now to 430 for 7 in a position of great strength, and the captain has played a really good hand here for the Pears. 139 now to D'Oliveira, who waits as Atkins is in again and bowls, and more runs here, or at least 1 more run as D'Oliveira tucks this one off his pads down to long leg. 431 for 7 at the end of that over. D'Oliveira now 140 not out, and Baker, as I say, who's lent excellent support since coming in at the fall of Joe Leach's wicket, is now on 27. And Jamie Atkins' figures: 11 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 64. The other bowling figures: Grant Stewart 26 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 71. Henry Crocombe 23 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 69. George Burrows 20 overs, no maidens, 1 for 89. Tom Haynes, who hasn't bowled today, 17 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 46. And Tom Clark 11 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 23. And the man we're about to see bowling from the New Road End, Delroy Rawlins, 11 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 53 so far. 431 for 7 as Rawlins prepares to bowl to D'Oliveira with a slip, a backward point, cover, shortish extra cover and mid-off. So a ring of fielders on the offside, and then just 3 on the leg side. He's in and he bowls, and D'Oliveira cuts beautifully fine down towards third man. He'll pick up 2 and pick up 3 actually, as it's flicked back inside the rope down there by the fielder Ali Orr, and 3 runs to D'Oliveira. So as I say, the leg side field, he's got long on, just 1 man in at mid wicket and a man at deep mid wicket as well, Rawlins. So it's a conventional defensive left arm spinner's field, and even allowing for that, D'Oliveira ran that one very neatly down to third man for 3. He's now 143, 434 for 7 as Rawlins comes in and bowls to Baker, who smashes it down the ground. 1 bounce for 4, back over the bowler's head, and the wheels have, well, I wouldn't say come off, but just in the last couple of overs, with poor old Jamie Atkins conceding 13 I think in that last over to D'Oliveira, and 7 off the first 2 balls of this over from Rawlins. Worcestershire are pressing the accelerator.
They've scored 100 runs this morning.
100 this morning, yeah. And it's been very measured as well, really. And more runs here as Baker gets inside a quicker delivery and flicks it off his pad down to long leg for 2. So 9 off the first 3 balls of this over, 15 off the last over, and Worcestershire now 440 for 7, and Rawlins has had to change that field. He's brought an extra man onto the leg side now, so not able to bowl to the field that Haynes set him. This next ball is better and pushed out on the offside by Baker, who's moved on to 33 now, the young man, and he's played really well. He's played just exactly as his captain would have hoped. Rawlins is in again, and he moves on to 34, Baker, as he tucks this one away on the leg side for a single, and total 4-4-1 for 7.
Just look at the scoreboard there, Frank. The 23 overs that Rawlins and Atkins have bowled before, they have gone for 127.
Yeah.
So they're going, the pair of them, the best part of 5.5, 6 and over.
That's right. Here's Rawlins to complete his over. He bowls, and Oliveira just pushes back up the pitch, and Rawlins kicks the ball away a little bit frustratedly. 4:41 for 7 at the end of the over.
So Gary has been in touch from an overcast but dry Horsham. Hello Gary, one of our regular contributors. He says, following on from yesterday's discussion about connections between Sussex and Worcestershire, I should have mentioned Norman Gifford, who played for Worcestershire with distinction for many years and subsequently became Sussex head coach. Yeah, I think we could have him as the coach of that team. We were talking about players who had a connection between Sussex and Worcestershire. On an unrelated matter, I joined the coverage slightly late this morning and wondered if you had already discussed Tom Alsop's hand injury and his further participation in the game. You'll be no surprise that Jamie Atkins has been taken out of the attack by Tom Haynes, and Grant Stewart is coming back into the attack. Sussex can't afford to leak runs at the rate they are at the moment. Tom Alsop, Gary, yes, it's goodish news. I saw him early on this morning. He was on the ground having a hit. Sarah Taylor was throwing some balls to him, and Tom was hitting them very gently, I have to say. The news is that he had an x-ray yesterday, which I understand didn't show a break, which is good news, but the finger is very swollen. My understanding is that Tom, they're hoping he will be able to bat, but maybe because of the time he was off the field as much as anything else. I'm not sure if that comes into play or not, but the feeling is he won't bat in the top 6, but hopefully will bat at some stage during the game. But certainly the finger's very swollen, apparently doesn't show a break. I don't know whether the swelling goes down, whether then it might, but anyway, it seems as if he's not as bad as we feared. In comes Grant Stewart, racing in, comes in and bowls to Baker, who's up on his toes and thumps this through the offside. More runs here. Lovely looking shot and a good stop by Tom Haynes at mid-off. They are going to come back for a second run. Oliveira, he's going to move on. The throw comes in and misses the stumps, and Archie Lennon doesn't collect it cleanly. He was backing up, but 2 more to Baker, who goes to 36. It's so chilly here that Frank has put on his red, what do you call it, an anorak or a fleece? What do you call it? Something like
a jacket.
A jacket, yeah. But and I might have to put my anorak on because it is distinctly chilly here at Worcester today, and most of the crowd are wrapped up in fleeces and coats. Very different to yesterday when it was a lovely sunny day. But at least we're playing, which is good news. Stewart in again, bowls, and Baker again drives firmly, fielded by Pujara, and there is no run. Well, you called this correctly, Frank. I think Josh Baker's batted beautifully. 36 off 45 balls. And Worcestershire are really getting a move on. They've added 105 this morning in 26 overs. So they're rattling on at 4 and over.
Yeah, well, I've coached Josh Baker a little bit when he was younger, when he was sort of 13, 14. I used to do a few one-to-one sessions with him, and he was as much a batsman as a bowler in those days, really. So I always felt that when he got in as a bowler that he would have some capability.
Stewart in bowls, he ducks underneath a short delivery.
I'm very glad he didn't get out to that ball.
Yeah. He watched it all the way through to Rizwan.
It's always the way, isn't it?
No,
it was a no ball.
It was a no ball.
You say, I knew he'd have some capability, and then the next ball he nicks it, and you're left with a lot of egg on your face. But no, he is I genuinely think he's got the potential to become a number 7, something like that, number 8 perhaps. Really, really good prospect. Worcestershire delighted that he's come through.
Stewart in bowls, and forward comes Baker, plays to backward point there is no run. And from this neck of the woods, we were talking earlier on about, there seem to be a growing suggestions around the game of, Michael Vaughan talking about it. I was saying about, maybe 10 top counties. It's been discussed in other parts as well. Is the concern always here at somewhere like Worcester that, you've got Warwickshire up the road and, the big clubs always looking around at the players that Worcester are developing, and Worcester have a great reputation. Tom Toler, Cadmore, Joe Clark in recent years. All players who've gone to play for Verticom's bigger counties. In comes Stuart Bowles. Baker plays to the covers. There is no run.
Yeah, I don't think it's just Worcester. I think
not.
All counties are trying to produce their own players, and the big counties try and produce their own players as well. But some counties are more in a position where they can pluck players from other counties because obviously they can offer them greater salaries, can't they? I think that's the bottom line, isn't it?
Stewart, to his mark, comes running into bowl to Baker Bowles. He gets a thickish outside edge. He's going to come down to third man. He's off very quickly. He's taken one. They're going to come back for the second. We need to get a move on here, but he's a big tall man. He's got long legs, so that's good running actually.
Really,
I didn't think there was two there, but it was a good throw from George Burrows. But the key to it was that Baker ran the first run fast, turned and immediately called his skipper through for the second run. Baker to 38, and you would probably know more about this, Frank. I mean, I think there isn't there some sort of compensation to a club if you bring a young player through? Because it does seem grossly unfair that a Sussex or a Worcestershire get a good young player.
I'm not aware of
there ought to be something, didn't there? Because
transfer fees is what you're talking about.
If you've done all the work on Josh Baker, who's batting really nicely, he's on 38. In comes Stewart and Bowles, and he ducks underneath a short one through to Rizwan. And there is no run. End of the over, 447 for 7. D'Oliveira 143, Baker 38. This partnership between these two is now worth 25 plus 47.
73, I mean.
Yeah, in no
72.
time. 72, in no time at all. End of the over, D'Oliveira 143, Baker 38, Stewart 27 over 6 maidens, 2 for 77. But there ought to be something.
Yeah, it works both ways, I suppose. I mean, you've got someone like Jake Libby who came here to Worcester from Nottinghamshire because he felt that he was going to get a better opportunity here.
Yeah.
Nottinghamshire had signed Slater and Hamid. Well,
Duckett,
Clark. And Jake Libby's come and he's prospered and thrived here, and regards it as a very good move. But so it can work both ways. But I suppose it's a frustration, and it's just part of that argument, isn't it? That it's difficult to kind of come to terms with, really. If you've got someone like Michael Vaughan saying, well, effectively what I'm saying is I would like the smaller counties to become feeder clubs to the bigger counties.
Yeah, I think that's what he's saying.
And the smaller counties, many of whom have got a proud history and can point to times when they won the county championship and so on, could say, well, why on earth should we put up with that?
And
it's ruined football, hasn't it, in terms of big mega rich owners making almost a breakaway, as Brett D'Oliveira plays a reverse sweep off Delroy Rawlins, who's decided to go over the wicket, go straight to the fielder. Rawlins in again, bowls, and D'Oliveira repeats the shot, and this time gets it wide of the fielder and gets a single. He's made his mind up that he's going to play it one way or another. 144 to him, 448 for 7. And Rawlins to bowl over the wicket now to Baker, trying to bowl into a little bit of rough, I suppose, outside the leg stump. He's in and he bowls. That one's a little bit short down the leg side, not taken cleanly by Rizwan. Wide. I mean, that must be very wide to be called wide in this form of cricket. Can't see it because my stream's gone dodgy again. But untidy cricket. Rawlins bowls again, and Baker hammers this one away into the offside, and it's fielded by Ali Orr at extra cover. Rawlins comes in again, bowls, and Baker works this one away nicely through mid-wicket for a single. George Burrows comes in to do the fielding, and that's the 450 up for Worcestershire. So they've moved along at a fair lick this morning.
Well, they have.
And they're in a very, very strong position.
I did 112 this morning.
Yeah, good going. And still got quarter of an hour to go till lunch. Rawlins makes a change to the field, which now is spread to all parts really, as he comes in again over the wicket and bowls, and D'Oliveira again goes for that reverse hit on the pad, having missed it in the appeal, but one assumes, it pitched outside the leg. I think hit him in line. Looking at the replay briefly,
I thought it almost hit him full on.
Yeah. Here's Rawlins again. He's in. He bowls, and D'Oliveira decides to play the right way around this time for the first time in the over. Gets a sort of leading edge up to extra cover. End of the over. Bit of a mess that over in one way and another, wasn't it? With a wide and 3 reverse hits and whatever. But anyway, at the end of it, D'Oliveira 144, Baker 39, and Worcestershire 450 for 7. And they'll be looking to get another 20 or so before lunch, I think.
But how interesting when you talk about Nottinghamshire, Frank, and I don't mean this to the detriment of Nottinghamshire, but for example, Jake Libby felt he had to come here to get a chance. He's come here and he's scored a stack of runs. Ben Compton left Nottinghamshire because he wasn't getting an opportunity. He's gone to Kent, first division in the Championship. He's scoring a stack of runs. So and yet they brought in the likes of Duckett and Clark and Slater
and Hamid.
And so the counties. I really hate the expression smaller, but unfortunately that's what. But are producing good players. Look at Sussex, Jofra Archer. I know he's injured at the minute, Jofra, but because of Sussex, Jofra Archer is now playing for England. Because of Sussex, Ollie Robinson is now playing for England. I think the counties have a part to play, but I think somehow there has to be some sort of compensation. If you brought a young player through your ranks and someone just comes and snaffles them, that doesn't sound right. Tom Haynes into the Sussex attack for the first time today, bowls to Baker, who plays that firmly to short extra cover, fielded by Pujara, and there is no run. Now, you said yesterday you felt that Tom Haynes is bowling more than he really wants to, and you think he's going to be opening the batting perhaps quite soon for Sussex, really. But he's coming on to stem the flow of runs. That's his job here for the skipper. In comes Haynes and bowls, and Baker turns that to mid-wicket, and immediately 2 dot balls. Haynes in his 18th over, 3 goes of 3 for 46, and 3 maidens in that. But the Sussex problem is bowling sides out at the minute, Frank, so far this season, with so many bowlers out. Maybe not surprising, but in comes Haynes again and bowls, and Baker glides this back to square on the leg side, picks up a single as the Keane, I think is it Ali or no, it's Henry Crocombe who comes in and fields. 1 more to the total. No, it's not, it's Jamie Atkins who fields, my apologies, as the Sun tries to make an appearance. 451 for 7. So the first game of the season at Hove, as in comes Haynes and bowls, and forward comes D'Oliveira, plays 2 mid-off. Pujara field, there is no run. The first game of the season, Notts made 534 for 9 in their first innings against Sussex. Derbyshire last week made 505 for 8 in their first innings. It just shows Sussex are depleted. I'm not making excuses, but that they are depleted in the bowling side of things, and they're struggling to bowl sides out. Haynes in again, bowls, and D'Oliveira plays a lovely late cut, and Burrows comes racing in from third man to field. 1 more to D'Oliveira, he goes to 144. I just think Worcestershire are going to bat here until they're through, aren't they? I see no reason for them to declare, really. They're getting on with things, they're posting a huge score. It's going to put Sussex under a lot of pressure on a pitch which we think is offering the seamers just the odd bit of help. It's by no means a road.
No,
Haynes on his way, but Baker not quite ready.
You just say it again, don't you? Until we've seen the Worcestershire bowlers bowl on it, we can't really be certain.
Haynes in again, bowls. Baker plays firmly back down the track. Haynes fields off his own bowling, and he's doing the job that he has to do here, Tom Haynes. He's having to bowl himself to try and keep a lid on things, because he's just not getting that control. And we mentioned earlier on, the need for a spinner. I'm sure Sussex are desperate to get a. If you had a Jack Carson here today, I know he's only young Jack, but he's shown that he can hold an end, and that's what Sussex just haven't had here this morning. I'll give you the bowling figures in a couple of moments' time for Sussex. Delray Rawlings is going to carry on, which I'm a little surprised about. 13 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 66.
and he's carrying on over the wicket, which is
Yeah, maybe it's more of a
pretty
defensive ploy than anything
defensive
else.
as anything. Well, what else can he do now? I suppose really, Haynes has been easily the most economical bowler, and he's come on as that's really wide down the leg side from Rawlins. Nicely taken by Rizwan, but
Another wide.
wide, started wide and went wider really, that one. Over the wicket again to the right-handed D'Oliveira, and bowls, and D'Oliveira drives on the offside straight to Orr at short extra cover. No run. 4:53 for 7. 7 or 8 minutes to lunch. Been a good morning for the home side. And that's another lovely, delicate late cut from D'Oliveira down to third man. Only gets him one because Grant Stewart is quick around there at third man. Round
Good
to his
throw as
left.
well.
Lovely shot. A real old-fashioned cricket shot, that one, isn't it? We see it in white ball cricket. You don't see it often in red ball cricket these days. Single, 146 for D'Oliveira, 454 for 7. Baker hits on the pad by this one. It runs out on the leg side. Smartly gathered by Mohammad Rizwan, who's been busy behind the stumps.
Okay, yes.
Sun's out again, and Rawlins is in again and bowls short to Baker, who pulls this away behind square on the leg side, straight to the fielder at deep backward square leg. Picks up a single. He's played very, very well, Josh Baker. 41 now off 59 balls, and the two men out, Cox 29 and Leach 26, the two men out today as Rawlins bowls to D'Oliveira. He pushes this one out square on the offside and helps himself to a very comfortable single. Takes him on to 147. Baker on strike again now. Rawlins wipes the ball on his shirt and comes in to complete the over, bowling to Baker, who also helps himself to a comfortable single. Just tucks this one away on the leg side, keeps the strike. Baker 42, D'Oliveira 147, and Worcestershire just cruising along really at 457 for 7.
Well, 6 off the over without even really trying, to be honest, Frank. Elsewhere around the country, just to bring you up to date, Derbyshire going along nicely, and Shad Massoud, who scored that big 100 for Derbyshire last week, is added again. Derbyshire 136 for 2 in reply to Leicestershire's 213. Massoud is 76 not out, and Wayne Madsen, who made 100 against Sussex last week, he's 23 not out. So Derbyshire with a win and a draw, having a good season so far. Middlesex are piling on the runs in Cardiff. They're 261 for 7 after Glamorgan bowled out for 260. Hang on a minute, here comes Haynes and bowls. Driven down the ground by Baker. He picks up a single down to long on, goes to 43, 458 for 7. Glamorgan bowled out for 122, so Middlesex leading by 139. John Simpson in the runs, the Middlesex wicketkeeper, he's on 67. Toby Rowland Jones made 65. So late order resistance there from Middlesex. Nottinghamshire also in the runs this morning at Durham. As in comes Haynes over the wicket, bowls, and D'Oliveira is forward defensively, plays back to Haynes. There is no run. Durham out for 230 yesterday. Notts 153 for 2 in reply. Slater on 59. Ben Duckett just out for 54. Joe Clark just starting his innings, the former Worcestershire man. So they're the games in Division 2. As in comes Haynes again over the wicket, bowls, and D'Oliveira plays defensively into the offside. I think if you bowl line and length on this pitch, it's not quite so easy, and D'Oliveira plays that to Pujara. At extra cover, there is no run. Hampshire 42 for 1 in reply to Kent's 305 at Canterbury. This is the First Division. Lancashire 99 for 1 against Gloucestershire at Old Trafford. Luke Wells, formerly of Sussex, 49 not out. Comes Haynes again, bowls, and D'Oliveira works this to backward point, fielded by Crocombe, and there is no run. Northampton 112 for 5 in reply to Yorkshire's 296. Surrey 4 without loss in reply to Somerset's 337. Tom Abel undefeated on 150. And Warwickshire up the road at Edgbaston 144 for 5 in reply to Essex's 168. In comes Haynes and bowls, and D'Oliveira works this down to deep backward square where Atkins field. Good over though so far from Tom Haynes, who's just trying to keep things quiet here for Sussex. 459 for 7, so that's 121 runs this morning. Worcestershire have scored. They've got them at a good rate. Haynes bustles in, bowls, and Baker plays this to mid-wicket. There is no run fielded there by Tom Clark. So good over by Tom Haynes. 19 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 50. The figures underneath: Delray Rawlins 14 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 71. By stark contrast, it's going to be Delray Rawlins who's going to carry on as we come up to lunch. Just takes off his sweater and his cap. Just Henry Crocombe hasn't bowled much this morning, has he?
No, just 3 or 4 overs.
But suddenly Atkins has gone around the park, and he's probably just thinking, where do I turn to? And the skipper just bowled himself. Keep things quiet. Here comes Rawlins, maybe last over before lunch.
Bowls over the wicket to D'Oliveira. He's beaten outside the off stump. Slanted across him, that one.
Good delivery.
And yeah. But it, as you say, it's a defensive ploy going over the wicket. Field is well spread. He bowls and D'Oliveira's forward defensively, pushing out on the offside. All comes into field. No run.
That had playing for lunch all over it, didn't it, that shot? Can't blame him.
He's been solid this morning. Rawlins is in, bowls. That didn't have playing for lunch all over it though. He plays a little reverse sweep down to third man, picks up a single, and the total moves on to 460 for 7. D'Oliveira 149 not out. 3 balls to go before lunch. Might get another over in the way Rawlins gets through his overs. He comes in now and bowls to Baker, who is forward and pushes back to the bowler. Over rate still -3 for the whole innings. Although they've been a bit better today in that respect. Rawlins bowls. Baker gets... Oh, he doesn't get a single. I thought he was going to get a single. He pushed it out on the onside, but he doesn't, as it's fielded by Pujara at short mid-wicket, who takes his time polishing the ball. Might just be hoping to use up an extra 30 seconds. As Rawlins comes in and bowls, and Baker is out, caught at short extra cover. Be really disappointed with himself. Gave it away a little bit there. Threw it up, did Rawlins, and Baker just drove it uppishly in the air and straight to the fielder at short extra cover, who I think is Alistair Orr. And that is lunch. As Delroy Rawlins picks up his first wicket, that of his fellow left-arm spinner, for a very good 43. And at lunch, Worcestershire are 460 for 8.
Yes, indeed. So, Delroy Rawlins gets a wicket. He'll be pleased about that. But the players make the offer. Well played, Josh Baker. He'll be annoyed to be out on the stroke of lunch. 460 for 8. So much work, much batting for Sussex to do this afternoon as the players leave the field. Led off by Tom Haynes, and applause for Brett D'Oliveira, who's batted beautifully, hasn't he? 149 not out. I don't see any signs of a Worcestershire declaration. I think they'll just keep on going and try and pile up as many as they can. Good applause around the ground, and it's been a good morning for the home team, Frank.
Yes, it has. Yeah, D'Oliveira, little thing that suggests I don't think there'll be a declaration. He's just left his gloves on the outfield to dry as he's gone off, I think, which is an interesting suggestion. He'll pick them back up on the way out. I hope it doesn't rain in the lunch interval. I'll keep talking for a bit because I've got an update coming, but just if you are just joining us or you're just checking in or whatever, a quick story of the morning. Worcestershire resuming on 338 for 5, with Brett D'Oliveira on 106 and Ben Cox on 25. Cox was out fairly quickly this morning, caught by the wicketkeeper Mohammad Rizwan off the bowling of Grant Stewart for 29. And that was 345 for 6. We then had a partnership of 30 for the 7th wicket between Joe Leach, who made 26 of those 30, and Brett D'Oliveira, before Leach was caught at mid-off a sort of tennis shot really, as he tried to hit Clark, a short ball from Clark over the offside. He was out for 26. That was 375 for 7, and then a really good partnership of 85 for that 8th wicket between Josh Baker and D'Oliveira. Baker out on the stroke of lunch, caught at short extra cover by Tom Clark, off the bowling of Delroy Rawlings for 43. 460 for 8 then at lunch, Worcestershire, and Brett D'Oliveira on 149 not out. I hope very much that you've enjoyed our coverage this morning and that you'll be back with us when play resumes at around about 1:40. But until then, from myself, Frank Watson and Adrian Harms, it's goodbye and thank you for being with us.
Drinks on drinks, wickets, salad boxes, hot dogs and the like, also available in the 7 Suite Plus, an additional vegan and vegetarian option there. The cafe, as ever, is open. It's open every day of the week in the corner of the ground between the pavilion and the New Road stand. A variety of dishes and beverages available. The burger stand is up and running. The rear of the Azhar Ali stand towards the cathedral side of the stand. And the ladies' pavilion will be open.
Good afternoon, welcome back to New Road, where play is about to resume after lunch on day 2 of this game between Worcestershire and Sussex. Worcestershire lost the wicket of Josh Baker to the very last ball before the lunch interval. He's been replaced in the middle by Charlie Morris, but he's not on strike. Brett D'Oliveira, the Worcestershire captain, is on strike. 149 not out, and he is facing Henry Crocombe, who is coming into the attack for the first time at the Diglis end, having bowled at the New Road end until now, and his first ball is turned down to long leg by D'Oliveira, and that takes him to 150, and he acknowledges the applause of the members in the pavilion, shakes hands with Charlie Morris. 315 balls, a marathon effort, and he's been the linchpin of this excellent Worcestershire innings so far. 461 for 8 now, and Charlie Morris to take strike for the first time. Worcestershire's wickets today: Cox 29, Leach 26 and Baker 43. The men dismissed. So slight change in the field. We've got one slip in as Crocombe comes in to bowl to Morris. He bowls and Morris is on the back foot, dropping that down defensively on the onside. And there's no run. Grey skies overhead, but reasonably bright. We had a morning of fleeting sunshine, and a morning when Worcestershire cracked on, really. They began the day 338 for 5. Crocombe in again, bowls to Morris, who's forward to a full length delivery, pushes this straight up to mid on, and there's no run as it's fielded by Grant Stewart. Stewart, who is on loan to Sussex from Kent and has done the bulk of the hard work, or much of it anyway, in this innings. 27 overs for him, but it's Crocombe now in his 24th who's in and bowling to Morris, who gets a run, albeit rather fortunately. Didn't really know a lot about it, so he pushed at that and it squirted off an inside edge down to long leg for a single. So he's off the mark, the seam bowler. 462 for 8, and it won't be long, I would imagine, Morris thinks, before he'll be out there bowling on this track, as Crocombe comes into D'Oliveira, who drives nicely on the offside, but straight to Pujara at extra cover. There's no run. Good afternoon to Adrian Harms.
Yeah, hi Frank. Will D'Oliveira trust Charlie Morris here? I mean, will he? Yeah,
Charlie Morris is no bunny. I mean, Dylan Pennington, the number 11, has got a 50 in first class cricket. Morris has too. Certainly capable of holding an end up while D'Oliveira plays a few shots. So yeah, not a real bunny. Here comes Crocombe, and D'Oliveira flicks at this one down the leg side, misses it. Mohammad Rizwan dives to his left to take. End of the first over after lunch. 462 for 8.
I had a very nice lunch actually, Frank. Thank you very much to Worcester County Cricket Club. It was a nice sort of a lasagna. Really, it was a I'm not a vegetarian, but it was a vegetarian dish that was really, really nice. So thank you very much. Very welcome. And I have to say, it is cold. I was just reading the lunchtime report from Cardiff, and the reporter down there described it as being bitterly cold in Cardiff. I wouldn't say it's bitterly cold here, but it's chilly. I mean, we're both sitting. I'm sitting here with my big coat on, and Frank's got a big fleece on as well. But Delray Rawlins is going to carry on from the New Road end. Picked up a wicket with his last ball before lunch. We had Josh Baker caught at extra cover by Tom Clark. But a good innings by Josh Baker. I think he'd be disappointed the way he got out. But here comes Rawlins coming into bowl to Charlie Morris, and Morris just plays this to mid-wicket, fielded by Pujara, and there is no run. So there will be some adjustment to the Sussex batting order, because Tom Alsop would normally bat at 3. So I would assume that everyone would shift up a place with Pujara coming in at 3. On the back of his double 100 last week. Rawlins in bowls, and Charlie Morris looks to play that on the leg side. The ball bounces off the thigh pad, and Tom Clark runs back from slip to field, and there is no run. 462 for 8. Lots of cloud around. A very brisk wind there's been though, so that has we've had sort of intermittent sunshine throughout the morning, not that much of it, as Rawlins in again bowls, and Morris comes forward and just plays onto the onside. There is no run. Wonderful innings by Brett D'Oliveira, 150 off 317 balls, came in when his side were in a bit of trouble, to be honest. 95 for 3 when he was in, when Jack Haynes was out. In comes Rawlins again bowls, and Morris turns this one to short final. A good tumbling save by Alistair Raw, who's been very good in the field for Sussex. His time will be coming shortly, the 21-year-old. He will open the batting alongside Tom Haynes. Rawlins over the wicket, in again bowls, and Morris again plays that to Orr, and again there is no run. So no signs yet of Worcestershire really getting a move on, but they'll be just mindful. Brett D'Oliveira, he'll be deciding when is the time he's going to get Sussex in. Rawlins in again bowls, and Morris plays into the covers. There is no run, fielded there by Grant Stewart. End of a maiden over from Delray Rawlins. 16 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 72, 462 for 8, D'Oliveira 150, Morris on 1. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Hereford and Worcester. Myself, Adrian Harms, and Frank Watson. I have to say, I love coming to New Road. It's just one of my favourite cricket grounds. Always good company here, and sometimes I wonder, Frank, when we're all having a natter, we all ought to meet up in the winter, didn't we, and have a nice curry and a few beers and an overnight, and it's just great chatting about cricket. Really, we could do it for hours.
Yeah, it would be good to have the odd meeting.
Yeah.
A few of us got together and went to the Cricket Writers Club lunch
at the
Oval in October, which was
it good?
Which was very good, very enjoyable day. Here's Henry Crocombe from the Diglis end into bowl to D'Oliveira, who whips this one away off his pads. Lovely shot, beautifully timed, but really well fielded down at fine leg, tumbling, diving save and quick return from Jamie Atkins down there, which means that D'Oliveira only gets a single. 463 for 8. I was going to say it'll be interesting to read D'Oliveira's intentions in terms of how he plays in this next hour. I think if he continues to just occupy the crease as he did for most of the morning in very successful fashion, Crocombe into Morris, who blocks out on the onside, then I think we'll see that they're just going to keep going and keep going and keep going. But if he starts to play a few shots, it might be that he's thinking, well, we want to move it on and have an hour or so bowling before tea or something like that. Maybe get 500 and then pull out. We'll see. 463 for 8. Crocombe in. Bowls to Morris on the back foot. Drives on the offside. Nice shot, but straight to fielder in the covers. And there's no run.
Maybe wouldn't seem an awful lot of point. I guess what they don't want to do is use up half an hour making sort of 10 or 20 runs, because that's just taking time out of the game. Yeah. And having been very aggressive this morning.
Yeah. Crocombe again. Morris waits, bat raised, and turns this one on the leg side for a single. Fielder coming in off the boundary by the scoreboard, and Morris is off the mark. He's on. Oh, he's already off the mark. Beg your pardon. He's on 2 now, and D'Oliveira is on 151.
Do they have music concerts here during the summer, Frank? 'Cause I noticed up at Derby, there must be the same acts who do the circuits. Certainly the same acts as at Derby, who was playing at Hove, which was Tears for Fears and Michael Bublé, I think.
In comes Crocombe and bowls a bouncer,
wow.
Which D'Oliveira plays well. Just a brilliant uppercut. One of those incredible sort of one-day shots which have crept in with white ball cricket, just sort of allowing the ball to run off the face of his bat over the keeper's head. Magnificent shot, and he goes to 155. Yeah, they have various such events here. I think it's there's a growing trend amongst counties and football clubs to use their stadia for a variety of functions. Crocombe again bowls. D'Oliveira looking to slice this one away on the offside. Just gets it on the pad, it lobs out into the gully. End of the over. 468 for 8. D'Oliveira 155 off 320 balls, and Morris 2 off 12 balls, and Worcestershire, I think they'll be looking to crack on as much
Yeah,
as they
I
can.
do.
Really get 500 up and see what the time is. I think probably.
I don't like to be a prophet of doom for listening Sussex supporters, but Jamie Atkins just went to retrieve that ball and he was hobbling. I don't know whether he hurt himself when he made that good stop in the previous over, but he was definitely hobbling. I hope he's not done anything. So there's no sign of a 12th man coming out. Look at him, he's walking around that cover boundary, he's walking
Yeah,
really
he is.
gingerly.
Yeah. I wonder if he just twisted his ankle when he made that stop, or just went over on it. You would imagine he'd be asking for help if he was in real
Yes.
trouble, wouldn't you?
I agree. Rawlins comes into bowl to Morris, and Morris is forward.
Come
plays
back
it.
round the wicket.
And then back kill at forward defence shot. Yeah, a slip, backward point, cover mid off, sweeper on the cover boundary, mid on, mid wicket, short fine leg, and a deep mid wicket as Rawlins is in again. Round the wicket bowls, and Morris again forward. So seeing no signs of charging down the wicket. The mid on and mid off are up, so there is the opportunity to hit Rawlins straight down the ground if Morris decides that's what he wants to do. Rawlins in again, bowls, and Morris just defends straight down the on side of the pitch.
I don't think Morris will do that. He's not that kind of player. He'll just try and give the strike to D'Oliveira. Would be my guess anyway.
Rawlins in bowls and
Quicker ball.
Yeah, just plays it straight back down the track. Rawlins fields again off his own bowling. Again, there is no run. Rawlins does rattle through his overs, which is good news for Sussex because their over rate is still -3. Rawlins in again, bowls, and forward comes Morris. And Sussex are picking up precious few points. They don't want to lose ones they have gained by bowling a slow over rate. But it was very slow yesterday, nearly 6:45 by the time we finished. Rawlins in again, bowls, forward comes Morris. That's another maiden over, so back-to-back maiden overs from Delray Rawlins, who's settling into a nice groove. I didn't think he bowled particularly well yesterday, but he's a little better today. 17 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 72. Those figures look more respectable. Worcestershire 468 for 8, and D'Oliveira marching on. He's on 155. Morris is on 2.
I was having a chat with Charlie Morris the other day, Adrian. I just talking about his dad, who sometimes gets in touch via Twitter, and I know he listens. Good afternoon, Mr. Morris, if you are listening on this occasion. But Charlie was saying that his dad just retired. He was a minister, I think, of the Church of England minister. And I said, "Oh, what's he going to do in his retirement?" And he said, "Well, he does a bit of sailing, and he's an examiner, I think, for the Sailing Association or whatever. But he and Charlie's mum are thinking of sailing around the world
Wow.
next year." I thought, well, that doesn't sound like a bad thing to do to
Wow,
me.
amazing. What a great thing to do.
Yeah, even better than having an allotment and commentating on county cricket, I reckon. Here's Henry Crocombe from the Diglis end, bowling to D'Oliveira, pushes out on the offside, and there's no run. But what a
Do you fancy doing that, Frank?
Oh, well, I can't say, but I mean, I just can't.
Would you fancy being?
What
Would you
a
fancy being?
fantastic thing
Yeah.
to be able to do.
Yeah.
Just say, literally, and with independently, just say, well, yeah, we'll sail around the world. We'll stop there for a bit and might have a few weeks there. And
Sounds lovely, doesn't it?
oh, fantastic!
Yeah.
And probably take the BBC Sports app with him. Henry Crocombe from Diglis end bowls, and D'Oliveira gets a single, drops it on the onside. Thinks about it too, actually, because he'd only dribbled away, but Grant Stewart was quickly round from mid on, so it was only a single.
It's not sailing around the world, but often you see narrow boats, don't you, on rivers around the country. I mean, I noticed just coming off the River Severn here, there's the Birmingham Canal.
Well, quite a few people live in the basin at Diglis down there.
Right.
Diglis Basin.
Yeah,
Quite a lot of narrowboats people live down there. Yeah.
People just tour around and think, oh, it's quite nice. We'll stay here for a few days.
Here comes Crocombe again from the Diglis end and bowls to Morris, who plays back up to mid on. No run, and there are one or two intrepid narrowboat sailors who've taken boats across the channel, I believe. And
Wow.
there's a chap, I think his surname is Darlington. There's a chap who's written a series of books about taking his boat across the channel and sailing right down through the canals of France.
Amazing.
Yeah. Crocombe again is in and bowls, and Morris again defends, back up to mid on, no run, 469 for 8.
What happens though on your narrow boat when the River Severn floods? If you're down in, I mean, is it immune from? I mean, I don't know. Unless there's some big lock gates
Well,
down
of course,
there.
on a canal, they can control
Right.
the water levels, can't they? So yeah, one or two narrowboat dwellers on the River Avon out near where I live in Evesham, down towards Stratford. Crocombe is in, bowls. Morris turns this on the leg side for a single. As Pujara goes back to do the fielding. Morris goes to 3, 470 for 8. And they just ride out the floods, I think. They make sure that they're well tethered and, they ride out the floods, or they have some method of getting to land when there is a flood.
And they live on them throughout the year. They live
Yeah.
on them, do they?
Yeah.
It's warm. I guess if it's a decent
A
enough
lot of
boat.
people live on narrowboats throughout the year, I think. Yeah.
Sounds quite fun actually. I mean,
Yeah.
it might be a bit cramped, but
They're very, very well laid out, I think, a lot of them. Anyway, here's Crocombe. Bowls again to D'Oliveira, drops this down on the offside, fielded by Rawlins in the gully. End of the over, tidy over from Crocombe.
Yeah.
Worcestershire continuing to make steady progress. D'Oliveira now 156. He's faced 323 balls, a real marathon. He gave one chance yesterday when he was on 19. But other than that, I can't remember him really doing much wrong. I mean, it's been a very, very controlled, measured and valuable innings for his side. Real captain's job. Morris is on 3, it's 470 for 8.
the light's not very good at the moment. There's some heavy cloud around. There's still a bit of a breeze, so hopefully there's some brighter skies making their way across the ground. Just to bring you up to date, Jamie Atkins has left the ground. In comes Rawlins, bowls tomorrow, so he plays it into the offside. There is no run. He was hobbling around. He's gone off, and Ollie Carter is back on.
Poor old Ollie. Might have thought he lined up for a couple of easy days of 12th man.
Rawlins bowls tomorrow, so with a turn of the wrists plays that to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Carry a few drinks out, that
Yeah.
kind of thing. He's been on the field almost incessantly.
He has. Rawlins in again, bowls. Morris forward, plays into the offside. I think Sussex will be quite happy if this carries on, because from this position, even this early in the game, I know we're only at lunch or just after lunch on the second day, but it's difficult to see Sussex winning from here as Rawlins is in and bowls and Morris plays out into the offside. It would take something quite spectacular for Sussex to win the game. I mean, you've got to overhaul 470 and then get a lead and bowl Worcestershire out. So that looks very unlikely. So the more time they can take out of the game, the better. As Rawlins bowls, Morris again just plays it into the offside, and there is no run. I'd imagine D'Oliveira might get itchy feet and perhaps might be thinking, right, we just need to press on a little bit. We'll see. Rawlins in again, bowls. Morris plays that again into the covers, footed by Grant Stewart. That's the third maiden in a row since lunch from Delray. Rawlins is now bowled 18 overs, 4 maidens, and taken 1 for 72. Worcester 470 for 8. So since lunch, Worcestershire have added 10 runs in the 5 overs we had since the interval.
Yeah, I think Delray Rawlins probably thinking, get a few maidens in here, just make my figures look a little bit better than they were at one stage. 18 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 72 now.
Doesn't look too bad now.
Yeah, looks a bit better. Crocombe tidy, I think. Doesn't look it, does it? 26 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 79, but it's been okay. Comes in now in fairly gloomy light to D'Oliveira, who smashes this away off the back foot through the covers. Only gets a single because Harrison Ward, another substitute, is out fielding on the cover boundary and goes on to 471 for 8. It's a great name, Harrison Ward, isn't it?
Yeah, it really
for
is.
obvious reasons.
It is.
Reminds me of a friend of mine says that he's a teacher and there's a girl in his school called Brittany Shears. His Crocombe in, bowls, and Morris gets a run off the outside edge down to third man. Wayward throw comes back in from George Burrows, which goes over Rizwan's head, but Pujara is backing up. They only get a single. Morris goes to 4, 472 for 8. Yeah, Brittany Shears. Parents with a sense of humour. They might be listening.
There might be.
Slip's gone now, not surprisingly, for D'Oliveira on strike, so the field is spread to all parts now.
It really is quite gloomy, Frank.
It is quite gloomy, yeah.
Well, you can see the numbers are beginning to really show on the scoreboard.
Crocombe in to D'Oliveira. on the back foot, drops down on the offside, takes a good single, well judged. He's been out there for 325 balls, Oliver, and he's still looking to nick quick singles.
He is.
It's impressive. It's an impressive display of fitness, isn't it, as much as anything? I always think when people bat for this, I mean, he's been in for over a day now. That's a long time. And I know he's done it before, and Pujara has done it, and Haynes has done it, and so on, but I think the fitness aspect of it is often underestimated.
Yes.
In comes Crocombe, he's in, bowls,
Ooh.
bouncer to Morris, who is out, caught behind, off the glove. Good bit of bowling that from Crocombe. He's banged that in, and Morris has sort of tried to get out of the way and just sort of fending at it, and it flicks his glove, and he goes through, and he's caught by Rizwan behind the wicket, out for 4, and Worcestershire lose their 9th wicket with a score on 473. I think that was a good bit of bowling from Crocombe, and I think he's deserved at least a wicket.
Yeah, and he's got his deserved wicket. What I would say is, at Derby last week, and it's not to discredit, it was a flat track. I don't think there's any question about that. You've got 4 days of cricket, and you've only got, I think, 21 wickets. Well, in the match, 3 double hundreds, and that's to take nothing away from those batsmen. But what I would say is there is more bounce in this wicket, Frank, and that's why I think this is such an imposing total for Worcestershire.
Yeah. Well, I mentioned yesterday those 2 games last year here where we didn't have a wicket fall on the last day, one against Warwickshire, one against Nottinghamshire, and they were, I'm afraid, boring days of cricket. They really, really were, and it was lack of bounce and lack of anything really in those pitches that made them uninteresting and made the cricket uninteresting. But this is okay, I think. I spoke to Ed Pollock after the game last night, and I said, my impression was that there was a bit in this pitch, and he said that's what I said when I went back into the dressing room when I was out. I said I think if you get enough balls in the right areas, there's something there. But
well, I agree.
We'll find out, won't we?
Well, I think Joe Leach might bowl well on here. I think someone who bowls a good line of length and makes the batsman play. I think this is a really good total.
Dylan Pennington is the new batsman. Again, no mug with the bat. Got a 50 at Chelmsford last year in the first game of the season, and takes guard now. But I don't think we'll see them hanging around too much now, to be honest. I think
there's no point, is there?
No, I think they need. The only worry might be the light, that if they come out with a new ball and it's really gloomy, that the umpires take them off, and that would be not in the plan. Crocombe is in, bowls to Pennington, who covers up, plays defensively out on the offside, and it's fielded in the gully by Rawlins.
Well, as we said, the possible outcomes of this match, there are really 2 of them: a Worcestershire win or a draw. It's almost impossible to see Sussex winning from here, unless they made sort of 700 or something. It's going to take so long to do that.
Update coming.
Let's go live to the ground of BBC Hereford and Worcester. Frank, what?
Well, Worcestershire are still occupying the crease in their first innings. They're 473 for 9 now. They've lost 1 wicket since lunch. Charlie Morris caught behind off the glove by Mohammad, Rizwan off Henry Crocombe for 4. Brett Oliveira's still there though. 325 deliveries now he's faced, and he's on 158. He's just been joined by Dylan Pennington, who's yet to get off the mark. We're in the 133rd over, and Worcestershire are continuing to build this first innings score. 474 for 9. Yes.
Actually, just as we're talking about the light, I think it's suddenly getting
It's
better.
got a bit better.
Yeah, there's some lighter skies. So I think we're going to have a bit of this. I mean, there's a really heavy sort of wedge of cloud that's just sort of moving up. Where's that going towards? Is that going southwest?
That's going, as I said yesterday, the wind is in the opposite direction to usual. Usually the prevailing wind comes from that way, but it's a northeasterly, isn't it? Which explains why it's a bit chillier.
Yeah, it is. And apparently next week the wind's going to come from the north, so it's going to be even colder next week. Delray Rawlins coming in from the New Road end, 1 for 72, bowls to Pennington, who gets his first run, plays it out to the sweeper on the cover boundary, who is Alistair Orr, who gets in the throw. 1 more to the total, 474 for 9. I wonder whether we might see D'Oliveira having a bit of a going on the attack And maybe just trying to smack a quick 20 or 30 here.
Yeah,
Who knows?
Maybe.
Or perhaps it'll
Just get a few twos looking at,
Yeah.
look at the
well,
field.
the field now is completely scattered. There are 1, 2, 3. Well, there are 7 men on the boundary. In comes Rawlins, bowls, and D'Oliveira just turns it onto the leg side. I think it's exactly what he's going to do. They've taken one, they're going to come back for. Oh well,
No.
They were thinking of coming back for the second, but Burrows was quickly in. But that's exactly what D'Oliveira had in mind. So well done, Frank. But Sussex have put 7 men back on the boundary. They're anticipating an attack from Brett D'Oliveira. Pennington is on strike. He's a big fella, isn't he, Dylan Pennington? Rawlins is in bowls, and Pennington just plays a full defensive to mid-off. There is no run.
Useful prospect. Quite pacey when he gets it right, Dylan.
He looks a tall lad as well.
Gets a bit of bounce, yeah.
Rawlins on his way again, bowls. Pennington defends to mid-wicket, and there is no run. I was just looking at how tall he is. He's 6'2". He looks taller than that.
Might have grown since they wrote that, actually.
In comes Rawlins. Bowls to Pennington, who sort of squeezes that one, or tried to squeeze it down to third man. He missed it. The ball went through to Rizwan. I don't think it missed the stumps by all that much. Nonetheless, it's a dot ball in the scorer's book. And Rawlins on his way again. Bowled unchanged since lunch. He's in again and bowls. Pennington defends onto the leg side, and over which just conceded the 1 run. So he's doing a good containing job. Is Delray Rawlings since lunch, and his figures beginning to look better and better. 19 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 74. Worcestershire 476 for 9. D'Oliveira 159. Pennington on 2. You're listening to live cricket on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Frank Watson. You may be watching the excellent live stream provided by Worcestershire County Cricket Club, and they were working really hard this morning to get it up and running and make sure everything's going well, and it is. So well done to everyone who's working on that live stream. And actually quite a lot of comments I saw around. I saw a tweet from Luke Wright, Sussex, formerly the Sussex T20 captain, who was saying how good he thought all the live streams were and how good it is to watch the games.
Here's Henry Crocombe from the Diglis end, bowls to D'Oliveira, plays a nice little clip shot off his toes, but unfortunately for him straight to the fielder at mid-wicket, and he doesn't add to his 159. The light's improved a tad, but I think it's that breeze that we're relying on just to keep the cloud moving.
I agree.
Crocombe is in again, bowls to Oliver, a lovely little glide down to third man, just watch the ball onto the face. But a single is all he gets, because George Burrows is down here on the ropes in front of us. And D'Oliveira moves on to 160, and the total of 477 for 9.
I've got a quiz question that's come in, which I do at the end of the over.
I was just going to say, when you mentioned that one about Norman Gifford before, to be fair to us yesterday, we were talking about people that had played.
Yes, we were.
Both sides, weren't we?
Yeah. I think we got 8 who had played for Worcestershire, and so there might be a few more back, way back when.
Crocombe in. Bowls. Pennington leaves alone outside the off stump. Although way back when it was less likely. Wasn't
Well,
it?
That's probably true. Actually, there was less players moving around.
Tended only to move really if they moved home or work or something. If their family moved. There weren't many dual county men, were there? Even in the 60s. It's Crocombe, and again bowls, and that's hit Pennington. He didn't know much about that. He's got quite a quickish delivery, hasn't he, Crocombe, when he wants to. That was just sort of, I think it might have taken him on the arm, and it's lobbed up in the air. Rizwan was interested for a minute, thought he might get another catch, but he was unable to as it landed short of him. So yeah, Crocombe, he's bowled pretty straight. And he's been pretty hostile for most of the time. He's in his 28th over now, 1 for 84. Comes in, bowled. Pennington takes a little bit of a pace down the pitch and is hit on the pad. And there's a shout. I think the fact that he was on the walk might well have been what discouraged them really from continuing with that appeal. And it might have been going down the leg side as well. Anyway, 477 for 9 it remains. Notice that Alan Richardson, the Worcestershire bowling coach, has been active in the last few minutes. as Crocombe bowls, and Pennington squirts this one off a sort of combination of pad and inside edge up to mid-on, end of the over, no run, and he's put the little stumps out for when they do their little bowling warm-ups and so on, so he's anticipating either the fall of the last wicket or a declaration. 4-7-7 for 9, D'Oliveira on strike. He'll be trying to keep the strike for longer than one ball,
Yes.
which he hasn't been able to do for the last couple of overs. The field will be spread to all parts. They're all on the ropes on the cathedral side of the ground, and they're all about 10-15 yards in off the ropes on this side of the ground, and that the idea is to try and save 4 but also save 2, so we get D'Oliveira off strike. Rawlins over the wicket to him.
Yeah, comes in and bowls to D'Oliveira, who just plays it into the offside and picks up a single. He goes to 161, 478 for 9. Lord Rick 52 has been in touch. On his Twitter profile there's a picture of swans, which is very apt here at Worcester, because there is the Swan Sanctuary on the River Severn, just down by the cathedral, and any number of swans, dozens of them on the river this morning, as in comes Rawlins and bowls, and Pennington turns that onto the leg side and he will get a single, which takes him to 3, and Worcestershire to 479 for 9. And Lord Rick has a quiz question for us, which I'll read in between balls. Don't get long with Delray Rawlins, because he does get through his overs.
One word at a time.
Yeah, over the wicket comes in and bowls, and D'Oliveira drives handsomely into the offside to deep extra cover, picks up another single. Does D'Oliveira? He goes to 162, 480 for 9. I wonder whether 500 is the target. It just sounds like a, you know, I mean, it's slightly ridiculous, isn't it? 20 runs more, but 500 just sounds, you know, an awful lot of runs. Rawlins in bowls to Pennington, who plays that straight back down the track to Rawlins, and there is no run. But Worcestershire will still want to be positive here. I know there's still, you know, 2 days and a couple of sessions to go. Rawlins in again, bowls. Pennington plays firmly into the offside, again fielded by Grant Stewart, and again there is no run. Rawlins in his 20th over. One slip in place, in and bowls, and Pennington plays this again only as far as Grant Stewart, who comes in from short extra to field. It's another tight over from Delray Rawlins, an over in which he just conceded 3 runs. He's now bowled 20 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 77. Worcestershire 480 for 9. D'Oliveira 162. Dylan Pennington on 3. And the question is, which Sussex player scored 100 on debut and had a son who won an Olympic gold medal and a grandson who played for South Africa? So, which Sussex player scored 100 on debut, had a son who won an Olympic gold medal and a grandson who played for South Africa? I don't know, but someone will. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet us at FrankWatson58, at BBC Sussex Sport, or at Adrian Harms.
There's Henry Crocombe bowling to Brett D'Oliveira, gets 4. This one's slightly over pitched on the leg side. Went to flick it away, he didn't get 4. It's 4 leg byes, but it's 4 to the total. And a little bit wayward there from Crocombe. No, I don't know the answer to that. I would imagine we're going back a while, because I think if it were recent we would know.
Yes,
because it's quite a story, isn't it?
A son who won an Olympic gold medal and a grandson.
That's short. This time D'Oliveira does get hold of it. He smashed that away for 6 over backward square leg. First 6 of the game, I think.
Yeah,
and,
you're right.
Swiveled onto it very quickly. Great shot. And I think we're going to see a little bit of action in the next few minutes. 490 for 9 now. D'Oliveira goes to 168. He hasn't been out yet this season.
Wow. Has he ever made a double 100?
Yes,
Frank?
he has.
Right,
Yeah, he
okay.
made it one at Cardiff a few years ago. Here's Crocombe again. D'Oliveira cuts this time out on the offside, and they pick up a single. He goes to 169.
And he was really alive then, because actually Rawlins was a little slow getting to the ball, and he wanted to come back for the second, did D'Oliveira. As you say, even though he's been out there for well over 6 hours now, he's still looking for those second runs.
Yeah, going back to what I was saying, I sort of stopped, didn't I? But you know, the fitness of batsmen to play long innings is something that I don't think is always appreciated. Here's Crocombe into Pennington, who gets a good delivery, which he digs out and plays it back up to the bowler. who fields it and then shakes his hand. It's one of those days where it's so cold that when you field a ball, if you don't get it quite in there, in the palm of your hand, if it just flicks your fingers, it hurts. And that's what happened there. It's been a long old slog for these Sussex boys. In comes Crocombe now again and bowls, and that's short, and Pennington's going to be out. He's gone for a pull and he's top edged it, and Pujara takes the catch at mid wicket, and the Worcestershire innings closes on a total of 491 all out. The last man to go, Pennington, caught by Pujara, bowled Henry Crocombe, and Brett D'Oliveira finishes on 169 not out and gets excellent applause from the Worcestershire faithful. 169 not out. Fantastic innings from him, and Worcestershire are all out for 491. The men to go: Libby 11, Pollock 77, Haynes 2, Azhar Ali 20, Ed Barnard 75, and then today Ben Cox 29, Joe Leach 26, Josh Baker 43, Charlie Morris 4, and Dylan Pennington for 3. D'Oliveira 169 on out, bowling figures in full. Stewart 27 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 77. Crocombe 28.5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 91. Burrows 20 overs, no maidens, 1 for 89. Haynes 19 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 50. Atkins 11 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 64. Rawlins 20 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 77. And Clark 11 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 23. A brief summary of his views from Adrian Harms, and then we'll have a little break and we'll be back with you at about 2:25.
Well, I can only echo what a wonderful innings that was from Brett D'Oliveira, and really nice to see Mohammad Rizwan, who was the T20 cricketer of the year last year and a very fine player in Test match cricket as well, who ran across the pitch and took the time to shake hands with Brett D'Oliveira and congratulate him on his innings. It was a wonderful knock. He came in when Worcester were in a bit of trouble. They'd lost 3 quick wickets, 95 for 3, and he leaves the field with his side on 491. I may be mistaken, Frank, but I think there's a little bit more in this pitch. I think that's a really good score that Worcestershire have posted. Sussex from this position, I don't think can win this game. The best they can hope for is a draw. There are batsmen down with Tonalsop, as we understand, will bat, but he is hampered by a very badly swollen finger. So I think Sussex with it all to do, and I think there's a bit more in this pitch for the Worcestershire seamers than the Sussex seamers managed to get out of it. Well done, Brett D'Oliveira, super knock.
Thanks very much to Adrian Harms, and as I say, short break and we'll be back at around about 2:25. Do join us then.
Worcestershire.
Yeah. Welcome back to New Road. Good afternoon. Sussex about to begin their response to Worcestershire's 491 all out. Ali Orr and Tom Haynes, the two Sussex opening batsmen, are out. Orr taking guard at the New Road end to face the first ball from Joe Leach, who will bowl round the wicket to the left-handers, slanting the ball in, attacking the stumps as he usually does, and as much as anything looking for LBWs early on in this innings. Not the best light, perfectly playable, as Leach comes in now with 4 slips in place to bowl to the left-handed Orr. He's in, he bowls, and he bowls him! First ball of the innings, Alistair Orr is bowled, and that's just the perfect start for Worcestershire, and they gather in celebration, and poor old Alistair Orr, you have to feel for him. He has been out there fielding for a long time, and he's gone out and he's missed the first ball he's received, and he's clean bowled by Joe Leach. So a perfect start for Worcestershire, and Sussex in reply to Worcestershire's 491 are 0 for 1.
Poor old Ali Orr. He's a lovely young man. He's only 21. I saw him this morning actually going into the nets with Grant Flower for an early morning net. He's been out there a long time. And it's a long walk here from the Grand Hit Pavilion, because the wicket is cut right over towards the cathedral side of the ground, and it's a long way to go all the way out there and come back. And the people in the pavilion are very respectful. He just wanders up the steps, and it brings out Pujara. And we thought Joe Leach, we were off air and you were saying I think Joe Leach might bowl well on here, and we were just saying that. I don't know if it was a misjudgment by Orr or just a very good bit of bowling by Joe Leach, but you said he's always at the batsman, he's always going to hit the stumps.
Yeah, he does bowl at the stumps a lot of the time, Joe Leach. I think that's one of his attributes.
Well,
there's a lot of bowlers, aren't there, with right-handers who bowl at 4th or 5th stump and just looking to get that little nick, but Joe's one of those bowlers that tends to bowl at the stumps, gets a lot of LBWs, and he's hit them, hasn't he, with his first ball, so it's a great start. And Pujara is now out there, and a bit earlier than he wanted to be, no doubt, because he's been out there fielding. I mean, it's hard, they've had 4 sessions at plus out there in the cold this morning as well, which doesn't help, with injuries and everything else. Just the mood in the Sussex dressing room might not be as perky as you might hope, and now they've lost a wicket to the first ball of the innings. Still a long way to go. Got 4 slips, and a short leg has gone in now as well. Azhar Ali going in at short leg.
Why wouldn't you get everybody in around the back?
Pujara on strike. Joe Leach coming over the wicket now to Pujara. He steams in from the Digley end and bowls, and Pujara lets that go outside the off stump, and it must have been fairly close because there were a few arms raised, and it's just there's a nervous tension around things as the bowler runs in now that we haven't seen really at all, isn't it? To be truthful, in the whole game.
I agree.
And that's possibly because of the way that Pollock started yesterday. So here comes Leach again, in and bowls, and Pujara again leaves that, and I don't think that missed by much. There's hands on heads all round.
Yes.
As that one maybe just came back off the seam a little bit. Yeah, it was a good leave actually. It's taken by Ben Cox, actually moving away to the leg side, but it passed the off stump 3 or 4 inches outside, and it's a good leave by Pujara. But there's a threat, isn't there?
No, there is.
There's a threat.
Joe Leach is running in like he's got springs in his feet.
Yeah, and he comes again now. He's in and he bowls to Pujara, who drives nicely through the covers. First runs of the innings. It'll be 2, maybe 3. In fact, they're coming back for 3rd, but they're not actually. And Worcestershire have made a fantastic start in Sussex's reply to the home side's excellent 491, with Joe Leach, the former captain, picking up a wicket with the very first ball of the innings, bowling Alistair Orr, the Sussex opener, obviously without scoring, and following that up with 2 really good deliveries at Sussex's number 3, Cheteshwar Pujara. Pujara has actually just got himself off the mark and got Sussex away, but at the moment Joe Leach steaming in the first over of the Sussex innings. Earlier today, Worcestershire totalling 491, Brett D'Oliveira finishing on a brilliant 169 not out, so the Pears very much on top here, and at the moment in the first over of their reply, Sussex are 2 for 1. And a really good start by Joe Leach, really good threatening, aggressive bowling from the former captain. He's in now, over the wicket, bowls, and Pujara's taken on the pad, and that one runs out on the offside. Great first over from Joe Leach, picked up a wicket, 2 for 1 Sussex, and this all after Worcestershire's 491 all out. Really good, aggressive cricket from Joe Leach, and a really good start by Worcestershire. Charlie Morris will take up the attack from the New Road end, and Morris will be looking to settle into a groove, try and make it difficult to get him away as he usually does, and just to make the batsmen work hard for every run. We've got 2 men at the crease now, Tom Haynes and Cheteshwar Pujara, both made double hundreds last week against Derbyshire, but in very different circumstances from what Adrian Harms has been telling us. And here is Morris in to bowl to Haynes, who is beaten by the first ball that he receives, the left-hander, slanted across him by Morris, and he certainly played at it, and it went quite a long way, that one, I think, off the seam. Good delivery. We said all along, you can't comment on a surface with any authority until you've seen both teams bowl on it, so these next few overs are going to be quite revealing. Here comes Morris once again from the New Road end. He bowls, and Haynes is forward, pushes solidly up to mid-off where D'Oliveira does the fielding, fires the throw back into Ben Cox, who as ever is wearing his stiff brimmed sun hat, despite the fact that we haven't seen the sun for quite a while. We had just occasional glimpses of it this morning, but pretty gloomy now, and not the best light to be facing the new ball as Morris comes in and bowls again to Haynes, who is again playing at this one and beaten outside the off stump. So good start to his over from Charlie Morris. That one just slanted across the left-hander, could easily have got an edge. Fascinating hour in prospect, I would say here. Probably got another, what have we got, 20 overs before tea. And Sussex will be hoping they can get through those unscathed. Worcester will be hoping they can make some real inroads. Couldn't have had a better start with Joe Leach picking up a wicket the first ball of the innings. Here's Morris in again, bowls, and Haynes is forward to this one, pushes up to mid-off. And D'Oliveira does the fielding. D'Oliveira yet to be out this season in Championship cricket. He's made 294 runs in 3 innings and they've all been not out. What a way to start your career as captain. In comes Charlie Morris again and bowls to Haynes, who gets his first runs because that one just drifting into his pads and he just clipped it very nicely down to fine leg for 4, just flicked it away. Meat and drink, as I often say, that sort of delivery to a top batsman. And Haynes wasn't going to miss out on it. He's a good player, captain of Sussex. Picked up 3 wickets as well, we should remember, yesterday. And been in very good form. First player to 1,000 last year, I think. I'm right in saying. And it's 6 for 1 with that boundary. Charlie Morris waiting for the ball to be retrieved. Joe Leach just asking the umpire whether he thinks it's been damaged by whatever happened to it. As it raced down there to the fine leg boundary. But the umpire says no, get on with it. And Leach giving it a good polish on his trousers before returning it to Morris, who will complete his first over with this delivery, the second of the innings. Comes in now, 6 for 1 as he bowls to Haynes, who drives beautifully down the ground for 4. So successive boundaries for Tom Haynes. So in Morris's first over he's gone for 8. He beat the bat twice, but Haynes finishing with a flourish. A flick off the pads down to fine leg and then a straight drive for 4. So Tom Haynes is on 8, Cheteshwar Pujara is on 2. And at the end of that over, Sussex are 10 for 1. And Tom Haynes just finishing the over with 2 consecutive boundaries, making it a very good start for him. Adrian's back. He was first player to 1,000 last year, Tom Haynes, wasn't he? Is that right?
He was the highest run scorer in the Championship. As in comes Joe Leach over the wicket, bowls to Pujara, who's forward. Plays back to Leach, who fields, and there is no run. These two showing a partnership last week of 351 up at Derby, but with respect to both, who batted beautifully, that was a pretty flat pitch at Derby, and
different situation altogether.
Different situation. Yeah, I think there's a bit more. I mean, they batted. The second innings, it was back to the wall because Sussex were following on over 300 behind, so there was a lot of pressure around, and I'm not. They did bat really, really well, but I think there's a bit more in this pitch. In comes Leach over the wicket, bowls to Pujara, who plays sort of almost back and across, but plays to backward point, and there is no run. But Worcestershire fielders are bounding around. They've picked up that early wicket of Azhar Ali, who'd had a good start to the season. At Ali, he was averaging 39, which for an opening batsman, a 21-year-old in county cricket, is good going. As Leach is back to his mark, 4 slips go down and a short leg, and Leach on his way in bowls, and Pujara is forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. Tom Haynes spoke a lot last week during the match about Cheteshwar Pujara, who this is only his second game for the county, making a double 100 on his debut at Derby. But Tom was saying how he spent a bit of time for him, went out for dinner with him a couple of nights and getting to know, and why wouldn't you? You want to learn all you can from someone who's got a record such as Pujara. As Leach in bowls, Pujara drives nicely through mid-wicket, going to race away towards the cathedral side of the ground. It won't go for 4. In hot pursuit over there is Dylan Pennington, but it's 2 more to Pujara, who goes to 4 And Sussex for 12 for 1 in reply to the Worcestershire total of 491. Joe Leach wanders back to his mark. Well, it's okay. It's it's a gloomy grey sort of day, but the light at the minute is perfectly fine. And Leach on his way past umpire Wharf. He's in and bowls, and Pujara is forward solidly, plays into the offside, and there is no run. No Tom Alsop batting at 3 for Sussex. We understand that he was hit on the finger yesterday attempting a catch in the slips. The finger is very swollen, but we understand not broken. He will bat much lower down the order, so you'd imagine everyone will shuffle up a little bit. So maybe Clark at 4 and Rizwan at 5. We shall see, as in comes Leach over the wicket, bowls, and Pujara glides that down towards final leg. I wonder if that came off the thigh pad. We'll just wait for the umpire's signal. Yes, indeed, that was a leg by. So end of Joe Leach's second over. 2 overs, 1 for 4 for Joe Leach, and Sussex are 13 for 1. Pujara on 4. Haynes is on 8. And one thing, although Sussex have been badly affected by injuries to the bowling department, in terms of the batting department, this is pretty much as strong as it would be, I would imagine. I mean, Finn Hudson-Prentice would have played were he fit here, so he would generally have batted in the middle order. But the Sussex batting order you'd look at as being fairly strong, with Pujara and Rizwan in the lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think when you look at teams as an opponent would look at them, you always identify big wickets, don't you? So if you look at a team and you think, well, we need to get him out, we need to get him out. And I think if you look at the Sussex lineup, Haynes, Pujara, Rizwan, they're the wickets you're really after. As Morris bowls outside the off stump to Pujara, who leaves that alone. Through it goes to Ben Cox. So those are the big ones. Orr as well, of course. And that's not to say there aren't other people that know what they're doing, but you look at a team and you think, well, if we're going to bowl them out, these are the guys we've got to go after.
Well, Tom Haynes averaging, he's already scored 357 runs this season, average of 89.
Yeah.
But, that's obviously got a 2-4-3 in there.
Here's Morris in bowls, and Pujara steers this down into the gully where Libby fields in his customary position. And the score remains at 13 for 1. Do get in touch if you would like to, if you've got a comment to make, if you've got observations about the way the game's going, or if you can help out with any of Adrian's quiz questions.
Yeah, no,
the Sussex faithful often in touch with you via email, aren't they?
Yeah, no one's been in touch with us on this question, so we'll put it out there again.
And you can give all the contact details as well, as Morris bowls again, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Azhar Ali.
Yeah, Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet at Frank Watson 58. I know Worcestershire supporters will know that, or you can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sports or at Adrian Harms. And I'll give you that quiz question at the end of the over when I found it. Here we go, I've got it.
Morris again at the New Road End turns, crossing the neatly mown grass, moves in and bowls outside the off stump to Pujara, who leaves that alone, and it keeps low, skids through to Ben Cox behind the stumps, and there's no run.
So which Sussex player scored 100 on debut, had a son who won an Olympic gold medal, and a grandson who played for South Africa?
Yeah.
So that must be going back a few years.
Played for South Africa at cricket, presumably.
Well, it says had a grandson who played for South Africa, so I'm not sure. I'm presuming cricket.
Yeah.
That would be a bit abstract, I guess, if it wasn't. But you never know, that could be a trick question.
My suspicious mind. Morris in again, bowls. Pujara a big step forward, lifts the bat well clear, and allows that through to Cox. 13 for 1 it remains. Early today, Worcestershire 491. All out with Brett D'Oliveira unbeaten on that 169. Played really, really well. And he faced 333 balls, Brett D'Oliveira. That's quite a marathon, isn't it?
Yeah.
333 balls, and he hit 16 fours and 1 6. Morris in again. Bowls to Pujara, who's forward, pushing out on the offside. and no run. End of a maiden over from Charlie Morris. 2 overs, 1 maiden. No wicket for 8. Leach 2 overs, no maiden, 1 wicket for 4. The first ball of the innings, seeing Alistair Orr bowled, and Sussex 13 for 1.
Shan Masood has got another 100. He made 239 last week against Sussex. The Derbyshire opening is in the runs again today. 116 not out for Derby, who are 212 for 2, so just 1 run behind Leicestershire. So Derbyshire in a really strong position, and they look a good side this year. Derby, you know, you get an overseas in who scores runs, who's going to be there all season. Frank, that's what you want. In comes Leach around the wicket, bowls to Tom Haynes, who has he looks to drive that one away through backward point, and he misses. Is beaten outside the off stump, taken by Cox, and there is no run. At Glamorgan, well, tons of wickets fell yesterday. Middlesex are 314 for 8 in reply to Glamorgan's 122, so that seems to have gone quite flat down at Cardiff. John Simpson on 91. Toby Rowland Jones made 65. Leach in bowls, Haynes forwards a ball of good length, plays it out into the offside, and there is no run. The very good news from Dave Bradley, who's the PA announcer here, is that I think there might be some cake on its way around at tea time, which is good news. At Durham, Nottinghamshire are whittling away at the Durham lead. Ben Slater 93 not out, Notts 221 for 3. Joe Clark out for just a single. In comes Leach again around the wicket bowls, and Tom Haynes again. That's not a shot he'll be pleased about. It's a favourite shot of Tom's. He looks to play that back foot cut, but he's got 4 slips in there, and Leach has bowled the last 2 deliveries, which really haven't been there for him to play the shot. And Tom will be annoyed with himself if he gets out playing that shot. So they're the second division scores, and I'll rattle through the first division in a moment's time. Leach turns, runs towards us around the wicket, bowls to Tom Haynes. Haynes forward to a good delivery, pitching round about middle stump, and play to mid on. There is no run. So at Old Trafford, Lancashire in their first innings 131 for 2 in reply to Gloucestershire's 252. Luke Wells out for 59, the former Sussex player. And Northamptonshire 140 for 6 in reply to Yorkshire's 296. At the Oval, Surrey in a spot of bother, 59 for 3 in reply to Somerset's 337. Tom Alsop making 150 not out. Warwickshire 224 for 5, leading Essex by 56 as Leach is in and bowls, and Haynes cuts this one through point for 4 runs. That's what he intended to do previously in the over. Tom Haynes short and punched away through the covers past the diving Jake Libby, and Haynes goes to double figures. He goes on to 12, and Sussex 17 for 1. Who's in the runs at Edgbaston? Oh, interesting. Michael Burgess, former Sussex wicketkeeper, is 50 not out, and Matthew Lamb on 66. Warwickshire 224 for 5, having at one stage been 124 for 5. Leach in again, bowls. Haynes plays down the offside of the track. Leach fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. So I think every county is playing in this round of matches actually. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 matches in Division 1, 4 in Division 2, so all 18 counties in action this week, and so far no rain interruptions of any note. End of the over, end of the 5th over of the Sussex innings, and Sussex are 17 for 1. Tom Haynes on 12. Cheteshwar Pujara is on 4. The man Ali, who was out to the very first ball of the Sussex innings, bowled by Joe Leach.
Yeah, I feel for Ali.
I do.
He's sitting up there in that changing room and thinking, it's a long time now till I'm going to be back out there. And it's frustrating, I'm sure, as Charlie Morris comes in and bowls to Pujara, who's forward, pushing defensively out on the offside. I mean, he may well be tired after a marathon 4 sessions in the field too, but as an opening batsman, that is the worst feeling in the world, I think, and we've talked about this a lot. It's one of those things about if you're going to be a batsman in professional cricket, you've got to learn to cope with failure, I think, mentally, because otherwise it can drive you mad. It's very, very important to be able to just accept that it's all part of the business. Morris in bowls, Pujara plays defensively up to mid-on, no run, and you've got to accept that it's all part of the business, but that is not easy to do, and he will be feeling really, really fed up at the moment.
It's a good point, actually, Frank, and that's when there's some experienced heads around the Sussex dressing room in the backup staff, so you'd think the likes of Grant Flower, Mike Yardy, James Kirtley, Ian Salisbury would be telling him exactly that these things happen. I mean, you can't say anything else.
Well, he already knows it, doesn't he? He might be very good at coping with it, for all I know. But it's just one. I just think if you're going to stay level-headed, you've got to be able to do that. As Morris bowls and Pujara lets that go outside the off stump, and there's no run, 17 for 1. And equally, if you're having a run like Brett D'Oliveira, who's not been out yet, and he's scored 290 odd runs, you've got to believe that you might get a first baller tomorrow, and if you do, you've got to look on that in exactly the same way as you do. Don't get too high when things are good, don't get too low when things are bad, and you might just about keep your sanity as an opening batsman or a top order batsman. Charlie Morris into Pujara, bowls, and that'll be runs for Pujara, driven off the back foot, half stopped by a diving Jake Libby at sort of deep gully, and they're through for 2, which takes Pujara on to 6, and the total on to 19 for 1. I mean, we've talked about this on air before, I'm sure. I think cricket has more suicides amongst its participants than any other game, and David Foote wrote an excellent, fantastic cricket book about Harold Gimlet, tortured genius of cricket, I think it's called, and he's somebody who committed suicide very later in life, and David stayed in touch with him right towards the end, and some of the transcripts of, as Morris bowls to Pujara, who blocks this, some of the transcripts of conversations that he had with him very late in his life were used in writing what is an absolutely fascinating book. And there's also been a book written about cricketing suicides, I think. I'm not making light of it, but it is that, when you're out there and you're under pressure, and it's 11 against 1, isn't it, when somebody's bowling at you, really. That pressure is very, very difficult to cope with. It's a side of the game that I think is underestimated, particularly for batsmen. And Pujara waits now as Morris comes in to attack him, and he lets this one go. Very late leave outside the off stump. Seam back, I think. Good take by Ben Cox, moving away to his left. End of the over, 19 for 1. Pujara stays on 6. Haynes has 12. This after Ali Orr was bowled by the first ball of the innings from Joe Leach without scoring.
I think we'll call time on the quiz, which was the quiz about the Sussex player who scored 100 on debut, won an Olympic gold medal, and a grandson who played for South Africa. Now, I've had a message from Phil Upton who says Charles Winslow. Now, I'm assuming that's the answer to the quiz.
Ah, right, yeah.
But it's not a name I'm familiar with, and I probably ought to be, but I'm not. So if that is the answer, Lord Rick, perhaps you could let us know. And Tony's been in touch. In comes Leach around the wicket, bowls to Haynes, and Haynes struck on the thigh pad. The ball bounces down back to Joe Leach. There is no run. Tony Pearson's been in touch. He says, I'm enjoying the commentary and video from Cape Cod.
Yes, Tony.
I hope the cake is
He's
fab.
been in touch before, the man from Cape Cod. Yeah.
Well, just off. My brother-in-law and family live in Boston, so not a million miles away from Cape Cod. Gets a bit chilly there in the winter months. You get they call it a nor'easter, don't they? That makes its way up the east coast of America, and we've just been bought a bit of cake, 2 bits of cake by Dave Bradley. In comes Leach, bowls, and an edge from Tom Haynes, which brings 4 runs. I don't think it was a chance. It whistled past, I think that's Josh Baker in there at 4th slip. Haynes goes to 16 and Sussex to 23 for 1. But encouragement for Joe Leach. Yeah, Dave Bradley's just come in with a piece of lemon sponge and a piece of chocolate sponge. Which one would you prefer?
I'll take the lemon if you don't mind.
Right.
That's very kind.
So there we are. Thank you very much. I think that's come courtesy of the scorers, which is very kind of them. It wasn't a chance that I could see.
Don't think so. I'm just going to have a check.
It went very quickly. 4 men in the slip cordon. Lovely part of the world, Cape Cod. I think you can go whale watching off Cape Cod as well. Leach is waiting at the end of his run, and now he's on his way. He bustles to the wicket, comes racing in now, bowls to Haynes, and Haynes is struck round about the thigh pad. The ball bounces out on the offside, and Joe Leach is giving Tom Haynes a fairly stern examination here, not giving him an awful lot to hit. And as if to make that point, Cheteshwar Pujara comes down and just does a little bit of gardening and has a little word to Tom Haynes. Sussex 23 for 1, but Tom Alsop, with that injured hand, we are told will bat. But I'd have thought maybe much later. In comes. It's driven away, and more runs there for Tom Haynes. 4 more. Leach is in. Well, Tom Haynes thrashed really hard at that. He got another thick edge. The ball flew over the slip cordon for 4 runs. Haynes goes to 20. Sussex to 27 for 1. But Tom Haynes, I spoke to him last week actually. Tom doesn't like getting tied down. But I have to say, encouragement here for Joe Leach.
Yeah, it would appear from the way that Tom Haynes is playing that he's thinking, if I get any room, I'm going to throw my hands at it.
Leach in again, bowls, and Haynes was again there looking to drive that through extra cover.
He's not playing like a man who's decided he's just going to stick around, is he?
No, he's certainly going for his shots.
And that fair enough. That might be just the way he's decided it's going to be on this pitch.
Well, it was the way that Ed Pollock played. He made 77 off 74 balls, which set Worcestershire on their way. But Joe Leach is a canny operator, and I think he's probably not too sorry to see Tom Haynes having a bit of a dip at these deliveries outside of the off stump. Leach on his way again, bowls, and this time Tom Haynes is right in behind that, clips that to mid wicket. There is no run. End of Joe Leach's over. At the end of his 4th over. Figures of 1 for 16. Sussex are 27 for 1. Pujara on 6. Haynes on 20. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC. BBC Radio Sussex. BBC Radio Hereford and Worcester. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Frank Watson.
I suppose it goes without saying that if a batsman decides to play like that, or as you say, comparing it to Ed Pollock yesterday, what the bowlers have got to do is just focus on getting the ball in the right areas and not being intimidated. Easier said than done. Just get the ball repeatedly in the right areas and make it difficult for the batsman to capitalise on any error in line and length from you. Morris is good at that. He's pretty nagging and gets this one up around about off stump to Pujara, who drives out on the offside, and there's no run.
Joe Baskell has been in touch regarding that quiz question. I think it was Phil got in touch, said the answer was Charles Winslow. Well, Joe's been in touch and said it is Lyndhurst Winslow. He's had a look and found it, so I'll read you about him at the end of the over. It's not a name I'm familiar with.
It's a wonderful name.
Lyndhurst Winslow.
Isn't it? There's something not quite 21st century about that name, I would suggest.
And he's born on the 10th of January 1855.
That's my birthday.
Is it?
Well, not 1855, but 10th of January. Here's Morris from the New Road End, and he bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Pujara. Good test this for Morris, nagging away, and that's what he does well, Charlie Morris. He just sticks at it, rarely lets his captain down. Really honest, accurate county seamer. Turns again now. Straight approach, and something not quite right this time with his approach. Maybe just got his bearings wrong. We didn't feel it was right, so just about 4 or 5 paces before he's due to bowl, he pulls out, makes his way back to his mark again. Pujara waits. 4 slips. In he comes. Morris bowls. Pujara is forward. very carefully. Bent front knee, head low over the ball, pushes it out square on the offside. Jake Libby fields. Yeah, a relatively new slip cordon for Worcestershire this year. Last year they would have had Ricky Vessels at first, Daryl Mitchell at second, Tom Fell would have been in there. This year we've got Ed Pollock at first, Jack Haynes at second, Ed Barnard at third, and Josh Baker at fourth. All relatively inexperienced. Barnard less so, but he hasn't fielded that much in the slips. In comes Morris. And bowls, and Pujara is back again, pushing this out square on the offside. Libby again is the fielder, and there's no run.
Yeah, so Lyndhurst Winslow was an English cricketer, right-handed batsman, the son of an evangelical preacher, Octavius Winslow, and Hannah Ann Ring. He was born at Leamington in Warwickshire, so not a million miles from here.
No, not at all.
He made his first
Birmingham League Club, Leamington.
Yeah, made his first-class debut for Sussex against Gloucestershire in 1875 at the County Ground Hove. He scored a century in his maiden innings, making 124.
In comes Morris with Azhar Ali having been dispatched to deep backward square, suggesting he might drop a short one in. He doesn't, pitches it up, and it's pushed back to the bowler by Pujara. Patience personified, 6 off 28 balls at the moment.
Very, very important for Sussex.
Haynes 20 off 18 has been more flamboyant at the other end. Worcestershire be keen to pick up another wicket or two in the 14 or 13.1 overs before tea. As Morris is in, bowl short outside the off stump, bit wide that one. Pujara leaves it alone. Tidy over from Morris, a maiden. 4 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 10. Leach 4 overs, no maidens, 1 wicket for 16. Sussex replying to Worcestershire's 491 are 27 for 1. Update coming shortly.
Right, I might get in for Lyndhurst Windsor. His second first-class appearance came shortly after this match for the Marylebone Cricket Club against Cambridge at Lords. Immediately following the match, he made two first-class appearances in quick succession for the Gentlemen of the South against the Players of the South at the Oval. He later emigrated to South Africa. His son Charles was a 3-time Olympic tennis medalist. He won two gold medals, one each in the men's singles and doubles at the 1912 Summer Olympics in Stockholm.
Wonderful stuff. Here's Leach round the wicket to the left-handed Haynes. Bowls, and Haynes is definitely a little bit uncertain there as he pushed forward and got a thickish outside edge which ran along the ground out on the offside. 27 for 1. Leach again. I think there'd have been a big shout if he'd have missed that one.
Yes, so his son Charles, and I'll finish this
right.
in a minute, and Charles's son and Lyndhurst's grandson Paul would play Test cricket for South Africa.
Right. Here's Leach into Haynes, who flicks at one down the leg side. Leach just getting his line wrong on that occasion. Sort of one where you could easily get a little strangle, a little nick down the leg side, but he didn't. Cox took it, and there's no run.
Bob Pook, who got in touch yesterday, sent us that lovely drawing or painting he'd done of the cathedral, been in touch to also give us Lyndhurst Winslow. And the son Paul played 5 tests for South Africa between 1950 and 1955.
Right, okay. Here's Leach again, bowls in this one. Haynes just goes back to and pushes up to D'Oliveira at mid-off. 27 for 1 it remains. The man out, Ali Orr, bowled by Joe Leach with the very first ball of the innings. And these two probably just said, let's just do it again, shall we? Let's do what we did at Derby. Let's just drop anchor. Although, to be fair, that hasn't been Haynes's method, has it? He's not dropping anchor. He's trying to make the most of any opportunities to score. And he scores one here as he pushes out on the offside. Diving stop by Jake Libby in the covers. But it was wide of him and he'd had to make some ground, so they take a single, which takes Haynes on to 21 and the total to 28 for 1.
So thank you to Bob and Joe and everyone who got in touch with that quiz question. Another email coming from Joe Jeffries, which we'll work our way through, Joe, because Frank will have an update to do to the listeners on BBC Hereford and Worcester in a moment.
Worcestershire County Championship match.
Here it comes.
Let's go live to the ground and BBC Hereford and Worcester's Frank Watson.
Well, Worcestershire still trying to capitalise on the fantastic start they made when Sussex began their reply to the home side's 491. Joe Leach removing Alistair Orr, the Sussex opening batsman, with the very first ball of the innings when he clean bowled him. But since then, stout resistance from Cheteshwar, Pujara, who's on 6, and the Sussex captain Tom Haynes, who's been a little bit more aggressive. He's on 21. Both these players made double hundreds last week in the county championship at Derby, so they're key wickets that Worcestershire need to take if they're going to force home their advantage. But Worcestershire 491 all out early today. Brett Oliveira 169 not out, and in reply Sussex are 28 for 1 after 10 overs.
I just wonder if there might be a change of bowling. I think I saw Dylan Pennington just warming up. I wonder whether Joe Leach might be going to have a
that wouldn't surprise me.
A little break. Yeah, I can just see. I think Joe Leach may be coming out of that. Pennington is going through a fairly rigorous warm up. So Joe's been in touch. Joe Jeffries. Hello, Joe, who's down in Hove. He says it's been painful to watch Sussex dispense with so many of their best players and biggest characters in the last couple of years. And looking around recent form and results in the county championship, I can't help but think the club's management must be feeling pangs of regret too. As here comes Charlie Morris racing away from us to bowl to Pujara, who is forward and plays defensively onto the onside, and there is no run. He says we've got Luke Wells and Michael Burgess both hitting 50s today, both former Sussex players. Danny Briggs taking 4 wickets yesterday for Warwickshire. Phil Salt falling 3 runs short of a century on his Lancashire debut last week. That was at Canterbury against Kent. And Ben Brown making useful runs in his first couple of games for Hampshire. And meanwhile in South Africa, Steen van Zyl's 5 most recent knocks for Bolland have been 59, 66, 114, 3 and 109. Morrison bowls to Pujara, who's forward. I know there's been a lot of talk about player departures, but the more the time that passes, the more incomprehensible the club's decisions seem to be. I obviously wish this young Sussex side all the best, and it's exciting to see the likes of Pujara and Rizwan turning out, but the real soul of the team has gone, and I'm finding it very hard to feel any attachment to the project as can't see the last bit, as it stands. Interested to hear your thoughts, says Joe in Hove. That's a good email, Joe, thank you. Morris back to his mark, bowling to Pujara. 4 slips go down. Morris races away from us. He's in and bowls to Pujara, who again plays defensively onto the leg side, and there is no run.
I don't know the ins and outs, obviously, of the individual cases that Joe's talking about, but I think one thing that people don't always appreciate is that, just as in football, if somebody doesn't want to play for you, it's difficult to keep hold of them and make them play for you. I mean, this is something that happened to Worcestershire as long ago as sort of 2010, when there was a big clear out and players decided they wanted to go elsewhere. It happens. It's worse in football, I think. Well, I can see where Joe's coming from, but best thing to do is not look at all the other scores, I think.
Morris in and bowls, let go by Pujara outside of the off stump, and there is no run.
We've talked about football. I mean, I've said before, I'm a Norwich City supporter, and there are some weeks where you look down the paper and you think, he used to play for us, he scored for them, he used to play for us, he got a hat-trick, he used to play for us, he scored for them, and it is utterly depressing. So I can see where Joe's coming from, and we at Worcester also look round and see players like Stephen Davis and Joe Clark and various others doing things up and down the country, but it's the way of the world, isn't it?
Morris on his way comes in and bowls, which Joe says on the pad there's a loud appeal. In fact, Brett Oliveira is almost imploring the umpire. My initial feeling with that was, and we are in no position to judge, we're at wide-ish mid-on. My first thing about that was, I thought probably the way Pujara was playing it may have been heading down the leg side, but as I say,
so.
We are in no position to judge. It was just the way that Pujara shaped to play the shot.
Yeah, and I don't mean to, underplay what Joe's saying. It is incredibly frustrating when you lose your best players. But it's like you were saying earlier about compensation and everything. It's just the way it is now. They move, don't they?
comes Morris over the wicket, bowls, and Pujara solidly forward, plays down the track. So maiden over from Charlie Morris, 5 overs. I think that's going to click over to 3 maidens. No wicket for 10, Sussex 29 for 1, Pujara on 7, Haynes on 21. Yeah, I mean, it's I think 2 that caused, you've got 2 Sussex players who are real dyed-in-the-wall players in Ben Brown and Luke Wells, who have performed really well for Sussex. I think there was a huge amount of disappointment around that those 2 players moved on, and I guess we'll never really understand the reasons behind that. There's clearly some internal politics behind both of those players leaving the club and their reasons for leaving and moving on. Joe Leach is coming out of the attack, and it is going to be Dylan Pennington. And I think with Danny Briggs, I mean, the feeling was that he wasn't, wrongly really, that he wasn't taking enough wickets in the county championship, and lo and behold, he goes to Warwickshire, they win the county championship, and Danny Briggs is part of that side. He's a really good cricketer, Danny Briggs. I mean, he makes runs down the order. And Phil Salt, young player who made his mark at Sussex, who clearly wanted to leave. But yeah, it is very frustrating. I think Luke Wright has spoken out about it, Joe, as well, and said you can't continue let your best players leave the club. But I think it's a very good point that Frank makes. If someone wants to go, there's not a lot you can do.
Yeah, it's difficult, I think. Pennington starts his first over, bowling to the left-handed Haynes, plays that back up the pitch to the bowler, no run.
I think one of the frustrations would be, Frank, that you never really hear, obviously you hear a release from the club that says so-and-so has left, and players go, and then they don't like to talk about it, so no one really knows the reason why these players are going. And it could have been 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. And I think that's what sometimes supporters in both football and cricket find very frustrating without knowing the full story.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, Pennington in and beats Haynes, slanting this one across the left-hander. Good delivery. Definitely played at that, and it carried on going after it had gone past the stumps, and Cox took it moving across to his left.
I think as well, Frank, that when you start a season as Sussex have started, and that they've really struggled to bowl sides out and be competitive in matches. If Sussex had perhaps won an opening game, it wouldn't be quite as anxious. But at the minute, they are struggling, particularly in the bowling department. All of that through injuries.
Here comes Pennington in, bowls, and Haynes clips this one down to Charlie Morris at fine leg. Morris almost doesn't have to move, just comes straight down to him. He's directly down in front of us, and he fields and returns. They take a single. Haynes goes to 22. Pujara has 7. It's 30 for 1. I've had a lovely tweet from G Smith, Sligo. Gary Smith, I think it is. It says, sitting in the sun in my back garden, listening to the commentary. I am 1 week post Achilles rupture operation. Ooh, Gary, I bet that hurt. And never has county cricket been so welcome. He says, loving the comms, especially the allotment chat. So that gets me off the hook a bit after yesterday when one of my friends criticised me for talking about my allotment. Here's Pennington in again, bowls to Pujara, who's forward, pushing back up the pitch to the bowler. And there's no run.
Is that on the west coast of Southern Ireland or the Republic? Sligo. I've not been to Southern Ireland.
I didn't look at the whole picture, Gary. He's got a picture of his. It looks like. Do you remember the Mummy or the Invisible Man? It's got a bandaged leg up on a stool. Looks like a nice garden in the back. He's got a polytunnel. Yeah. Humanities teacher. Good to hear from you, Gary. Doesn't say where he is. Beekeeper in training. That one's outside the off stump, left alone. Taken by Ben Cox. Good to hear from you, Gary. Good luck with the recovery. 30 for 1 it remains here. Pujara's faced 39 balls for his 7. That's testament to the bowlers, I think, in terms of accuracy, isn't it? Haynes has been more aggressive, but he's taken more chances. Pujara's looked solid, hasn't he? Really, really solid.
Yes, he has.
Very, very
technically correct.
Technically correct, yeah. Very, very difficult man to shift. Pennington in, bowls terminally, lets that go outside the off stump. Good bit of pace from Pennington, bit wayward the last one, but a tidy start from Dylan Pennington. Just 1 run off the over, 30 for 1. Charlie Morris, who conceded 8 runs off the last 2 balls of his first over, since then has conceded only another 2 runs. And he's bowled 5 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 10. He's been pretty tight, pretty accurate. Although he has been bowling at Pujara most of the time, might be under a bit more pressure now bowling to Haynes.
There is, of course, Joe, just finishing up on your email, there is a new chairman at Sussex, John Philby. That may be worth, very happy to forward emails on to the chairman if you'd like me to do that. And I know John is very keen to engage with Sussex supporters. Took over from Bob Warren, who did a difficult job over the last 2 or 3 years for any county chairman. With COVID around, very, very difficult for the game. Then comes Morrison bowls, and Haynes, who plays that into the gully, but he doesn't look totally in control here, Tom Haynes. I mean, he batted beautifully last week, but he's just feeling for the odd ball outside of the off stump. Would you agree with that, Frank?
Yeah, just a couple of times. I mean, that's just slid off the outside half of the bat, hasn't it? The only thing I'd say, I mean, I know what possibly the outstanding uncapped opening batsman in the country at the moment. I just feel today that he's a little bit caught between whether to try and stick around and whether to play shots.
Morris in again, bowls, and this is wide of the off stump, and he
knows what he's doing on that one.
Well, that was too short, and Tom Haynes' eyes lit up, and he just belted that through the covers for 4 runs. He goes to 26, and Sussex to 34 for 1.
And he plays that shot really well if he's given any width, but I just think he's made his mind up. I might be completely wrong, but his mindset appears to be, to me, that on this pitch it's doing a little bit. If you get a scoring opportunity, try and really make the most of it. Whereas Pujara has been much more watchful, much more like Brett D'Oliveira was. Haynes doesn't appear to have kind of completely committed to that positive approach.
Morrison bowls,
smashes it at this one again. Didn't time it.
No, it was slightly over pitched, and he looked to hammer that through the covers, but didn't time it. The ball just bounced into the offside.
I might be completely wrong. He might be out there saying to himself, well, this is exactly what I'm planning to do. If it's wide, I'm going to smack it, and if it's straight, I'm going to play it with a bit more respect. But there's a couple that have just slid away off the outside edge, and he hasn't looked quite positive in his foot movement when he is defending. But he's still there. He's on 26. It's a big wicket, there's no doubt about it.
Comes Morris again, bowls, and Haynes is
That's
solidly
better,
forward this time. Plays it down the track. The ball actually hits the stumps at the non-striker's end, but Charlie Morris didn't get a thing.
I think he did, and they shout for a laugh, don't they? That Pujara was well in, wasn't he?
He smiled at Pujara.
Yeah.
Deflected the ball maybe onto the stumps, and Pujara just smiled. Yeah. And actually, the game's been played in a good spirit, and all matches have been this season. It's been good actually that we've watched, and it was just really nice to see Mohammad Rizwan, taking the time to run across the field, which he did, to shake hands with Brett D'Oliveira.
Yeah.
And
really
I like
good.
that. If someone plays a good innings, I think you should do that. A bit old-fashioned like that, I am, Frank. In comes Morris bowls, and Haynes is bowled.
Got him.
Charlie Morris picks up the wicket. Tom Haynes is on his way, and Sussex are 34 for 2, and Tom Haynes is on his way for 26. I don't know if that was a bit of a misjudgment by Tom Haynes, but he's been nagging away as Charlie Morris. And Tom Haynes hasn't looked entirely comfortable. We've said that a couple of times. He's played a couple of lovely shots, but he can't dig Sussex out all the time, can the skipper? He's on his way, and now Sussex really are in trouble. 34 for 2, the skipper, leading run scorer Tom Haynes, on his way for 26.
Yeah, a little bit of movement back in to the left-hander there. Might have flicked the pad on the way through, I'm not sure, but reward for Charlie Morris's nagging accuracy. And although he'd given him a bit of width earlier in the over and he'd slapped it away for 4, that one a very, very big wicket as far as Worcestershire were concerned. And well, we were saying, weren't we, that there's 10 overs to go till tea. They wanted to get them 3 down. They might be thinking more in terms of 4 now, as another left-hander, Tom Clark, comes out to join Pujara. Pujara, you feel now under a lot of pressure just to hold things together, I think. Not that he isn't capable of that. He's perfectly capable of that. In fact, he's almost made for it, because he's got great powers of patience and resilience and a good technique. And he comes out to meet his new partner now, and they just do a little fist punch. But it's going to be a long old day for Sussex now. 42 overs left in the day, and that's a big wicket.
It is a big wicket. Tom Clark, 21-year-old, plays his club cricket at Horsham, the same club as Tom Haynes, made his maiden first-class 100 this season against Nottinghamshire. I like Tom Clark. I think he's got good technique, has forced his way into the side through volume of runs, but again coming into bat now at a difficult time for Sussex. And Pujara, he's out there with Pujara. I'm sure he's going to pass on a lot of advice to young Tom Clark, because Worcestershire really with their tails up as in comes Morris running in over the wicket bowls, and Clark's beaten, and there's a loud appeal. Umpire says that's not out. But Worcestershire are all over Sussex like a rash at the moment. 34 for 2, Pujara on 7, Clark on 0. Loud applause for Charlie Morris, who puts his arm around Brett D'Oliveira. He's probably saying, come on Skip, let me have one more. And I think D'Oliveira might have said, okay then, as you got a wicket in that over. A wicket, an over that saw the demise of Tom Haynes, out for 26. Sussex 34 for 2, and Pujara having a good long chat with Tom Clark.
Yeah, just going back to what you were saying about games being played in good spirit and how nice it is to see. I couldn't agree more. I think one thing that has come out of COVID has been a realisation amongst the players of how much they actually enjoy playing. Here's Pennington in from the Diglis end to Pujara, who drives nicely straight back past the bowler. Hasn't really got hold of it. He'll get 2 as D'Oliveira retrieves, and he goes on to 9. 36 for 2, in the sense that they didn't play for a good few months, and then when they did come back to play, 1 or 2 people. Worcestershire's first game in that Bob Willis Trophy in 2020 was in Bristol, and I've mentioned this before on air, so forgive me if you've heard me say it before. But at the end of the first day, Chris Dent, the Gloucestershire captain, did an interview. I'll just break off as Pennington comes into bowl to Pujara, and that's a lovely shot, isn't it? Just short of a length, outside off stump, gives himself room and just steers it off the back foot through the covers, and they'll pick up 3 as Jake Libby retrieves. Lovely shot. So Pujara moves on to 12, 39 for 2. And Chris Dent said in his interview, we've really enjoyed today. Even there was no crowd, there were just a few of us there reporting on the game, and there was all that tape on the ground and protocols and
social distance.
He said we've just realised why we play.
Wow.
We just enjoy playing cricket, and it's easy as a professional to forget, because it's become a job, that you actually played for fun to start with.
Yeah.
And he said, it's been a real joy, and I think that's continued, because then there was things like practising in bubbles, and you only saw a few people. Pennington in bowls to Clark, who defends back up the pitch. He said, and we've realised it's fun and we've enjoyed it. So maybe that's part of it, and the fraternity of county cricket and everything else. I think it's great. But I agree with you. It's really nice to see when opponents appreciate the quality of the performances that take place against them. Here's Dylan Pennington from the Diglis end. Runs in quickly and bowls across the left-handed Clark. 3 out of the top 4 left-handers. Quite unusual, isn't it?
Yeah, and in the first round of matches against Notts, I think it was 5 of the top 7, because Tom Alsop's also a left-hander. So Orr, Haynes, Clark, Alsop and Rawlins are all left-handers.
I think there was a time, might have been last year, I'm just trying to think, there was a time when Bush didn't have any. I think it was just didn't have a single one. In comes Pennington and bowls, and that one is pushed up to mid-off by Clark. So in this game, Worcestershire only had 1, didn't they? Which was Pollock. If I'm looking down that, am I right? Libby, Pollock, Haynes. Yeah, just 1.
Yeah.
And he wasn't playing last year. I'm pretty sure we didn't have any last year at one stage, which is also unusual.
Yes. No, absolutely.
I've got a theory about left-handedness. I'm not sure it's entirely random. Here comes Pennington and bowls, and he hits Clark on the pads as he tries to turn that down the leg side. very leg side in. It's a leg bye as they go through for it, but maybe he walked across a bit because it was quite a sustained appeal.
It was.
End of the over, 40 for 2. My theory, Sri Lanka have a lot of left-handers and have had over the years. And I took a school tour out there once, and every team we played against just had stacks of left-handers. Every single team, to the point where everybody noticed. And I just wonder if there's something genetic.
Possibly.
But I don't know.
Charlie Morris is going to get another over, and why not? 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 14. He's going to come into bowl to Tom Clark. I can't see how many slips there are because we're at a funny angle here.
4,
They're all
I
in
think.
a line. Yeah, we think
Yeah,
there
they
are
are
4.
all in a line, aren't they?
We can't. There we are. I can see 4 of them now. As in comes Morris, running away from us into bowl to Clark, and Clark plays that nicely off the hip through square leg. He's going to pick up at least 1, and that's all he will pick up. Does Tom Clark, so he's on his way. Sussex to 41 for 2. Coming back to applauding players who do well. I mean, I played a very low standard of cricket, Frank, which I thoroughly enjoyed. But there were even a couple of people in our team who, if it's all got a half century, and we're not going to applaud him, or he should have walked, or whatever. And I was never in that camp. I could never. Why are you applauding someone when he scored for the opposition? I just the spirit of cricket thing in my mind is, I just think someone does well. You say well played.
Yeah.
But not everyone agrees. And maybe at the highest levels, maybe they don't. But this is a high level of cricket, and I just thought hats off to Mohammad, Rizwan, well done. And indeed, the other Sussex lads as well. In comes Morris over the wicket, bowls, and Pujara plays that down to fine leg, but not entirely in control of the shot. He picks up another single. He goes to 13, and Sussex to 42 for 2.
Yeah, I'm all in favour of hostility and competitiveness in the middle, and I think to some degree at this sort of level you can't get by without it. But it doesn't mean that you don't respect opponents, and it doesn't mean that at the end of an innings, such as today when we saw Rizwan go over to D'Oliveira, you don't actually congratulate somebody. Professional respect, I think, a lot of it.
I agree. Lord Rick's been back in touch. I'll read his tweet in a minute. As in comes Morris, bowls to Clark, who's forwards, a ball of good length, plays to D'Oliveira at mid-off. There is no run. So Lord Rick says, players leaving. We all have our Sussex legends, whoever they play for. They're always welcome back at Hove. Young Jim played for Somerset and became Sussex president. Chris Nash played for Notts.
Yeah.
One day he'll be Sussex president too.
Yeah.
So yeah, players welcome back at Hove. But a lot have left in recent years. Christian, another who's left last year, has gone back to the Oval where it all began. Very fine cricketer as Morris on his way again, bowls to Tom Clark, and Clark is hit. I think that was going over the top. There's a loud appeal from Charlie. I don't think Morris's appeal was more prompted, I think, from the appeal from behind the stumps. But Tom Clark just living a little dangerously.
I quite like the look of that one, but on my replay it's from over the top of the pavilion, so I can't really see it. But yeah.
I mean, you could
testing little period.
And we'll have to see about Tom Alsop, because we're told that he will bat, but I'm sure it'll be sort of a bat if necessary type scenario. He was at a
he
little.
won't be comfortable.
No,
will he?
he won't. Morris in again, bowls, and Clark with a play and a miss. Outside of the off stump, taken by a diving Cox in front of second slip in the end, but it was a loose looking shot from Tom Clark, who's just looking a little unsettled here. He's had a couple of big LBW shouts against him. That was slanted across the left-hander. It was a half volley. He decided to have a dip at it. The ball whistled past the outside edge. Clark remains on 1. Dangerous times for Sussex. 42 for 2 after Worcestershire made 491. Charlie Morris in again, bowls, and Clark is in behind that and plays it off the hip. That's could well be 4 runs. Clips the ball around. That's Pennington, I think, racing around the boundary edge, who does well to reach the ball and gets in the throw. So 2 to Tom Clark. He goes to 3. Sussex 2. 44 for 2 at the end of the over. And a very good afternoon wherever you're listening from. Live cricket on the BBC Radio, Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Frank Watson at the lovely New Road, which is rather grey and overcast today. The flag of St George is billowing away on the top of the cathedral. St George's Day tomorrow, so I'm sure it'll be there tomorrow as well. But Worcestershire in a very powerful position here. 491 they made. Wonderful innings from Brett D'Oliveira, 169 not out. And in reply, both Sussex openers back in the pavilion or out first ball. Tom Haynes for 26. Pujara is on 13 of 43 deliveries. Tom Clark on 3.
Ed Barnard is going through some loosening up exercises, suggesting that he will replace Morris at the New Road end. This one turned away from Pujara on the leg side, off Pennington, first ball of the over, 2 runs taken. Actually Baker loosening up. Barnard was, and now Baker is, so maybe Baker's going to have a little roll before tea. We've got 6 overs left after this before tea. Pujara's on 15, Clark on 3, 46 for 2. Long way to go. Worcestershire hoping they can nick another one out before the interval, I'm sure. And how much they would like it to be this man, Cheteshwar Pujara, who looks to be the man who's going to hold things together for Sussex. As in comes Pennington, and Pujara is on the back foot defending out into the offside. Baker, the aforementioned Baker, picks the ball up and then bowls it to D'Oliveira, his captain, who throws it back to him, and he bowls it again. So clearly he is going to be into the attack fairly shortly, the left arm spinner, who bowled so well in the second innings at Leicester a couple of weeks ago and batted very well this morning, making 43. Batting down at number 9 is Pennington from the Diglis end in, bowls to Pujara, who turns this on the leg side for a single. Played it very late, so late that both the slips and keeper and Pennington were on the way up for a prospective LBW appeal, but because he got a bat on it, they strangled that appeal. Picks up a single. Pujara 16 now. He's faced 46 balls, 47 for 2 Sussex, replying to Worcestershire's 491, in which Brett D'Oliveira made an unbeaten 169. So here is Pennington again at the Diglis end, turning, moving in towards us. Bowls now to Clark, hits him on the pad. Big shout for LBW, and that looked a decent shout, but umpire deciding it's not out. Umpire Alex Wharf at that Diglis end. Must have been a good shout. They're having a little chat about it now. Clark living slightly dangerously. That's 2 or 3 LBW appeals that he survived. The left-hander from Horsham, tapping his bat now in the crease. 4 slips, crouching down as Pennington moves in and bowls to him, and he's back and pushing this defensively up to mid-off, where D'Oliveira, the captain, does the fielding, gives the ball a little polish before returning it to Pennington, and the score remains 47 for 2. Pennington with 1 ball left in his 3rd over. He's conceded 9 runs so far. Ripple of applause from a couple of supportive fielders as Pennington turns, races in again, bowls, and Clark is forward solidly this time, playing defensively back up the pitch to the bowler. And we are going to see Josh Baker substitute Adam Finch, bringing out a helmet and some shin pads for a short leg fielder who's going to go in. In fact, another helmet coming out via another substitute as well, because Josh Baker is coming into the attack at the New Road end. Young left arm spinner from Astrid Bank Cricket Club near Redditch, just in the north of the county, playing in the Birmingham League this year for Kenilworth Wardens. Still only 18, tall, and made a very impressive start in the side last year towards the end of the season. Update coming for Hereford and Worcester. Sussex have lost their 2nd wicket in reply to Worcestershire's 491, and it was that of their captain Tom Haynes, who was bowled by Charlie Morris for 26 about 5 or 10 minutes ago. Since then he's been replaced by young Tom Clark. Clark is out there with Cheteshwar Pujara on 16, Clark on 3. Earlier Alistair Orr, the other Sussex opening batsman, was bowled by the very first ball of the innings from Joe Leach, so a wonderful start for Worcestershire. Earlier today 491 all out Worcestershire, Brett D'Oliveira ending up on 169 not out. Magnificent effort from the captain, and Sussex struggling a little bit in reply with about 5 overs left before tea on 47 for 2 as Baker bowls to Pujara. What a wonderful moment this really for a young left arm spinner bowling against a international star of Pujara's quality. And Pujara's already shown a willingness to use his feet to Baker, as one might expect for an experienced international batsman from the subcontinent who's decided to use his feet, and it's prompted Azhar Ali to move across from mid-wicket, have a little word with Baker, a little bit of advice, which is great to see. And here's Baker again round the wicket, bowls and pushes this one through a little bit quicker, and Pujara goes back, drives off the back foot out to the cover boundary where Joe Leach is doing the fielding. Not where we would have expected to see him in his days as a captain, but relishing the prospect perhaps these days to be sent out to graze a little bit on the boundary and have a chat with one or two of the spectators. Single to Pujara goes to 17, 48 for 2, and Baker, having a chat with captain Brett D'Oliveira, decides to change the field a little bit, bring Charlie Morris in off the leg side boundary to a conventional square leg position, still keeping Leach out on the cover boundary, well actually on the leg side boundary because he's now a left-hander, and Morris goes into cover. Baker bowls to the left-handed Clark, who is forward, pushing this back to the bowler, gets through his overs quickly. Josh Baker, just one ball left in this one, and polishes the ball on his trousers as he comes back. Fairly straight approach over the wicket now to the left-handed Clark, who's pushing this out on the onside. End of a tidy first over from Josh Baker, cost just 1 run, and it's 48 for 2 Sussex in reply to Worcestershire's 491. Worcestershire resuming this morning. For those of you who might just be joining us, who aren't aware of the overnight situation, on 338 for 5, and then in the morning session they lost Cox 29, Leach 26, and to the last ball before lunch Baker for 43. Thereafter Morris was out for 4 and Pennington for 3. D'Oliveira finished 169 not out. In the end, 2 wickets for Grant Stewart, 2 for Crocombe, 1 for Burrows, 3 for Tom Haynes yesterday. No wicket for Atkins, and 1 for Delroy Rawlins and 1 for Clark, who is out there now. Tom Clark, non-striker, as Cheteshwar Pujara prepares to face Dylan Pennington again. Pennington is in, bowls, and Pujara lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Ben Cox. Decent crowd again actually today, mainly in this sort of new road end of the ground, I would suggest. Not that many in the more exposed Basil D'Oliveira stand, but a decent crowd for the second over championship game, and it is a bit chilly and overcast. It's been interesting cricket. Given that most of the crowd are Worcestershire supporters, they'll have pretty much been enjoying what they've seen in this day, and yesterday I suppose Worcestershire have been on top for most of the time. Is Pennington in, bowls, and Pujara just neatly just has all the time in the world, despite the fact that Pennington's pretty sharp, to just get inside that and turn it down to long leg for a single. Unflappable one, imagines Cheteshwar Pujara. 18 now to him, 49 for 2. Adrian's back.
Yeah, I had a pleasure to speak to him last week after his innings at Derby last week. You know, very pleasant to talk to, very measured and considered, very quietly spoken in what he said, and you know, emphasised, you know, he's here for the season and he could only be a good influence around these young Sussex players. He's just looked in complete control, hasn't he? He hasn't played a full shot yet. Sussex will be hoping it continues.
Here's Pennington bowls to Clark, who works this one away on the onside.
Gotta say,
Yeah, I was just saying it's so, for someone like Josh Baker, 18 years old, playing county cricket, play against, to come on and bowl against a batsman of that stature, status. It's a fantastic experience, isn't it, for him? And Pujara immediately using his feet to the spinner and then going back when Baker bowled a quicker ball. And Baker bowled that quicker ball after Azhar Ali had run over from mid-wicket and made a suggestion to him to maybe mix it up a little bit. Fascinating to watch. Here's Pennington bowling to Clark, and Clark is taken on the pads again as he tries to turn that on the leg side. And again Pennington is enthusiastic, throws his arms up, thinks about an appeal. It almost starts an appeal, but realises that it was missing, and they go through for a leg bye, which takes the score on to 50 for 2.
I've been impressed by Dylan Pennington. I think he looks quite sharp.
He gets it through.
He's what is he? 23, and he just turned 23.
He had a little go in the 100 last year. At the end.
Birmingham Phoenix.
Yeah. Bit of a sort of wild card pick.
But he looks a big, strong lad, doesn't he? I mean, I would say that he has bowled as quickly as anyone in the match. Oh dear, there's a gentleman coming down the steps. That was badly timed in a big bright red coat, right behind the bowler's arm.
Yeah,
that wasn't a good idea.
Did somebody say just eat? In comes Pennington again, and bowls, and Pujara edges this down to third man for 4.
That was a full shot.
Yeah, it was a full wide delivery. It was a thick edge, and it was kind of mainly along the ground, but down to third man for a boundary, and that takes Pujara on to 22 and the total to 54 for 2. Yeah, he's a wholehearted trier, Dylan Pennington. An amusing character, great fun, and enjoys himself.
Well,
always good to have a chat to, and appreciative, I think, of the opportunity to play county cricket. He comes in and bowls, and again bangs this one in quite hard, and Pujara plays it down on the offside. End of the over, 54 for 2. Played a little bit in Australia this winter, Dylan Pennington, in Adelaide, and enjoyed that experience as well. I think it's all just kind of live in the moment and make the most of it. Yeah.
Well, he's just looked with the naked eye, and I may be completely wrong. He's just looked to me to be quicker than anyone in the match so far.
No, he's got a bit of pace.
Joe's been back in touch. We were talking about Sussex's. He hadn't quite bought into the project, and he's written another mail which I'll try and get through during the over. But Josh Baker does rattle through his overs. Slip of a short leg of the close fielders for the left arm over the wicket, comes into bowl to Tom Clark. He's in and bowls, and Clark is forward. Not with total conviction. The ball dribbles away to backward point, and there is no run. Who's that warming up at first slip? Is that Ed Barnard or?
Yeah.
Okay, looks like Barnard may get a little bowl before tea. 4 overs until the break. Baker again over the wicket bowls. Clark solidly forward this time, back down the track. Baker fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. Worcestershire rattling through their overs. What are we? 2 overs from tea, and it's just after 20 to 4, so we're much better than yesterday's. Baker is in and bowls, and Clark uses his feet, gets down the wicket, and keeper Cox was poised just in case Clark missed that. Good battle this. 18 years old is Josh Baker. He comes in off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 paces and bowls. Left arm over the wicket. Clark is forward, smothering the spin. He's down the offside of the track. There is no run. Interesting here that D'Oliveira's got Baker into the attack really early. We're only in the 18th over. His seamers have picked up a wicket apiece. Leach and Charlie Morris. Giving the spinner a chance as in comes Baker, bowls. Forward comes Clark, and Baker again fields off his own bowling, and there is again no run. Baker just rubs his hand on the floor and is on his way again. Bowls, gives that a bit more air, and Clark plays to short leg. There is no run. It is the end of the over, a maiden over from Josh Baker. 2 overs, 0 for 1. Sussex 54 for 2. So Joe says, thank you, Adrian, you're probably right. It's best not to dwell too much on the form of ex-players, and I do understand Frank's football comparison. It just feels there's so much more to it in the case of those former players I mentioned. These aren't cricketing mercenaries who only care about money and personal glory. These were players with connections to the club, players who in the case of Brown and Wells especially still had much to offer and clearly would have loved to stick around to prove it. It's quite possible that as senior players their salary costs were prohibitive in the club post-Covid recovery, and that cutting the wage bill by blooding youth players was the only way to keep the club afloat. The problem is that, to my knowledge, the club's management has never confirmed their reasoning. There's been no transparency at all in their decision making. All they had to say was to say candidly that the decisions were motivated by securing the club's financial future, if indeed that is the case. That would have made it all much more easier to stomach, but instead all we have is speculation and lingering sense a lot of good people have been shoddily treated. P.S. It would be great if you could forward my email to the new chairman. Thank you for offering. Well, I will do that, Joe, because I'm sure John Philby would like to know your views.
Here's Ed Barnard into the attack at the Diglis end. Bowls to Pujara, who works this one to mid-wicket. No run. I'll just mention it because something that we've talked about, the book that I've just written with Darryl Mitchell, we talked about this aspect of modern county cricket quite a lot. The book's called Once a Pair, and the idea is once a pair, always a pair, really, because in Darryl's case, he was with Worcestershire for 17 years and he turned down a good number of opportunities to move. It's all sort of discussed in the book. Here's Barnard again, and he bowls, and Pujara again is forward, pushing out on the offside. And he also discusses when other teammates moved for various reasons, and his conclusion is, I was a Worcestershire man, it wasn't for me, I chose not to. I didn't judge anybody that did move for whatever reason if they felt that was what was necessary. But one conclusion that he did come to is that it is unlikely as we go forward. I'll just break off as Barnard comes in again and bowls, and Pujara defends up to mid-on. It is unlikely as we go forward that you will get many Darryl Mitchells, James Hildreths, once a pair, once playing for one county, staying with that county for as many as 15, 16 years, especially playing multi-formats, because the modern game just isn't built that way. There's transfers, there's moving on, there's people, like you were saying about, famous names suggesting different formats and different setups, different numbers of divisions. Barnard again bowls, and it's pushed out on the offside by Pujara, no run, still 54 for 2 overs left after this before tea. And you can move around the world, you can be a white ball cricketer, etc, etc. You can play for one team in the 100 and another team in the championship and go out on loan and so on. It's just unlikely that there are going to be players that play for one county throughout their career. Here's Barnard again, over the wicket to Pujara, bowls, and on the back foot Pujara this time plays up to mid-on. Good start to this over from Ed Barnard. 4 balls, he's made him play at every one.
I really like Ed Barnard. I said it when he was batting. I just think he's a wholehearted cricketer who, and he's a bit more than that. He batted beautifully. He says, "Come on to bowl." I like the way he walks back to his mark as well, doesn't he? He doesn't trudge back. He's on his way again. Busy cricketer.
He comes in now from the Diglis end and bowls to Pujara, who drives and gets a thickish inside edge and squirts it away to mid-wicket. The end of the over, a maiden from Barnard. Scoreboard's a ball behind, I've noticed. It's just gone to 0. Either that or the umpire's miscounted. But it's the end of the over. 54 for 2. 1 over, 1 maiden, no wickets, no runs for Barnard. Baker, 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wickets for 1. And we're going to have 2 more overs before the tea interval, so it'll be almost on time.
Yeah.
And it's been a good session for Worcestershire. It'd be so much better. You said at lunch that you thought, worst case scenario might be 3 down at tea. That would be just what the doctor ordered for Worcestershire. But at the moment, Pujara looking particularly obdurate.
Yes, very good description. Archie Lenham has just come running out with a new pair of batting gloves for Pujara. In comes Baker, left arm over the wicket, in and bowls. That's a full toss, and Clark hammers that down the ground. Slightly missed out there, Tom Clark. In fact, he looks to the head to say, "Why didn't I hit that before?"
Yeah, you don't get many free gifts.
No, and that was a gift, but he hit it straight to mid-off. He got a single, and Sussex go to 55 for 2, and Clark to 4. Thank you for your Thoughts though, Joe, I do appreciate it, and I have, as you requested, sent your email on to the Sussex chairman, John Philby. As in comes Baker bowls to Pujara, who uses his feet and plays that through backward square leg and picks up a single. And Sussex go to 56 for 2 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Hereford and Worcester. Live cricket, every ball, every game, every competition right through the season here on the BBC, and running alongside the Worcestershire live stream as well. So a very warm welcome from a chilly New Road as Baker is in and bowls to Clark, who plays more confidently to short leg on the bounce. There's a short leg and a slipper, the close fielders. A shortish fine leg, mid wicket, mid on, mid off, fairly straight extra cover, and a sweeper on the cover boundary as Baker is in again bowl. Clark is solidly forward, bending the knee, head right over the ball, plays it onto the onside, and again there is no run. The fielder I missed out, there is a deep backward square. Joe Leach out there on the boundary, looking a little chilly as Baker is in again and bowls. And Clark, there's no shot. That's a dangerous, dangerous game to play. Difficult to tell from this angle because we're looking over sort of extra cover, but playing no shot, it's always a dangerous.
Well, you're inviting the umpire to
You
make
are.
a decision, aren't you?
Yeah. That's 3 big LBW decisions against Tom Clark. They've all been turned down. In comes Baker again. Clark this time leaves nothing to chance. Plays the ball straight down the track. Baker fields off his own bowling. It's the end of the over. Baker 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 3. Sussex 56 for 2. Pujara 23. Clark on 4.
Gets through his overs so quickly,
He
Josh
does.
Baker. I put the clock on him last year a few times. Put the stopwatch. It was a little game we used to play. I think under 40 seconds was 1 over. I think. Just walks back, bowls it, gets it. Walks back, bowls it, gets it. Brilliant.
I mean, the Sussex run rate is really immaterial. However, what is interesting is that they have lost a couple of wickets, but Sussex go along at what, less than 3 and over. Worcestershire did rattle along, didn't they?
Yeah, nearly 4 and over for most of the time, wasn't it?
Yes.
Here's Barnard from the Diglis end, last over before tea. Comes in, bowls to Pujara, who again plays that really late, just flicks it down to fine leg for 4. So easy, just such clever batting. Just moved inside it, waited, watched it, and just made sure he just got a little bat on it. 4 runs, meat and drink. Goes to 27, 60 for 2.
If you were a young Sussex player, Frank, I think I'll be going to Pujara and saying, can I take you out for dinner tonight? And there should always be a queue saying, can I come and pick your brains?
Yeah, well, just watch. Barnard in and bowls, and he's forward, pushes out on the offside. But you're right. You're absolutely right. There's, you've got one of the great players in the world with you for a whole year. Find out as much as you can.
Yeah, I mean, why not?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the same with Azhar Ali, who apparently has already made a really good impression on the other Worcestershire players in the dressing room. The effect that he's had on them. Here's Barnard into Pujara, and bowl short, and Pujara goes for a pull shot, misses it, and it's taken by Cox. That's clever bowling from Barnard. He has got a decent bouncer, but he isn't a bowler of high pace. It's not a bowler that uses it very often. So when he does use it, provided it isn't overdone, it's a good surprise, and he could easily have got a glove on that.
Very easily.
It would have been a bit of a strangle, but that's why he tried it. Clever effort. Here he is again, Barnard to Pujara. 3 balls left before tea. Bowls. Pujara pushes into the covers. Azhar Ali does the fielding.
I think as well, Frank, that often the great players are very happy to pass. I know Tom Haynes talks a lot about the time when Alistair Cook came down to Sussex in the Bob Willis. He spent some time talking to some of the Sussex players.
Yeah.
Tom, model, he likes Alistair Cook. He was somebody who was right up there, and why not? And these great players are very happy to pass on their experience.
Yeah, of course they are. In comes Barnard and bowls to Pujara, short, and he cuts for 4. Given room, second boundary of the over, easy, short and wide, and just slapped away in front of square for 4. goes to 31, I think, and it's
Yes.
64 for 2. Ian Bell's just gone, hasn't he, as Derbyshire batting coach, as
Yes.
you said yesterday, so somebody else will be passing on his
Right, I didn't realise
expertise.
it.
What it's all about, isn't it?
Right. Yeah.
Last ball before tea. Ed Barnard from the Diglis end comes in now and bowls to Pujara, who covers up, plays defensively back up the pitch, end of the over, and that is tea, ladies and gentlemen, says the umpire, with Sussex 64 for 2 off 21 overs, with Cheteshwar Pujara not out on 31 and Tom Clark not out on 4. So there we are. We'll be having a 10-minute interval. Do join us again at around about 20-minute, I beg your pardon. Do join us again at around about 4:15 for the final session of this fascinating game of cricket. It's going very much Worcestershire's way, but as long as Pujara is at the crease, you would have to say that Sussex will be very much still in it. And despite Worcestershire being satisfied with that session, I think having got a wicket with the very first ball of the innings, they might have hoped to have had more than 2 at the tea interval. But there we are, 64 for 2 Sussex, replying to Worcestershire's 491. Thank you for listening, and we'll be back at around about 4:15.
leading at Worcestershire. And resuming the Sussex innings, Cheteshwar and Cheteshwar Pujara.
Welcome back to New Road, evening session for day 2, beg your pardon, of this Worcestershire game against Sussex, County Championship Division 2, and play resuming after tea with Sussex on 64 for 2 in their first innings. Joe Leach taking up the attack for Worcestershire from the New Road end, bowls the first ball of the session to Tom Clark, who pushes this out defensively on the onside. 64 for 2. Cheteshwar Pujara, the other batsman, at crease. He's currently on 31 and has played beautifully, really. Played with measured calm, whilst the other 2 wickets went down. And 2 wickets that went down. Alistair Orr out to the first ball of the innings, bowled by this man Joe Leach, who comes in round the wicket now and bowls to Clark, who pushes out on the onside again, and Tom Haynes, who was bowled by Charlie Morris for 26. Those wickets going down, obviously the first one without a run on the board and the second one with the total on 34. Bright sunshine, best weather of the day now here at New Road. Blue sky over beyond the cathedral and the ground bathed in sunshine. Free entry for anybody who's coming down or thinking of coming down for this evening session after tea. Here's Leach in and bowls to Clark, who goes back to this one and covers up, and it just runs it out on the offside to Jake Libby, who comes in from cover point. And there's no run earlier today. Brett D'Oliveira playing absolutely beautifully in the Worcestershire first innings, finishing on 169 not out. His second 100 in consecutive championship games since being made captain. Leach round the wicket is in, bowls, and Clark is forward. Pushes this out on the offside, and again no run, so no runs added since the tea interval. And Worcestershire will need to be patient in this evening's session. Be happy if they can pick up 2 or 3 wickets, I should think, particularly if they can get rid of Pujara, who looks as though he's booked in, as Leach comes in and first runs of the evening session, as this one's forced through the covers off the back foot by Clark, and it has just enough on it to get to the ropes ahead of the pursuing pair of Azhar Ali and Jake Libby. Good shot from Clark, punches gloves with his partner Pujara mid-pitch and moves on to 8 off 33 balls. It's been tough going for the young left-hander since he got out there, and waits now as Leach comes in to complete this first over of the evening session, and he bowls, and more runs for Clark here as he whips this nicely off his pads. Timed that beautifully, that's 4 more. So successive boundaries for young Tom Clark off the last 2 balls of that first over of the evening session, and Sussex move on to 72 for 2. And we're going to see Ed Barnard continue from the Diglis end. Made a good start in his first over with a maiden, but then conceded a couple of boundaries to Pujara in his second over. But he will carry on with 3 slips in place, and he'll be bowling to the right-handed Indian Test batsman Pujara. And to tell you all about it is Adrian Harms.
Yes, Barnard is it? Balls?
Yep.
Just turn my microphone up would help. Played out into the offside, there is no run. Best weather of the day now.
Yeah, just said that.
Lots of blue sky. The old flag of St George is still billowing away on the top of the cathedral, but the threat of rain that's sort of been around. We went for a walk this morning. I was telling Frank along the banks of the Severn, down as far as Diglis Bridge. There was a few spots of rain in the air. In comes Barnard in bright sunshine. Now bowls to Pujara. Plays into the offside. There is no run. I think all the chatter around the press room here at the break was about Pujara, and people saying he seems to have so much time. He looks such a good player. And the Sussex need him at the minute because 2 wickets down. We don't know. Although we're told that Tom Alsop will bat, you'd have to say he's got to be hampered by that finger injury. Barnard in again, bowls, and Pujara lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Cox. and there is no run. 3 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. And you feel that this would be the key wicket. If Worcestershire were able to get Pujara in this final session, I think Worcestershire will feel they're really in with a shout in this game, having racked up 491. Barnard in again, bowls, and Pujara is right in behind that and plays into the covers. And again, there is no run. Pujara on 31. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. We were talking about also at tea about players who may get 1,000 runs by the end of May, and Shan Masood of Derbyshire is well on the way to that. He made 239 last week. He's made 160 not out at Derbyshire. That's 400 already. As in comes Barnard, bowls, and Pujara runs that to backward point. Jake Libby fumbles, but it doesn't cost his side a run. Josh Baker tidies up. It's another dot ball, and he made runs in the first match at Lord's as well. So I think Shan Masood may well be over 500 runs for the season already for Derbyshire. Derbyshire 297 for 3. Wayne Madsen was run out on 94. At Leicester all out for 213, so Derbyshire leading by 84 in that game. Barnard in again, bowls. Pujara's surprised by a ball. Now that's that little spot just around about a length where the ball has just spat on a couple of occasions. Pujara dropped his hands and played it safely enough and goes down the pitch and does a little bit of gardening at the end of the over. 72 for 2. Pujara 31, Clark on 12. Quickly elsewhere, Middlesex made 336 in their first innings. Glamorgan 27 for 1 in reply, so still trailing Middlesex by 187. Nottinghamshire 283 for 3 at Durham. Ben Duckett was in the runs. In fact, no, it wasn't. Yes, Ben Duckett made 54.
He's had a good start to the season as well, hasn't he?
Ben Slater 118 not out.
Leach in round the wicket, bowls to Clark, who gets that one that jumps on him a little bit, just steers it down on the offside. Just wondering whether the pitch is flattening out a little bit. We haven't seen anything really climb, like we saw 1 or 2 in the Worcestershire innings, but that one just hinted at a little bit of disturbing bounce, and Leach will have been encouraged. He comes in again now and bowls to Clark, who gets in behind this one and plays it very nicely down in front of him, and there's no addition.
Is it likely to spin later on in the match?
It's a bit, it's a
bit early in the season.
Well, no, that's not really what I was going to say. What I was going to say is I'm not sure, because the pitches that we saw here last year were so different. Some of the pitches towards the end of the season, we saw some what we thought were pretty good pitches. Those bland ones I talked about earlier on. Leach bowls and hits Clark on the pads, and there's quite an enthusiastic shout, but turned down by the umpire. So I don't know really, but I would hope so. I mean, that would make it a really good cricket wicket, wouldn't it?
It would absolutely.
Did that. But we'll have to wait. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, the fact that Worcestershire got nearly 500 on a pitch that we think has been giving something all the way through suggests that it's a decent pitch, and it's still doing a bit. But whether it will spin later, I'm not sure. Leach bowls, beautifully driven by Clark. Leach is really fed up, having just had a really good shout turned down, or a good shout turned down. I'm not suggesting that there was anything wrong with the decision, but just getting it wrong on that one, over pitching, and also a bit of width. And Clark just it was a nice shot, because he didn't really try and whack it; he just steered it through extra cover, didn't he? Nice shot.
Yeah. Timed
it well, and that's his third boundary off Leach since tea, and he moves on to 16 off 38 deliveries. Pujara, as I say, the linchpin one would imagine in terms of this innings is on 31. 76 for 2 as Leach is in round the wicket again, and bowls to Clark, who plays very solidly defensively up to mid-off, where D'Oliveira does the fielding. 2 men out then. Alistair Orr bowled by Joe Leach, first ball of the innings, and 1 feels for him after having spent so long out in the field. The worst possible start for Sussex and the worst possible scenario for poor old Alistair Orr, who's had a lot of success on this ground in the past. Great level of the game is, and the other man out, Haynes, for 26. Here's Leach round the wicket to Clark, who drives up to mid-off. D'Oliveira fields, end of the over, no runs, 76 for 2.
I saw Joe Leach followed virtually halfway down the pitch and just stood and stared at Tom Clark, who did well to avert Joe Leach's glare. He's had 4 big shouts for LBW as Tom Clark against him. He's survived all of them, and he's moved on to 16, as Frank was saying. And the new road now looks an absolute picture. 1 or 2 coats are starting to come off as well as the sun breaks through. It's still a chilly day, but now if you can get out of the wind, it's very pleasant, and the light looks really good. Best weather of the day as Ed Barnard comes running in with this lovely rhythmic approach to the wicket. He's in over the wicket, bowls to Pujara, who lifts the bat high out of the way. The ball goes through to Ben Cox, and there is no run. Still the 3 slips in place. A backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg in front of the hotel away to our left-hand side. You can still see there's quite a strong breeze even blowing away, not just the flag on the cathedral, but the trees around the ground and those along the banks of the Severn are swaying in the breeze as Barnard is in and bowls to Pujara, who again lets that go outside the off stump. 31 off 75 deliveries for Cheteshwar Pujara, but he won't bother him a jot. The deliveries that he's faced, he'll know his job is to be the real glue in this Sussex innings. For each ball, he seems to go through a routine, Pujara, where he just sort of holds the bat out sort of almost horizontally.
Script, isn't he?
Yeah, and then he's ready again to face the next ball, and it's Barnard who really does race in and bowls, and Pujara is right in behind that delivery, plays it straight back down the track. And Barnard fields, again there is no run. Let's see if he does it again with this delivery. Pujara is just watching as Barnard marches back, and he does march back at a brisk pace. Ed Barnard, here we go again. Yeah, he does it with every single delivery. He just holds the bat slightly above the horizontal, as Frank was saying, possibly checking his grip. Because in comes Barnard again, bowls, and again wide of the off stump. Again, Pujara has nothing to do with it, taken by Cox. And there is no run. Rest of the Sussex batting order, we're assuming Mohammad Rizwan will be next. Delray Rawlins, Grant Stewart, Henry Crocombe, Jamie Atkins, and George Burrows, and somewhere in there Tom Alsop will bat, but Sussex will be desperately hoping he can have some more time to get this swollen finger sorted out so that he can bat. Barnard in again, bowls, and Pujara very nearly plays on. He didn't know where that had gone, and it's hands on heads all the way round the field. Well, we said how well he's played, Pujara. That was an inside edge, and that could have gone anywhere, and he could have played on as it is. It doesn't seem fair on Ed Barnard because he's conceded 4 runs, but a moral victory if that means anything for the bowler. And Pujara survives, but there was a stroke of fortune about that for the Indian Test batsman. He's on 35 and Sussex to 80 for 2. Just the 2 slips in place now, 2 slips and a gully. As Barnard is in, bowls, and Pujara this time is solidly forward and plays it out into the offside. Good over by Barnard. Sussex are 80 for 2, Pujara 85, Clark on 16. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Frank Watson. If you want to get in touch with us, please email us, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. It'd be lovely to get your thoughts on the day's play, or you can tweet at Frank Watson 58, at BBC Sussex Sport, or at Adrian Harms. Either of those ways will see your message get through to us, and we can have a natter away during the final session at the beautiful New Road ground.
Joe Leach from the New Road end, moves away from us and bowls short to Clark, who swivels round and then ignores that, just drops his bat underneath it and allows it through to Cox. Updates coming shortly on both BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Hereford and Worcester for FM listeners.
Thank you for reminding me. I was.
yeah, I know you just. It's so easy to get carried away watching the cricket, isn't it? Especially when, like Adrian, you've got to nip off next door to do your updates and dial up a new line. And Leach again in this bright sunshine moves in and bowls to Clark, who plays a nice shot, clipped away off his pads, out to Josh Baker fielding on the boundary out on the Cathedral side of the ground. And the score moves on to 80 for 2 and Clark to 17. 81 for 2, I beg your pardon, Clark to 17. Key little session now. These two have added, almost 50. And Worcestershire will, they're not desperate for a wicket, but they'd like to break this partnership. Got to be patient. In comes Leach. Balls to Pujara, who pushes out on the offside. Baker fields. He's come into the covers now for the right-hander Pujara. We've got 2 slips at first and second, and then another one at about 4th slip, and then a backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg. Fairly conventional field for Leach. Pujara is going through that routine that Adrian was describing, checking his hands, checking his grip on the bat. Waits now as Leach comes in and bowls to him again, and he's back and plays this out into the offside very studiously. Got that inside edge in the last over, but other than that he's made very few mistakes. Pujara has been a model of technique and concentration out there. Very calm, plays the ball very late, noticeably late. It's one of those batsmen where the number of times that you see a bowler throw his arms skywards because he thinks he's got through, and in fact the batsman just gets a bat on it and runs it away for a single. That's the sort of thing Pujara does. He lets this one go outside the off stump. It's taken by Cox, moving away to his right in front of the first slip, Ed Pollock. So Leach, a wicket with the first ball of the innings, but no further success since then. About to complete his 8th over. 1 for 31 so far. Barnard 4 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 12 from the other end. And the other bowlers we've seen used, Pennington, Morris and Baker. Leach bowls again, and Pujara is again solidly forward. Pushes this up to mid-off where it's fielded by Morris, and that's the end of the over. By Pennington actually, that's the end of the over. 81 for 2, and Barnard will continue from the Diglis end. Sparsely populated D'Oliveira stand at that end of the ground, fairly exposed of course that stand, and has been a bit chilly today, but good crowd in, especially at this New Road end. Bathed in sunshine now, best weather of the day by a long way. And Tom Clark, the left-hander, to take strike against Barnard. 3 slips, the close fielders as he's in, over the wicket, bowls to Clark, who is forward, and pushes out on the offside. D'Oliveira does the fielding in the covers. Score stays on 81 for 2. Stiff breeze blowing across the ground from the northeast. St George's flag on top of the cathedral flapping strongly as Barnard bowls to Clark, who cuts this firmly but straight to Libby at backward point. Josh Baker goes through the motions of warming up again at 3rd slip. And Sussex are 81 for 2, replying to Worcestershire's 491. That represents something of a recovery because they lost a wicket to the first ball of the innings when Joe Leach bowled the opening batsman Alistair Orr, obviously without scoring. Tom Haynes, the captain, was then out for 26, and at that stage it was 34 for 2. But in fact, with a boundary just coming up as I speak by Tom Clark to take him to 21 and the total to 85 for 2, the 50 partnership is up between this third wicket pair. Tom Clark, the youngster, on 21, and the Indian Test player and really very calm presence out there, Cheteshwar Pujara, he's on 35. Worcestershire being made to work hard for this third wicket. They're still on top though. Sussex at the moment 85 for 2. As Barnard hits Clark on the pad and the ball runs away on the leg side, and despite an appeal for LBW, the umpire Alex Wolf ignores it and signals a leg bye, which takes the score on to 86 for 2. So 50 partnership between these two, and Worcestershire having to work hard to break this partnership. Barnard again from the Diglis end is into Pujara and bowls, and he lets this go outside the off stump, taken by Ben Cox. Didn't have to play at that. Baker continues to warm up, suggesting I think that it won't be long before he is reintroduced into the attack at this new road end, replacing Joe Leach. Two slips, and then Baker in this sort of fifth slip position, which they seem to favour against Pujara. As Barnard comes in and bowls, and Pujara goes back and plays back up the pitch to the bowler. End of the over. Baker it is, who is returning to the attack at the new road end. Just peels off his top sweater and takes his cap off to hand it to the umpire, and he will resume. He bowled fairly tidily just before tea. 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 3 so far. So Leach out of the attack, 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 31. Morris 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 18. Pennington 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 14. And Barnard so far 5 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 16. And here is Baker coming back into the attack, and back into our attack here is Adrian Harms.
Yeah, thanks, Frank. James Curtley just wandering around the outfield. They've been over in the nets with Harrison Ward, young Sussex batsman. Part of the link-up that Sussex have with Oxfordshire. Harrison Ward not playing in this game, but has been a 12th man because Sussex have needed a couple of 12th men throughout the Worcestershire innings. But here comes Baker, left arm over the wicket, comes in and bowls to Clark, who's forward and plays down the offside of the track, fielded by Baker off his own bowling, and there is no run. So this partnership for Sussex now worth 52 between Clark and Pujara. And Clark, who is settling in, having had a couple of, 4 big shouts for LBW against him. Baker in, bowls, Clark forward, gets his long lay down the wicket, plays with soft hands. A slip and a short leg to keep him company. We had an email in from Martin, which I'll read at some stage in the over. In comes Baker again, a quicker delivery, but again Clark is forward, playing to the onside. There is no run. Martin says, what's up with these early season pitches? Shannon Masood has over 550 runs, and Pujara is averaging close to 250. Well, there certainly have been a lot more runs around than you would expect at this stage of the season. In comes Baker and bowls, played onto the onside again by Clark, fielded at short leg. There is no run. Baker back to his mark, and in he comes again and bowls, and Clark is forward, plays into the offside. There is no run. Ches Fox has been in such as a piece of history for Adrian Harms. I bought a copy of Cricket by W.G. Grace from eBay recently. Inside was an unexpected autograph of Billy Newham of Sussex and England. Does Adrian have any information on him? I think we'll see if we can find out, shall we? Thank you for that, Frank. In comes Baker again, bowls to Clark, who drills that to short extra cover. Fielded there by Azhar Ali. It's a maiden over from Josh Baker. Sussex are 86 for 2. Pujara 35, Clark on 21. What I would say, Frank. It's an interesting point that Martin makes, because there's a lot of there have been a lot of runs around, and I wonder. I mean, it has been a really dry spring across most of the country. I wonder if they've just got some good pitches, and groundsmen have been asked to prepare good pitches that I don't think we've seen anywhere really this season, or not that I've seen too much of. 7 for 21. Early season green pitch, and sides bundled out for 70s and 80s.
Some of it happened at Taunton, didn't it, last week? There were some low scores.
That aside.
Is Barnard in, bowls, and Pujara plays this late, pushes out on the offside. There's no run. Yeah, interesting one from Ches Fox, and he quite often tweets me, but I love the idea of buying an old cricket book on eBay and finding something in it that the person who was selling it didn't know was in there. I think it's really good. I'll just get that up again for you. I love that idea.
Yeah, it's wonderful, isn't it?
So yeah, and thanks for that. Great to hear. Here's Barnard into Pujara, who hooks this one down to long leg. Really good sprawling stop down there by Dylan Pennington. Stops a boundary. He gets one, and he moves on to 36, 87 for 2. You look at Pujara and you think, this is a legend of the game, a future legend of the game. And whereas we bought books on eBay and learned about legends of the game like that, and people collected autographs and so on, everything is so much more digital now that you wonder whether such practices will take place, or whether everybody will just have a subscription to Cricket Archive and check everything on there. Here's Ed Barnard again, over the wicket to the left-handed Clark, who's looking a little bit more assured since tee. Pushes this one up to mid-off. Before tee, he was a bit iffy, wasn't he? And as you said, Adrian, survived 2 or 3 shouts for LBW, but I've been impressed by him since tee. 2 boundaries in the first over after tee from Joe Leach, and I think that's just settled him down a little bit now. And he's, as you said, got his first 100. Here's Barnard in, bowls. Oh, I've nearly done him, haven't I? I've nearly done him. He's got that one, just sort of hit him on the pad and dribbled down into the crease. But he has. He's quite good. He's only 21, so long way to go in his career, and
only just 21 as well.
He's made a good fist of this, really. 21 not out off 54 balls at the moment, but shared this partnership, which has taken Sussex from 34 for 2 to 87 for 2, and Barnard pausing, just asking for a change in the field. And what he wants is Baker to come from third slip to short extra cover, almost silly mid off. He's in and he bowls, and Clark lets that go outside the off stump, and that was a good lead because it was angled across the left-hander and he left it, and then it moved a little bit back in, and when Cox took it, it was kind of behind middle stump really, so a little bit of late movement, but good leave, because when it actually passed the stumps it was still outside the off stump, and there's only 2 sorts of leave. In comes Barnard again from the Diglis end and bowls, and Clark is up on his toes this time and playing defensively off the back foot up to mid-off. Leach the fielder. The end of the over. Clark stays on 21. Pujara has 36. Barnard's figures now 6 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 17. The men out. Alistair Orr without scoring, and Tom Haynes for 26. And Sussex replying to Worcestershire's 491 are 87 for 2.
William Newham, born December the 12th, 1860 in Holy Cross, Shrewsbury in Shropshire, died on June the 26th, 1944 in Port Slade. He was aged 83. He played 1 test match, scored 26 and an average of 13 in first class cricket though. Then comes Baker bowls, Pujara forward, plays down the onside of the track. There is no run. 368 matches, 643 innings. He scored 14,657 runs with a top score of 201 and an average of 24. So he's a good player.
Yeah.
Baker bowls and he's down onside by Pujara. That's his profile. Let's have a little bit of a look more. He was a cricketer who played first-class cricket for Sussex. He also played one Test match against Australia in 1888. Educated at Ardingly College in Sussex. As forward comes Pujara, plays away on the onside. Again, there is no run. He was a champion all-round footballer. Champion all-round sportsman. He played association football for the Corinthians. And he comes Baker again, bowls. Forward comes Pujara. In 1894, he carried his bat with an unbeaten 110 out of 174 against Arthur Mould and Johnny Briggs. And in the late career, as 1902, he put on 344 with Ranji for the 7th wicket at Leighton. As in comes Baker, bowls. Pujara down the wicket driving, fielded in the offside, and there is no run. He was Secretary of Sussex from 1907 and stayed in the post until his death in 1944.
Wow.
Well, I didn't know that.
Well, they're quite an important man in
Yeah.
Sussex history then, really.
Yeah. In comes Baker, bowls. Pavers the onside by Pujara. Good over by Josh Baker, who's keeping Pujara guessing there. 87 for 2, Pujara on 36. So there we are. A very important man in Sussex cricketing history. Secretary of the club from 1907 until his death in 1944. William Newham.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Ches Fox,
Wonderful.
for drawing that to our attention. That's what a Sussex legend.
There we are.
A really important man in Sussex history. Love that. There we go. He's a distinguished looking chap as well,
He is a
looking at these
distinguished looking
pictures.
chap. He is indeed, yeah. As many were in those days, weren't they? Just those old pictures are wonderful.
Yeah. Here's Barnard from the Diglis end to continue. Rolling to Clark, who leaves that alone and is taken on the pad, and there's a big shout, but umpire Alex Wolfe is not in the mood today.
He's not.
And he says no, maybe too high.
I don't think we've had an L. Oh, we had an LBW in the match. Yes, we have. Ed Barnard was LBW.
No, we had
and
yeah, so was Azhar Ali.
Yeah.
Yeah, but not interested that time. And you've got to work to get them in these with these umpires, and there's no problem with that. Here comes Barnard again. He's in and he bowls, and Clark drives. There's time to really time it, but he hits it to Baker at short extra cover, and there is no addition. 87 for 2. Clark, ever since I said that he was looking a little bit happier, he's looked a little bit less happy. Here comes Barnard again and bowls to him, and he edges this one down to third man for 4. Hands on heads again. Yeah, 4 runs, but not the most convincing shot that Clark has played.
No.
He goes on to 25, and it's 91 for 2.
Trevor is a steward at Sussex, and he says, I noticed the umpires are now holding the bowlers' clothing, caps, etc. Have COVID regs now gone.
Yeah.
He says, lovely pictures of Worcester, by the way. Yeah, it's just such a beautiful ground. You've got to take photographs almost.
And comes Barnard again. Bowls. Clark lets that one go outside the off stump. Good leave again.
I think the regs have gone, aren't they? I mean, last week the umpires were holding jumpers and taking jumpers. So we haven't. I mean, that was one of the things during COVID, as you say, Frank. Players were just keen to play, but one of the things was a constant procession of 12th men running out to pick up items of clothing. But it looks to me as if they are able to hold.
Yeah. Caps and things.
Yeah.
Barnard again is in. Bowl short, pulled away by Clark for 4. Slapped away, head height almost. Good shot, wasn't going to miss out on that. Bad ball, and Clark picks up a second boundary in the over. Goes on to 29. It's 95 for 2. I'd already been having a little conversation during one of the intervals about all great all-rounders and you know, people that played more than one sport back in the day, and of course there's no greater all-rounder, you can't think of one I don't think, than C.B. Fry, who captained Sussex of course, and his sporting prowess is just ridiculous, isn't it, when you investigate it? Barnard bowls, and this time it's a big shout against Clark, and again the umpire is completely unmoved. It's the end of the over, 95 for 2. Pujara on 36, Clark on 29. I mean, CB Fry, rugby for football for England, cricket for England, played in the FA Cup final, held the world long jump record for about 10 years, and was the greatest classic scholar of his age. And that's just scratching the surface. I mean, just unbelievable. I think the story about him turning down the crown of Albania has been said to be apocryphal and discredited, but even so, an amazing character. Buried in the village graveyard at Repton School, actually. Here's Baker.
Around the wicket into Pujara, who's using his feet, drives down the ground. Well fielded by D'Oliveira, and for a moment I thought that Tom Clark was in trouble because they were looking for a single. Clark had committed to the run from the non-striker's end, and D'Oliveira was very quickly across at mid-on. In the end, it was much ado about nothing, but just momentarily there was indecision between the two batsmen. Stepping a short leg. In comes Baker bowls, cut away by Pujara, well fielded at backward point. There's a good bit of fielding by Jake Libby, prevents a boundary, and it's just a single to Pujara, who goes to 37. Yeah, John Arlott described him with the words, Charles Fry could be autocratic, angry and self-willed. He was also magnanimous, extravagant, generous, elegant, brilliant and fun.
Yeah.
He was probably the most variously gifted Englishman of any age.
Yeah.
Comes Baker bowls and playing to the offside by Clark. They take a quick single. They need to get a move on here. The throw comes in and misses the stumps, well backed up by D'Oliveira. One more to Clark. He goes to 30. Sussex to... Sorry, yes, there we go. Clark to 30, Sussex to 97 for 2. Comes Baker round the wicket bowls. That's wide of the off stump of Pujara. That's a poor ball by Josh Baker.
That's so uncharacteristic. Yeah. He really is angry with himself, but
just sat up.
He just got that one completely wrong. A rare long hop from Baker. That.
In fact, he stands with his hands on his hips. So an easy boundary for Pujara. Sussex 100 up, 101 for 2.
Beautifully put away, though, wasn't it? It just didn't try and hit it too hard. Just made sure that he got it exactly where he needed to reach the boundary.
At Repton, talk about CB Frying, comes Baker again bowls, let go by Pujara outside the off stump, taken by Cox, no run. At Repton he won the school prizes for Latin verse, Greek verse, Latin prose and French. He was also runner-up in German. His weakest subject was maths, apparently. Comes Baker bowls again, and Pujara again using his feet, getting quite on the wicket and almost sort of padding the ball away.
Just kicking it away.
End of the over. Sussex 101 for 2, Pujara 41, Clark on 30. Live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Adrian Harms and Frank Watson guiding you through the final 21 overs of the day. If you missed any of the play today, you missed a wonderful innings by Brett D'Oliveira. 169 not out of a Worcestershire total of 491. Good contribution today from Josh Baker, young 18-year-old. He made a very accomplished 43. Tom Haynes picking up 3 for 50 for Sussex. Grant Stewart 2 for 77. Sussex losing 2 wickets early on, all out to the first ball of the innings. Haynes for 26. Sussex from 34 for 2 have recovered to 101 for 2.
And here's Ed Barnard bowling from the Diglis end. Clark defends back to him. Yes, CB Fry buried in the village church in Repton, but only about 5 yards from the path that leads through the main school. And when I was in charge of the cricket there, I made it the duty of the first 11 to maintain the grave, so it was nice. They always kept it in good shape and mowed the grass around it and that kind of thing. Very important for them to recognise the greats of the past, I think. As in comes Barnard again, and Clark plays this one up to mid-on with Morris Fields, and there's no run. 101 for 2.
Nice to see Dylan Pellington give you a nice wave, Frank.
Good lad, Dylan. Well, he gets on well with everybody. Just a real fun guy to be around.
Looks a really enthusiastic cricketer as well. He's doing some warm. I reckon he's going to bowl soon.
Yeah. In comes Ed Barnard from the Diglis end again and bowls, and
out.
Clark is driven not out. Good stop by Baker. That's what he's there for, that lofted drive. He actually hit it into the ground, and Baker made a good diving take, and you just for a minute thought that it might be a catch, but it wasn't to be. But that's what he's there for. I think Pennington will be into the attack soon. And Morris only bowled a few overs, didn't he, in his first spell. Here comes Barnard again. He's in, he bowls, and Clark gets an inside edge really and squeezes us out on the leg side. Picks up a single as Azhar Ali comes round from mid-wicket to field. And the score moves on to 102 for 2. So really useful partnership developing between these two. And Worcester have lost that edge that they had in that early part of the innings when, not surprisingly, when Leach picked up the wicket with that first ball, and there was a real buzz and an expectation about everything they did, but it's the sting has been taken out of it, mainly by this man, Pujara, who's working this one away on the onside and taking a single, even though Brett Dover is quick and gets his throw away. Pujara was in. It's an education to watch, I think, for when you watch someone like Pujara. We're lucky, aren't we, to see some of the great players, and I've really enjoyed watching him today. And what I've particularly enjoyed is just how methodical he's been and how late he has played the ball. Barnard is in and bowls, and Clark goes back and pushes back up the pitch to the bowler, and there's no run. By methodical, I mean that thing you pointed out about how he has a sort of pre-delivery routine where he checks his grip, settles down into his guard, and it is almost like a golfer over his putt, just making sure that he takes every little stage in order and works at it, and his method is really impressive. And against Baker, I always think it's interesting watching subcontinental players play spin. Right from the first time that Baker came on, he was using his feet. He comes down the pitch. If he doesn't get there, he just lets it, just sort of kicks it away. He knows exactly what he's doing.
In comes Baker, bowls to Pujara, who's down the pitch and playing wristily to mid-wicket, fielded there by Azhar Ali, and there is no run. Going back to C.B. Fry, just reading he was married in 1898 to Beatrice Holmes Sumner, who was the daughter of Arthur Sumner of Hatchlands Park, which is a National Trust property now. Comes in and bowls to Pujara, back to Baker on the bounce. Baker throws at the stumps and breaks the stumps at the far end, but all much ado about nothing. There is no run. Hatchlands Park near Guildford in Surrey, where there are beautiful bluebells at this time of the year. And he was very unhappily married, apparently.
Yeah, I had heard that.
Yeah,
he was always away playing cricket, I think.
Yeah, well, according to you, don't know whether to believe this or not. Apparently, he tried to stay away from his wife as much as possible. She was 10 years his senior, apparently.
That's why he liked batting so much. He just
yeah, I can't go home. I'm batting. Brian Green,
and on the way home, I'm playing football. Played for Southampton, I think, in the FA Cup final. So I believe.
Yes,
Amazing.
he did. Yeah. Brian Green's been in touch. Hello, Brian. As in comes Baker, bowls. Forward comes Pujara. Down the offside of the track, there is no run. It is a glorious afternoon now. If you're just picture Worcester Cathedral bathed in sunshine, it looks absolutely magnificent. It just dominates the ground as in comes Baker again round the wicket. Bowls. Pujara was thinking of coming down the track. He was caught in two minds. Good bit of bowling by Baker. I think he just held that back a little. And in the end, Pujara let the ball go through to Cox outside the off stump. There is no run. Slip and a short leg in close attendance. Baker in bowls. Pujara again comes down the wicket, plays literally just with soft hands. Short leg comes in, collects the ball and throws it back to Baker, who's rattling through his overs. What an experience for this young man. 18 years of age, bowling to Pujara. In again, and Pujara's forward, driving handsomely. That's four. Oh, let's not go before. There is a sweep out on that boundary who I couldn't see against the advertising hoardings. Joe Leach all the way out there. And Pujara picks up a couple of runs. He goes to 44, and Sussex to 105 for 2 at the end of the over. And Baker 7 overs, 3 made, no wickets for 11. Brian says, I'm enjoying the commentary very much in sunny Estepona. That's in Spain, isn't it? Southern Spain.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, my favourite Fry story is when late in life he told his friend, the writer Denzil Batchelor, that he was thinking of going into horse racing. Really? What has Charles? Asked Batchelor. Owner, trainer, jockey or horse? Very good. Keep the commentary going, says Righto. But just as to where Stepona is, I'm pretty certain it's down near Malaga, but I may be completely wrong. And Graham Peters has been in touch. Hello, Graham. He says, regarding umpires holding clothing, as there is no longer any ECP COVID guidance, we umpires are being told that it is up to us if we want to hold the players' clothing. Last week I came prepared to hold jumpers but not caps. Due to the warm weather, no player was wearing a jumper, and a number of bowlers handed me their caps, which I accepted. So I think I'm back to where I was pre-COVID. Thank you, Graham, who's a regular contributor. Lovely to hear from you.
Dylan Pennington has replaced Ed Barnard at the Diglis end, as I thought he might when he was doing those warm-ups down in front of us. And he comes in now to bowl to Clark, who steers this down on the offside, and there's no run. My favourite Fry story is they reckon when he set this world long jump record that stood for about, I don't know, 10 years or something like that, he was actually at Oxford and had a glass of champagne in one hand and a cigar in the other, and they said, Charles, old chap, we're short of one for the long jump. Would you come and give it a go? And he put his champagne cigar down and went and broke the world record. But it could be apocryphal again. He did hold the record, but whether it happened in those circumstances, I'm not exactly sure. Here's Pennington again, and he bowls, and Clark edges that through the slips for 4, down to third man. I'm not sure if it carried or not. Pennington looks devastated, as you would, because he's induced a false shot from Clark, who really, in the last 10 minutes, ever since I said he was playing well, has faltered a little. But he gets 4 more, and he goes on to 35. But a moral victory almost for the bowler there, I think. And here's Pennington again from the Diglis end, in, bowls, and Clark this time lets that one go through outside the off stump to wicket-keeper Cox. 109 for 2 then. Big partnership developing here between these two.
He was a teacher as well at Charterhouse.
He did pretty much everything, I think, really.
Yeah, reading here about his party trick was apparently to leap from a stationary position
onto
on
the
floor,
mantle,
backwards onto a backwards onto a mantle. That's insane, isn't it?
Here's Pennington again. He's in and he bowls, and Clark again lets that go through outside the off stump. Yeah, I think we've got to take a large pinch of salt with some of these stories, but yeah, certainly an impressive all-round sportsman and scholar. I mean, genuinely a great scholar, apparently.
Well, thanks very much for everyone for getting in touch. I'm always grateful for your emails, and you know, it adds to the enjoyment of the commentary, and great to talk about some of these old characters of the game and you know, of English life.
And there's Dylan Pennington moving in past umpire Alex Wolfe. He's in now, he bowls, and Clark is forward, pushing back up the pitch to Pennington, who's started well. He's in his 5th over, he's conceded 18 so far, but he's bowled with some fire and pace, and
he has absolutely
busy, just wanting to make things happen.
Yeah, and he looks like he might. He's, you know, Shan Masood. I'm just wondering whether this is up to date. 588 runs in the championship so far this season.
Pennington is in, bowls, and this time Clark is pushing out on the offside. There's no run, 109 for 2. It's a little bit unfair. I mean, we were often saying about people getting 1,000 runs in May, that it's very rare. You know, will it ever be done again, and so on. But you know, I suppose this year we did start, and it was the end of February when we started this year. When you think it's still April, when he's more than halfway there, he's got to have a really good chance, hasn't he?
Well, 196 not out today, 239 against Sussex last week in the game against Middlesex. Just look up these scores, because I'm assuming this is up to date, but we'll just double check that. In the meantime, it's going to be Josh Baker who's going to carry on from the
Oh, update will be coming any
Oh,
moment.
right. Oh, crumbs. Oh, no. That's, yeah.
So, yeah.
Why don't you take
I'll take it, yeah, okay. Baker round the wicket to Pujara, using his feet, whipping this one away on the onside. Using his feet almost every ball, Pujara, to Baker. And confident in doing that. There's a batsman who's grown up playing against spin bowling, I would say. And great experience for young Josh Baker bowling to him. He's in again. He goes back this time actually, which is also using his feet, just using them in a different way, and he cuts that down to the boundary for 4. And his method is proving very effective, because obviously he uses his feet, tries to force the spinner to pull his length back a little bit because he's coming at him, and then when he does pull his length back a bit, he rocks back and he cuts him for 4. So really excellent batting, and he's gone to 48. Here's that update. And Worcestershire being made to work very hard in the evening sunshine here at New Road. They got off to a great start in this Sussex reply to their own 491 when Joe Leach took a wicket with the first ball of the innings. One more wicket went down before tea. At tea it was 34 for 2, but since tea, excellent progress being made by the Sussex third wicket pair of Cheteshwar Pujara, the Indian Test player who's just brought up his half century, and youngster Tom Clark. Clark on 35, Pujara on 50, and Sussex 115 for 2 in the 36th over. And well batted Cheteshwar Pujara. 50 coming off 109 balls. He's not been rushed, but he's played beautifully, as I hope our commentary has reflected. Baker bowls to him again. He lets that go outside the off stump. Yeah, it's been a real pleasure to watch, actually. I think this Pujara innings
I would agree.
Love watching the best players, and it's been measured, it's been calm. He's down the pitch, pushing Baker away again on the offside, and it's been well organised as well. There's been no sense of panic or nerves at any stage. 115 for 2 then, Pujara 50, and Clark on 35.
You talk about Shad Masood, 588 runs so far this evening. He's averaging 196. So at Lords in the first match against Middlesex, he made 62 and 91. He made 239 last week against Sussex at Derby, and today he's 196 not out. So that's not a bad return. So I'd have thought it's very likely, if he carries on at this rate, that he is going to get 1,000 runs by the end of May, which is a wonderful achievement. It's going to be Dylan Pennington who's going to come in. Tall, strongly built, right arm quick bowler, racing in from the D'Oliveira end. He comes in and he bowls to Clark, who's solidly in behind a ball of good length, punches the ball to mid wicket, and there is no run. There are 3 slips, a point, cover mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a fine leg. The sun is out. Stiff breeze blowing across the ground, a northeasterly breeze. So if you're in front of the hotel, which is away to our left hand side, and you're out of the breeze and you're in the sunshine, it's really very pleasant. You might need your sun cream if you're sitting down there. Probably a bit more chilly down at the far end in the D'Oliveira stand, where you're exposed to the breeze. It's ruffling Pennington's shirt as he runs in towards us. Bowls to Clark, and Clark lets that one sail by outside of the off stump, taken by Ben Cox, and there is no run. Tom Clark's on 35. He survived a couple of big LBW shouts, but always looks very composed. He looks quite unruffled as Tom Clark, and he's played a good innings here in support of Pujara, because Sussex at one stage 34 for 2 when Tom Haynes was out. Surveys the leg side field as Pennington is already back at his mark. He's probably 2/3 of the way to the boundary, Dylan Pennington, and now he's running in hard. Comes in past umpire Wharf, bowls to Clark, who plays this off the hip to mid wicket, where it's fielded by Azhar Ali. And again, there is no run. Certainly is the best weather of the day. The heavy cloud, which is away in the distance now, drifting away towards the southwest, and where the weather's coming from, it's lovely blue skies, and the cloud that we have got is now high, and I think that's pretty much the weather forecast here for the next couple of days. And it's been a terrific start to the season. I know it hasn't been that warm, but at least we haven't had any rain. As in comes Pennington. Racing is coming around the wicket now. Bowls to Clark, and Clark's beaten. That was a good delivery by Dylan Pennington, who I think has been comfortably the quickest bowler in the match. And Tom Clark beaten outside of the off stump. That was a good delivery. And
Bounced as well. That's that one, isn't it, that we've
Yeah.
been talking about?
Yeah, it didn't take off, but it was a pacey delivery, and the ball really thumped into the gloves of Ben Cox, who took that round about shoulder high. So still good carry on this wicket. And you just get the feeling that, you know, if you bend your back, that there is something in this wicket for the seam bowlers. Pennington in again, bowls, and Clark is solidly forward. A nice looking drive down the ground, and a good bit of fielding by Charlie Morris at mid-on. And Azhar Ali is so impressed, he runs across from mid-wicket, and they do that sort of, what everyone does now, sort of touching of hands, isn't it? You know,
Yeah.
you see it a lot in tennis, don't you? In doubles tennis, where
Yeah.
you know, if someone plays a good shot, and the players always go towards each other and either.
I think it's a
fist
nice.
tap or-
I think it's a nice thing
you
to
know.
see. To see Azhar Ali do that, I think
You know,
is nice.
well
And
done, he's saying.
just gives the fielder that little bit of extra, doesn't it?
Yeah, it was a good bit of
Brett
fielding, 'cause
D'Oliveira clapping his hands vigorously. Keep going. Pennington's going round.
comes in bowls to Clark, who's back in his crease and plays down the wicket. Pennington fields of his own bowling, makes as if to shy at the stumps, but decides it's really not worthwhile. Tom Clark's going to go off and get a new pair of gloves and a drink, I think, and Ollie Carter, who's been very busy as 12 man. He comes running on. I think he's got a towel and a drink for his Sussex teammates. So end of the over, 115 for 2. Pujara is on 50, Clark is on 39. Dylan Pennington, 6 overs, 1 made, 0 for 18, has been tidy enough, and I think has bowled well. Just checking we've got no more emails, but if you want to send us one, please do so. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, and it's going to be Josh Baker who's going to carry on from this, the New Road end of the ground. We've got another 16 overs left in the day, so we're not going to have a repeat of yesterday where we didn't finish till 7:15. But the rate Baker bowls his overs, it may not be that we're not long after 6 o'clock this evening.
Yep, he bowls his overs very quickly.
He does.
Which, if you're Pennington and you're running in like that on the other end, is probably not good news, because you just got your breath back and time to bowl again. Anyway, it is Baker around the wicket to Pujara, 1 slip and a short silly point, and a man on the drive on the onside. Pujara just tucks him away on the leg side for a single. Morris fields, 116 for 2. Pujara goes to 51, and the left-handed Tom Clark will face Baker. He hasn't faced him that much. It's been mainly taken by Pujara, hasn't it? The spin. Baker changing the field slightly, bringing Morris into a conventional backward point position. And he's just got slip backward point, extra cover mid-off, and the rest are on the onside as he bowls to Clark, who's forward, pushing this out on the onside, fielded by Jack Haynes under the helmet at short leg. And Baker again over the wicket to the left-handed Clark, comes in, bowls, and Clark is again forward and playing defensively back up the pitch. So Baker halfway through this over already. Possibility of doing one of his under 2 minutes overs. He's in, he bowls, and this one's pushed out on the offside. Pujara wanting a single, sent back by Clark, despite a wayward throw from Azhar Ali, which is backed up by Jake Libby. A backward square leg. 116 for 2 it remains. Bright sunshine, blue skies, a one-wheeling seagull as Baker comes in and bowls a quicker delivery to Clark, which he plays defensively off the back foot. Played quite late, which caused a little bit of potential excitement, but that was quelled when he got the middle of the bat on it. So 1 ball left in the over. It's a really quick one, this, and Baker is in, he bowls, and again Clark is forward, taking on the pad. It runs out on the offside. End of the over. I reckon he delivered that one in under 2 minutes, or maybe just over. 116 for 2 at the end of it, and 15 remaining in the day. 15 remaining in the day, and Pennington will bowl the first of them from the Diglis end.
Just up the M5 in Birmingham, Warwickshire 314 for 8, leading Essex by 146. The former Sussex wicketkeeper batsman Michael Burgess, 111 not out. Glamorgan's struggling at Cardiff, 66 for 3 in their second innings, and perhaps significantly Marnus Labuschagne already out, still trailing Middlesex by 148. Notts 316 for 3 at Durham. Ben Slater still going strong, he's 138. As in comes Dylan Pennington. Running in bowls, let go by Pujara. Maybe they didn't miss the off stump by very much, judging by the howls from behind the stumps.
Good leave.
But it was a good leave by Pujara. Taken by Cox. You could hear the Worcestershire players are just encouraging each other because they're desperate for a breakthrough here. These two Sussex players have done well. At one stage, Sussex 34 for 2. So very quickly elsewhere. Notts 314 for 3 at Durham. Surrey 156 for 4 in reply to Somerset's 337. Ollie Pope out for 49. In comes Pennington. Bowls. Pujara again lets it go outside the off stump. And they're getting very excited out there, the Worcestershire players, aren't they?
No reason, because that was well wide of the off stump.
Yeah, Brett Dolliver is just geeing them up a little bit.
Just trying to create a bit of energy.
Well, that's good. There's nothing wrong with that.
No, I agree completely.
Yorkshire 29 without loss at Wantage Road. They're leading Northants by 121 into the second innings. Lancashire 237 for 3 against Gloucestershire at Old Trafford. Josh Bohannon being talked about in England circles, 129 not out. Pennington in bowls to Pujara. It's a lovely shot. Beautifully played through a straightish mid-wicket, almost mid-on really, out towards the boundary. Couple of runs fielded by Leach, who has to run back. Pujara goes to 53, 118 for 2. He'd have seen all of this, wouldn't he?
One of the impressive things about it, though, I mean, of course he has, and he's done it almost every day, but it's when you watch a player playing innings like this, it's just the fact that when the bad ball comes along, or the slightly errant delivery comes along, they always make the most of it, don't they?
They do.
I mean, that was just slightly over pitched, and he said, "Yep, I'll have a couple."
Pennington from the Dollavera end in bowls, and Pujara is forward played. Oh, there's danger if he hits, he's out. Oh, the throw comes in, he misses. Well, Tom Clark was halfway down the wicket, and Joe Leach was down. In fact, in the end, Clark is very quick on his feet. Young Tom Clark is only 21, but had he slipped, he was in real trouble there. It was played to mid-on, Leach was in, and Pujara comes down and says, sorry about that. In the end, no much ado about nothing. Another centurion today is James Vince for Hampshire. Hampshire 275 for 4 against Kent, who made 305 in their first innings. Pennington wheels around and is on his way to bowl to Cheteshwar. Pujara is in and bowls, and Pujara drives to mid-off, fielded there by Charlie Morris, and there is no run. You're quite right about with Baker bowling, Pennington gets very little breather, and he does have a long run, and it's a very aggressive run to the crease as well from Dylan Pennington. 9 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 8. No, sorry, in his 7th over, I apologise. 7 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 20 so far for Dylan Pennington. 2 slips and a gully go down, 3 men saving 1 on the offside. Pennington in bright sunshine, in and bowls to Pujara, who tucks inside the line and glides that nicely off the hip down to backward square leg. He picks up a single fielded by Baker. It is the end of another over. So Pennington's figures 7 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 21. Sussex are 119 for 2. Pujara on 54, Clark on 35. The 2 men out, Alistair Orr for a duck, first baller for day for poor Ali Orr, and Tom Haynes making 26. Earlier on today, Brett Dollavera, a wonderful innings of 169 not out in that total of 491. Sussex have much batting to do, and so far these two have battled away well.
And it's Josh Baker from the New Road End starting a new over. Put the stopwatch on him this time. Comes in and bowls to Pujara, who goes big and heaves that away on the leg side for 4. Sloggish, perhaps,
Well, it was
but calculated. He knew what he was doing. He hasn't he hasn't done that before, but he's just basically just hit that across the line against the spin and just whacked it through mid-wicket or over mid-wicket for 4. Not the most elegant shot that Pujara has played, but mighty effective. Gone to 58, puts a bit of pressure on the bowler for the rest of the over. Baker is in, he's down the pitch again, driving this time on the offside. Baker just desperately hoping he can get one to just grip and pass the outside edge when Pujara comes down. Wouldn't that be a moment? But he's so assured in his footwork. The great man. Here's Baker again. Just pulls out of that one. I think Pujara wasn't quite ready. Hadn't gone quite through all his routines. Charlie Morris warming up. Baker in, bowls. Pujara down the pitch again, but well bowled. Saw him coming, just held it back slightly. Pushed up to mid-on to D'Oliveira. Charlie Morris going through his vigorous warm-up routine at mid-wicket, suggesting he'll be on next over. Baker in once more, bowls, and Pujara is forward again, pushing back up the pitch. Quite something, I would think, for a bowler of Baker's raw experience to just bowl and contain a player like Pujara. Impressive. Bowls again. Pujara is forward, tickles this one away on the leg side for a single. Morris fields, but then I suppose that explains why he came down and whacked that first ball, because he feels after that hasn't really got to do much for the rest of the over. Took Baker by surprise, I think. Coming over the wicket to the left-hander, Baker. Last ball of the over, he's in, bowls, and Clark is forward, pushing out on the offside. So the end of the over, a boundary off the first ball, and he still bowled the over in 2 minutes 14 seconds. It's quite incredible, really, isn't it? But it does mean, as you say, that we'll probably be finishing more or less on time today, maybe a little bit after 6 o'clock, depends who bowls at the other end. But Charlie Morris coming on to replace Dylan Pennington. Bowling figures for those of you who are interested in that sort of thing, and you may be just listening to us and not watching a stream, or you haven't got the information at your fingertips. Leach 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 31. Morris 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 18. Pennington, who's just come out of the attack, 7 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 21. Baker 10 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 23, and Barnard 8 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 27. Pennington hasn't come out of the attack, he's still in the attack, and he bowls now outside the off stump to Pujara, who leaves that, and it's taken by Cox.
Martin's been in touch, Martin Weiss, and he says, very much enjoying the CB Fry anecdotes. I'm currently writing a book about Colin Weiss, who was the captain of the most successful Newcastle United FC team ever. He played for England, was the founder of the Players' Union, and later a club manager. He was also a poet, violinist, theatre founder, friend of George Bernard Shaw, war hero and journalist. Wow, that's some CV.
But did he play for Sussex?
In comes Pennington again, bowls to Pujara, plays it into the onside, fielded by D'Oliveira. There is no. And he goes on to say, Winston Churchill was of course a fine painter and writer as well as Prime Minister in our darkest hour. Disraeli combined being Prime Minister with a successful career as a novelist, poet and historian. Albert Camus managed to be the goalkeeper. Camus, is it? Goalkeeper for Algiers as well as a first-class knowledge. Yeah. Mick Shannon was a fine English striker who became a brilliant racehorse trainer.
He did, yeah, played for Norwich City. Yeah.
In comes Pennington again. He does race in hard, bowls to Pujara, who drives beautifully to mid-off. There is no run, fielded there by Morris. These chaps even put sporting polymaths like Ali Sidebottom and Chris Balderston to shame. I'm sure all you listeners can think of other great all-rounders.
And it's all because they didn't spend their time watching television.
Or playing on their mobile phones. Oh dear, there's a couple of grumpy men, aren't there? Oh dear. That's wonderful.
I count myself in that as much as anybody.
He's bowling with 2 slips and a gully, is Dylan Pennington. Backward point, cover mid-off. Mid-on, deep backward square and a fine leg. The sun is out. Pennington, Worcestershire desperate for a breakthrough. Pennington in, bowls, short.
Bad, sir. Good delivery.
Yeah, Pujara ducks underneath it, played it well, but still there's a bit of life in this pitch. Pujara unruffled, 59 of 127 balls. These two have now put on 90 for the Sussex third wicket. Pennington's figures here. Yeah, 7 overs and 4 balls. 1 maiden, no wicket for 21. Why not join our conversation? Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Charlie Morris is warming up at mid-off. Pennington in and bowls, and Pujara right in behind that, plays it into the offside, and there is no run. Fielded by Azhar Ali. Just thinking about D'Oliveira. He's persisted with Baycraft. He's bowled a very tidy spell, hasn't he? 10 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 23. And he's tended to rotate the quicker bowlers from the D'Oliveira end.
Yeah, I think that's the plan, really. And it's a bit like what we're saying that Tom Haynes didn't have yesterday, was the control
I agree.
at one end and then rotate the seamers at the other end. And it's from that end that we've seen the odd one really kick, isn't it?
Comes Pennington again, bowls to Pujara, who eddies that. It's all the way along the floor. It's going to run down towards the third man boundary. I'm not sure it's going to get there. It's going to be a close run thing, and it's stopped just down below us by Jake Libby, but not before Pujara has turned for his 3rd run. He goes to 62. It was all the way along the floor past Ed Barnard, who's fielding in the gully region. 3 more to Pujara. He's 62. Sussex 127 for 2. Clark is on 35. Dylan Pennington, 8 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 24. And in fact, Charlie Morris is going to come on to bowl.
Baker.
Josh Baker,
Charlie Morris.
who picked up the wicket of Tom Haynes when the score was on 34, bowling the Sussex skipper and opener.
He bowled well, actually, I thought, Charlie Morris. I mean, he conceded 2 boundaries in his first over, and he then finished with that spell with figures 7 overs, 3 maidens and 1 for 18. So bowled pretty well, picked up the wicket of Haynes. He'll nag away, and he might just get one to do enough to find the edge of Pujara's bat, and he will give it his all. That's an absolute certainty. There are fewer more wholehearted and consistent cricketers than Charlie Morris, and he comes in now from the New Road end and bowls to Pujara, who lets that go through outside the off stump. 127 for 2.
Shan Masood, 2nd double 100 in a week.
Yeah, goodness.
204 not out for Derbyshire.
That's pretty awesome, isn't it?
Yeah, adding to his 239 that he scored against Sussex last week.
Gosh.
That's what you call a rich vein of form. And he does it quickly as well. Derbyshire 385 for 3 in 96 overs.
Really?
Yeah.
Goodness me. There's Morris again, and he's in, and he bowls, and that's taken by Cox behind the stumps. 127 for 2. Well, our colleague Dave Fletcher will be enjoying watching that, I'm sure. Because they've had some lean years, haven't they, Derbyshire, to be fair. I mean, they've had some great years as well in the past, obviously, but they've been searching for a formula, I think it's fair to say, for the last 2 or 3 years, and maybe Mickey Arthur's come and brought a little bit of something special, a little bit of the X factor. Certainly seemed to have started well.
Yes.
Here's Morris in again, bowls to Pujara, plays nicely up to mid on. It's fielded by Pennington.
Well, I think you made the point yesterday. I mean, that is some signing for Derbyshire to bring in Mickey Arthur, and what you want for an overseas is for them to perform, and that's exactly what he's doing. It's what Pujara is doing here for Sussex. Because, good overseas players, I'm sure, don't come cheap, and if they're coming, they need to perform, and that's exactly what he's done. But my word, he's over 600 runs for the season.
1,000 before the end of April?
Wow, I'll tell you what.
Imagine that.
Well, they'll have another match. Are you at Derby next week?
Well, we're at Nottingham next week.
Okay.
Derby the week after.
Have a little look.
Morris in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone. Taken by Cox.
It might well be that Derby don't play next week. Let's have a little look and see.
127 for 2. Simpson's cloud we've got now, that's what I like to call that, just blue sky. I think people know exactly what we mean by that. Cathedral looks beautiful, bathed in sunshine. A crow floating in the breeze, look over where the nets are. And Charlie Morris moving away from us, past the umpire, right arm over the wicket, bowls to Pujara, and he's forward and pushing out on the offside. Finish the over now. Charlie will be saying to himself, 5-dot balls, don't bowl a loose one and spoil the over. You often see the quicker bowlers, if they've bowled 5 dots, they bowl a bouncer, don't they, at the end of the over, just to get out of the over, as they call it. Charlie Morris unlikely to do that, but he'll just be saying to himself, come on, finish it off. Don't ease the pressure that you might have built with those 5 dots. Pujara, quite a wide stance, slightly crouched, waits, and Morris bowls, and he does complete a maiden over, lets that one go outside the off stump. Pujara, so good over from Morris, and 8 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 18 his figures. Pujara has 62 and Clark has 35. It's 127 for 2, and you better not start the Pennington over, Adrian, because I think it's coming up to that time again.
I'll just give you Derbyshire play Glamorgan next week at Derby, then the following, then I think they have a week off, then they play Worcestershire and home to Worcestershire, away at Nottinghamshire, then before then we go into T20. He's got 3 more matches, so he could well reach 1,000 runs by the end of May.
By the end of May, easily. Or he could get 4 noughts on the trot. Here's Pennington round the wicket to the left-handed Clark, who drives beautifully. Half volley, 4 runs from the moment it left the bat. Just leaned into it and steered it through that gap at extra cover. Fine shot from Clark. First one that he's first scoring shot for a while. He hasn't had much of the strike. He goes to 39, 131 for 2 with that boundary, and the 100 partnership rapidly approaching for these two. 97 they've added now. Worcestershire, after getting off to a flyer, seeking a breakthrough. Pennington again is in and bowls, and Clark is forward, pushes into the covers. D'Oliveira the fielder, and there's no run. Bright evening sunshine, still a cool breeze blowing across the ground, but a pretty picture. Dylan Pennington being encouraged by a few teammates in, and bowls to Clark on his toes, pushes defensively up to mid-off. Joe Leach the fielder. Update for BBC Hereford and Worcester coming shortly. Still persevering with 3 slips. Brett D'Oliveira at the moment. Ed Pollock, Jack Haynes and Ed Barnard. But not much gone that way recently. Pennington again. He's in, he bowls, and down the leg side Clark flicks at that. It's gone down to the boundary for 4, and I think it's going to be 4 byes. So Ben Cox unable to get across to that one. Good pace from Pennington, but down the leg side, and Clark trying to flick it away, missed it, and Ben Cox moving across to his right. Got a fingertip on it, I think. He's ruefully rubbing his hand now. They can hurt them with gloves on. And it's gone down to the boundary. So 3 runs, not 3 but 3 runs for Sussex. 4 byes, 135 for 2, and the 100 partnership arrives between these two. Pennington in, bowls. This time Clark does get a bat on it, just steering it down to long leg, fine leg, where Josh Baker fields down in front of our commentary position, just moving in off the rope, and returns left-handed to Cox. They take a single. Clark moves to 40 off 91 balls, and here comes that update. Still Worcestershire struggling in the evening sunshine to take this Sussex 3rd wicket. Indeed, the 3rd wicket pair have just brought up a 100 partnership. They are Tom Clark, the young left-handed batsman. He's on 40, and the senior partner is the unflappable Indian Test player Cheteshwar Pujara, who's played really beautifully for his 62 in very measured, untroubled fashion. So Sussex mounting a good recovery after losing those 2 early wickets. They lost 1 to the first ball of the innings. At one stage they were 0 for 1, obviously 34 for 2 when the captain Tom Haynes was out. 1 wicket for Joe Leach and 1 for Charlie Morris. But since then, an excellent partnership between these two, and at the moment, with 10 overs remaining in the day, Pujara is on 62, Clark is on 40, and they are still trailing Worcestershire at this stage by 355 runs, but they're 136 for 2. And it's Charlie Morris to continue from the New Road end, bowling to Clark, who is forward, pushing this out on the offside, fielded by Azhar Ali, coming in from extra cover, and no addition to the score. 136 for 2. As I say, a long way behind still, 355 runs, but there is a sense that this pitch has flattened out a little bit, I think. The sun coming out just hasn't really offered as much assistance as we thought it might. Morris is in, bowls, and this one's left alone by Clark, taken by Cox. Charlie Morris yet to concede a run in this spell in his second over. Conceded 18 of his first 7, but Clark and Pujara looking fairly comfortable since tea. Morris once again, right arm over, medium pace, bowls to the left-handed Clark, who's forward, pushing out again on the offside, and Azhar Ali is once again the fielder. And I think we might be about to see a 12th man, because Gareth Roderick has come out to the boundary in his full kit, suggesting that he might be about to go out and field. Whether somebody out there's got a little knock or a little niggle, I'm not sure. Let you know as soon as I hear anything or see anything. Here's Morris again. Bowls to Clark, who steers this out on the offside, and it's fielded by Libby at cover point. And again, it's a dot ball. Seems quite a long time now since Joe Leach made that breakthrough in early afternoon, taking the wicket of Alistair Orr with the first ball of the innings, and there was huge celebration and optimism in the Worcestershire ranks. And when Haynes went, it's 34 for 2, and Worcestershire were hoping for a couple more wickets before tea, and it's turned out that still 2 down, and we're approaching the close as Morris comes in and bowls, and that's neatly clipped off his toes by Tom Clark for a single. Josh Baker, the fielder, at square leg, and Clark moves on to 41, and it's 137 for 2.
Very vocal in the field, isn't he, Josh Baker? I was just listening to him down here. He was shouting out to Dylan, "Come on, Dill!" He was saying.
Well, he's quite a modern cricketer, shall we say? I think that's what you tend to see now in county age group sides and so on. They're encouraged all the time to get behind each other. Morris bowls and Pujara defends out on the offside. No run over completed. 137 for 2. And although I think at times it can seem a little bit over the top and so on, it's not. It's a good thing in a way. And what I mean is, I would say Josh Baker, ever since he's been playing county age group cricket, club cricket, will have been encouraged to do that, and it's just normal to him.
Yes.
But yeah, most young players, I think, are like that, and there is going to be a change. Gareth Roderick has gone on to the field, and Dylan Pennington has come off. Whether he's got a little niggle or not, I'm not sure. But Pennington off, and Roderick on as substitute fielder, and Joe Leach into the attack at the Diglis end.
37 for 2, almost clear blue skies above Worcester Cathedral. Actually, talk about all-rounders, which you are people who can do a lot. I think Patrick Bamford, who is the Leeds United striker, I think he
played for Norwich for a bit as well.
I think he speaks quite a few languages, and I think he's quite a musician as well.
Ah,
I think I just remember hearing him or reading something about him, so I think he speaks several languages. Someone might pick me up on that, but I'm fairly certain that's the case. Joe Leach in bright sunshine runs towards us, coming into bowl to Tom Clark. He's in, and Clark is nudging that one wide of second slip, but in between slip and point, and picks up a couple of runs. Does Tom Clark? He goes to 43, and Sussex to 139 for 2.
I wonder if he feels in the world of professional football that he needs to hide that sort of,
Well,
those sort of all-round skills. Be a shame, but I wonder. Might make him a target.
Wasn't Steve Coppell, didn't he? Didn't
I
he study
was
Russian?
at university with Steve Coppell.
Were you?
At Liverpool. Yeah, he was a year above me. He
Did
did
he study
economics.
Russian? Right.
Economics. Phil Neal
Right.
studied Russian. Phil Neal, who's here in the Worcestershire dressing room, former captain.
In comes Leach again, bowls to Clark, turns that nicely, wristily down to deep mid wicket, picks up a single. Does Tom Clark? He goes to 44, 140 for 2.
Phil Neal, who also played, when he was captain here, played professional football for Scunthorpe and Lincoln City, and he studied Russian studies, actually, not pure Russian, but yeah.
And I think
the last of the sort of double sportsmen, really, I suppose.
Yeah, I think Steve Highway, who played for Liverpool back in the day, I think he was a university
He was a graduate,
student as well,
Warwick University economics, I think. Don't
Yeah.
ask me why I know that.
He was a good player.
He was. Steve Coppell was a fantastic player, wasn't he? Yeah.
So there are plenty of footballers who, well, I say that's plenty, we've named a few who have got sort of degrees, but I don't know why it's something you don't associate particularly with.
Well, it's possibly because they turn professional so early, isn't it, that
Yes.
they don't complete their education. Joe Leach got his masters this winter.
Comes in and bowls. Cut away by Pujara. That's going to be 4 runs. Too much width from Joe Leach. Cut away firmly through third man by Pujara, who goes to 66, and Sussex to 144 for 2. A Masters in?
I'm not entirely sure, and his wife is a regular listener, so I don't want to get it particularly wrong. Possibly in something to do with sports administration, I think, is the way forward.
I wonder if that's the same degree, because Luke Wright also passed his degree up at Manchester. That was a Masters, and I know Ben Brown was studying for that as well.
Yeah.
I think both have finished. Certainly, I think Luke got a first.
Yeah, I think Joe did as well, actually.
So I don't know if that was the same course. Luke might be able to let us know. In comes Leach over the wicket, bowls, and lovely shot by Pujara back to base. Just tucked inside the line and just played the ball, beautiful time, and caressed the ball through the covers. And a bit of an exhibition here from Pujara. He goes to 70, I think that's going to click over to. Yes, there we go. And Sussex to 148 for 2. That was a beautiful shot. And this wicket, which we thought might cause 1 or 2 problems, and because we thought maybe there was a bit more help in the wicket than 491 suggested, but these two are making a good fist of things for Sussex.
That was glorious, wasn't it? Beautiful timing. And not just that, it's making sure it goes through the gap. Don't hit the fielder.
No, you're right.
Just
there are 3 men there.
perfect. Yeah.
Comes Leach again in and bowls, and Pujara is at it again, and has that gone for 4? It's gone for 4. Sorry, I didn't see that. That's 3 consecutive boundaries. Again, played through the offside. I just thought for a moment that the ball had been fielded, and I didn't see the ball go past the fielder. Is that Roderick who's on the field, the 12th man?
Yeah.
So 3 falls in a row for Cheteshwar Pujara, who goes to 74, and Sussex 150 is at 152 for 2.
Glorious shots. A dagger to the heart if you're a Worcester man, but you've got to admire that kind of quality.
Yeah. Leach on his way again. Over the wicket bowls to Pujara, who isn't going to get carried away by hitting 3 boundaries and lets the next ball go by outside of the off stump. There is no run. End of the over. 152 for 2. Pujara 74. Clark on 44. Sussex's last wicket going down on 34 when Tom Haynes was out. So it's Alior, who was sadly for Alior out to the very first ball of the Sussex reply, bowled by Joe Leach. And if you've just joined us, very good evening. If you've been with us all day, thanks for sticking with Frank and myself. 8 overs to go in the day here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. The lovely new robe, which probably doesn't look better than it does now. I know there's a stiff breeze, but I just love the sight of the sun on that cathedral, Frank. It's just magnificent.
Special, isn't it?
Yeah, really special.
Yeah. It's one of those things that I suppose we just take for granted, but the view of the ground, because the cathedral is so dominant with this vista across in that direction. I'll just break off for a minute as Charlie Morris comes in to start a new over, bowling to Clark, who edges this into the slips. He didn't carry, and throw comes back in as they think about a anyway. No run taken, but a slightly false shot. Good delivery from Morris. I always think that if you see a photo of New Road from the 1940s, or you see one from the 50s or the 60s, they're all that view is consistent. That particular part of the view. I know we've had the hotel built and so on, and that lends a kind of permanence to the view, which is not always the case with other grounds, particularly grounds that have been modernised. As Morris comes in, bowls, and Clark drives at that, misses it, taken by a diving Cox. A little bit uncertain then in this over, Clark, and Morris, as I predicted, and I don't mean that to sound in any way clever, but he's always the same.
Yeah.
Charlie Morris. You know what you're going to get. You're going to get fairly certain line and length and consistency. Does bowl bad balls, of course, but you can rely on him. And he's been tidy in this spell. He'll go for 4 now. Bowls left alone, actually, outside the off stump by Clark. 44 to him, 74 to Pujara, 152 for 2, the partnership 118 for this third wicket. And I think, I was saying when you were doing your report, Adrian, it just looks to me as though a bit of sunshine has perhaps just taken any malice out of this pitch, and maybe it's a bit flatter than we thought. Certainly not had those ones steepling at this end that we saw 2 or 3 times in the Worcestershire innings.
No.
Morris in and bowls outside the off stump to Clark, who leaves that alone, taken by Cox. Our chances of a prompt 6 o'clock finish have been dashed by the removal from the attack of Josh Baker, but it won't be too long after 6 o'clock.
No.
Dylan Pennington's going to come back on. Maybe it's just a comfort break, and he's just standing in front of the marquee with his clothing being disturbed by the breeze as Morris comes in again and bowls, and Clark again plays and misses outside the off stump, and again Cox takes. It's a good over this from Charlie Morris.
Yeah, he's just probing away, isn't he,
Yeah.
outside Tom Clark's off
Figures
stump.
are tidy, aren't they? 9.5 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 19, and he went for 8 in his first over. So
Very good.
since then, very, very tidy.
We talk about the cathedral. The great thing where our commentary position is that we have that view. If the commentary box was where the hotel is, it would be behind us. We wouldn't even see it.
Absolutely.
It'd be
What would we
completely
talk
different.
about?
Well, I don't know.
It'd be hopeless, wouldn't it?
Talk about cricket.
Morris, heaven forbid, beats him again outside the off stump. What a good over that was from
Very good.
Charlie Morris. Really, really impressive. And at the end of it, his figures 10 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 19. Pujara still there, looking immovable and just admirable on 74. Clark less secure, but still playing a very good hand, is on 44. It's 152 for 2, and we've got 7 overs left in the day.
Lara's been in touch. Hello, Lara. She says, I just wanted to say how impressed I am with Tom Clark so far this season. After struggling so much last year, he seems to have finally settled in and is showing the class we knew that he had. May it continue. Yeah, but I think it's a good point. Tom Clark came into the side. He played a bit in the Bob Willis Trophy in the COVID year, a bit last year as well, but never really cemented his place in the side. In comes Leach and bowls to Pujara, who eases that down to third man. It's going to race towards the boundary. I don't think it's going to go for 4 runs. It's going to be nip and tuck, and the ball is just pulled up literally inches inside the boundary rope by Jake Libby, but not before Pujara comes back for his 3rd run. He goes to 77, Sussex to 155 for 2. And I think Lara as well, it's... and I said to Tom when he made his 100 against Notts in the first game of the season that I don't know how he'd react. I said, you make a lot of 20s and 30s, Tom, and look really good, and then get out. And he said, absolutely. He said, oh, I know I've got to go on from that, you know, and this is the season to do it. He's had a couple of seasons in and around the side. And, you know, this year he's showing the application needed as in comes Leach. Bowls to Clark, who's solidly forward, plays to mid-off. And there is no run. There are 2 slips, a backward point, cover, a short extra cover, mid-off, and on the leg side there's a mid-on, a deep mid-wicket, and a fine leg who's Josh Baker down in front of us enjoying the sunshine. And Leach wanders back to his mark, and you know, looking at the match now, if the pitch has gone flat, and I mean there's still a long way to go, we've still got 2 whole days to go. Leach is in and bowls. Clark is caught, and that is a quite brilliant catch.
Jack Haynes
At second slip, load his left hand side. Tom Clark can't believe it. He looks to make sure that it did carry, and it did. And just as we were praising Tom Clark, he's on his way. Can't believe it, but that was a quite brilliant catch. That was to rank alongside the catch that Tom Alsop made yesterday. When he dismissed Jake Libby. A wonderful catch at second slip. Tom Clark looks thoroughly fed up as he makes his way off. He's made 44. The 3rd wicket goes down for Sussex, and at a time with just 6 overs after this one in the day, a good time to Worcestershire to pick up a scup. Just as we were thinking about where this game was heading, Worcestershire pick up a wicket, and Sussex 155 for 3.
Brilliant catch by Jack Haynes. And interesting, if anybody from Ombersley Cricket Club is listening, and I'm sure there'll be a few, they won't be surprised to hear me say, and I've said it before, that you know we've watched Jack grow as a cricketer over the years and always felt that he had a great future. But the one thing that we said he had to improve was his fielding, and I remember saying to him a couple of years ago, you know, you've improved your fielding, and he said, well, let's face it, I had to.
That's fair enough.
Because he used to doze off, and none of us would have ever expected to see him become a slip fielder, really. And it was something that he started to do last year, picked up a couple of catches. I remember talking to him over the winter and saying, you know, you could, with Daryl Mitchell retiring, there's a spot going at second slip, because that's where most of the catches go. That's where, over the years, the blokes who stack up the big figures of catches, and I think Daryl took 301 in his career. Graham Hick, many more than that, always second slip. So there was a gap there, and it's been Jack's aim, I think, to fill it. And that was absolutely brilliant, wasn't it? Diving away to his left. Just a brilliant catch.
It was.
And his reaction always tickles me, because he was so delighted.
He was.
He's like a goal scorer in a cup final, wasn't he? And just get congratulated again by Ed Pollock. Brilliant catch by Jack Haynes. And they needed it, Worcestershire.
Well,
it's a
did.
big breakthrough. They
did.
Want another one now before the close.
And just as we were praising Tom Clark, well, he has batted very well, Lara, but he's out now for 44. Now, Mohammad Rizwan has come in. There are, you know, you debate night watch, but I think probably with 6 overs to go, the light's good, and I'm sure Rizwan will just fancy getting in. And batted last week at Derby, only batted once and made from memory 22. Yes, he did, Mohammad Rizwan. But certainly, if Worcestershire were to get one of these now in these last 6 and a bit overs, Worcestershire will feel that they're right in the box seat in this game, particularly because we don't know about Tom Alsop and when. We're told he will bat, but you'd imagine having this painful blow on the hand will hinder him. As in comes Leach and bowls to Rizwan, and he's caught first ball. It's another wicket for Joe Leach, caught behind. Mohammad Rizwan becomes the second player in this Sussex innings to be out first ball. The Pakistan international makes his way off, and how a game of cricket can change. Joe Leach finds himself on a hat-trick. Clark, now Rizwan, and Sussex suddenly in real trouble here. 155 for 4, and Rizwan makes his way off. Wow, we didn't see that coming. Joe Leach with 3 wickets, he's on a hat-trick, and it'll be interesting to see who comes in for Sussex now. Will it be Delray Rawlings? Will it be Tom Alsop? Will it be a night watchman? We shall see. But, well, 2 first ballers in the same innings, you don't get that too often.
No, you don't, and we're not finished yet either, are we? So, yeah. The one thing I would say that, long-time Worcestershire followers will tell you that Joe Leach is a bowler who takes wickets in clutches, in little bursts. It's very, very common for him to do that. And James Atkins comes out in a very, very key moment, I think, because Leach, he really, when he gets his tail up like this, he's a pretty daunting force. And Worcestershire now, they've been patient, haven't they? They would have been saying, we saw them encouraging each other all through that 3rd wicket partnership. Come on, lads, 1 brings 2. You know what they say. And sure enough, brilliant catch by Haynes, and then a pretty routine one sets up a hat-trick opportunity for Joe Leach.
Well, Jamie Atkins, he's very much a number 11, and so I'm just sort of thinking here, with 6 overs after this, it's quite a long period to survive, particularly. You're looking at this catch.
Just watch that catch by Jack Haynes.
With Leach like this.
Absolutely stunning catch. I've just watched a little replay of it. To show you again here. It's absolutely brilliant. Really astonishingly good catch.
Diving
they don't come better than that, do they, really? Diving low to his left.
Yeah, well,
inches off the turf.
Well, Jamie Atkins, I think they're going to bring in a short leg. I think that's what. So this is a hat-trick ball. You better do this, Frank, because this could be a hat-trick for Joe Leach.
Joe Leach calling Baker up from fine leg to a kind of leg gully, I think. 3 slips, man on the drive. In fact, Baker's coming to 4th slip, so he's confident he's going to get his line right. And in he comes now to bowl to James Atkins. Joe Leach from the Digley End bowls, and Atkins pushes confidently enough at the middle of the bat up to mid-off, and there's a sort of around the ground, isn't there?
Yeah,
kind of disappointed.
Well, they'll feel now, Frank, that the door is ajar here for Worcestershire. Still Pujara is there, but with Rizwan, Haynes, Clark all gone, Worcestershire will feel they're very much into the Sussex middle order. Particularly where we're unsure about Tom Alsop. In comes Leach, in and bowls, and Atkins again plays stoutly to mid-off. And there is no run. They'll be desperate for Tom Alsop not to bat tonight, because they want to give him as much time as possible to recover from the nasty blow. I mean, I saw him this morning having a gentle hit with Sarah Taylor, who's the Sussex wicket-keeping coach. But well bowled Joe Leach. That's a tremendous over, and his figures now look transformed. 10 overs, no maidens, 3 for 49. And all of a sudden, this is the great thing about 4-day cricket, isn't it? The game looks to be, maybe drifting a little, and all of a sudden, 2 wickets in 2 balls, and Worcestershire are right on top now, 155 for 4. Just as Sussex were probably thinking, well, we go to the close, 2 down, and the game looks as if it may be, heading for a draw, but you wouldn't say that now.
No, a lot depends on Cheteshwar Pujara now, doesn't it?
Huge amount.
And he'll have seen it all before, and he'll have stood at that end just watching that over and probably couldn't believe his eyes, but he'll be pretty calm, I would imagine, as he waits now for Charlie Morris. He comes in and bowls to him, he lets that go outside the off stump. Morris again will just nag away and really try and wait for a mistake from the batsman, and why not? You don't have to try and bowl the miracle ball all the time. Just nag away, bowl your stock delivery and see what happens. But it just shows you turning points in matches, and who knows, I'm not saying the game's over yet, but that catch by Jack Haynes just when Worcestershire needed something special really was good. Morris again is in a bowl to Pujara, who pushes at that one. I think he played at that one actually, and
He
it skidded through a little bit low to Ben Cox, who stopped it, didn't gather it, tumbles over to his left. It's been a cracking couple of days of cricket. I've really enjoyed it for various reasons. D'Oliveira's innings, Barnard innings, Pujara I've really enjoyed watching, and the fact that it's just swayed this way and that. In comes Morris again and bowls, and that one's outside the off stump, left alone by Pujara. Good contest.
So the job here for Jamie Atkins is to protect Pujara, because if he were to go tonight, well, Worcestershire would really feel that they're in the box seat as it stands, but Pujara is very much the key. We said that at tea time. He must be there tonight for Sussex.
Indeed. Here comes Charlie Morris again and bowls to Pujara. Unusual for Morris. He bangs this one in short. He is capable of a bouncer, and possibly took Pujara just a little bit by surprise, and that's gone through to Ben Cox behind the stumps. And there's no run on this occasion. So a good little tense period, Adrian, now, isn't it, in this last few overs?
Absolutely,
tonight.
and I was
gripping cricket, and again now Worcestershire need another wicket. I mean, imagine if they were to get Pujara tonight. There'd be huge celebrations, I think. And Morris doing his best to try and make that happen. In now, and he bowls, and Pujara lets that go outside the off stump. His judgment of what to play and what to leave has been immaculate. It really has. There've been a couple he's left, and there've been groans as they've seamed back and just gone almost behind the stumps, but he's got it right every time. It's been a real masterclass. It really has. He's faced 147 balls for his 77. I can hardly remember a mistake. Can you?
No,
one inside edge that went down to final leg off Barnard, where we thought he might have been a bit fortunate, but apart from that, absolutely brilliant. Charlie Morris to complete his over, his 11th. He's in, he bowls, and again that's let through by Pujara outside the off stump. So the end of that over from Morris. 5 left in the day. There'll be an update coming for BBC Hereford and Worcester listeners very shortly. Pujara's on 77. Atkins yet to get off the mark, and Charlie Morris now a very tidy 11 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 19.
Just as we thought that the game was, drifting out on the end of this second day, and I must admit I was thinking, well, Clark and Pujara get this through to the close. The pitch looked like it's gone a bit flat.
Yeah.
Are we sort of heading for a draw?
Yeah.
But the game is absolutely turned on its head, and the record of Rizwan is huge.
Yeah.
To get him first ball.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll perhaps bet you better commentate, because if they do, will they come to you?
They will come.
Right.
Yeah, in a couple of minutes.
Okay.
Okay, Joe Leach then from the Diglis end bowls, and Atkins forward, not very far forward. That update for BBC Hereford and Worcester coming soon. I think I've just had a bit of feed for them to check that I'm here, and that one's pushed back to the bowler by Atkins. He doesn't get very far forward. He just kind of leans forward. He's a tall man, and just pops it back up the pitch. Leach, he's up for it. Joe Leach, he'll be fancying another one here, particularly with Pujara not on strike, and he steams in again now from the Diglis end and bowls to Atkins, who is again forward, pushing out on the onside. Baker, the fielder, at mid wicket. That's the other thing about 4-day cricket, Adrian, isn't it? When you're talking about its qualities, it's the ebbing and flowing, isn't it? And the sort of little periods where it appears to be drifting one way and then a sudden change back in the other direction. And we've got one of those little periods now where there's great expectation again as Leach comes in from the Diglis end, and he bowls him straight through him, hits the base of the middle stump. Joe Leach peels away. I must say I thought that was on the cards. I didn't think Atkins was getting very far forward. He wasn't moving his feet very well, and Joe Leach has just cleaned him up. So Excellent from the former Worcestershire captain, and he picks up his 4th wicket, and Leach is the 3rd batsman to register a duck in this innings, and Sussex have now lost 3 wickets for no runs, and the game has turned quite significantly in this last little spell.
Just a bit. I mean, I did wonder actually with Joe Leach on the charge whether that was wise to send out Jamie Atkins. I'm suspecting it might be Delray Rawlins, and I wonder perhaps if that should have been the decision. It's always difficult. You never know. Sometimes, you know, I thought it was left to the batsman to decide, but Rizwan came out, then Atkins, and I bet they're frantically getting padded up, and there's some decisions to be made here. They'll be desperate not to be Tom Alsop. I'm sure it won't be him. It is going to be Delray Rawlins. I'm fairly certain.
Yeah.
Who's going to come out? Yeah.
Yep.
So no Tom Alsop.
Is that update? Well, a brilliant spell of cricket in the last few minutes for Worcestershire, with 3 Sussex wickets going down, with the score on 155 after a partnership of 121 for the 3rd wicket. Clark brilliantly caught by Jack Haynes low down to his left off Joe Leach, and Leach following up to have Mohammad Rizwan caught behind first ball, obviously without scoring, and has now just dismissed Jamie Atkins, bowled also without scoring. Pujara still there on 77, holding things together for Sussex, but Worcestershire on the charge with 4 overs left in the day, and Sussex are 155 for 5, still trailing by 336 runs.
I have to say, you never quite know what you're going to get with Delray Rawlins. He's a far better player, Frank, than his first-class average suggests, but he's in this sort of situation. Honestly, I don't know what you're going to get. He may. I mean, I've been criticised a bit actually for saying, well, it's just the way Delray plays, because he is an attacking batsman by nature. But I think when you've seen your night watchman knocked over, I think you've probably got to put, you know, Rawlins in. I think you send another night watchman in, you could be 6 down. And Sussex might be 6 down anyway. But what a spell of bowling this is. This game has absolutely turned on its head.
Here is Leach again, then round the wicket from the Diglis end to Rawlins, who's forward, pushing up to mid-off, and there's no run. I like Rawlins as a batsman when I've seen him in white ball cricket, only on television and so on. I think he's quite attacking. He's got very fast hands, hasn't he, and quite a sort of inventive player. But this is an altogether different scenario here. And been a brilliant little spell for Worcestershire.
Oh.
Absolutely brilliant. 155 for 2 becomes 155 for 5, and they're not finished yet. Leach will fancy another one, I reckon, tonight.
Yeah,
I really do.
I'm with you. And also, you know, we keep saying it. You know, Tom Alsop. We don't know if we're assuming he is going to bat, but how hampered he is by this injury, we'll have to see.
Here's Leach round the wicket to Rawlins, leaves that alone outside the off stump. And there's no run. Perfect blue sky almost now, just a little bit of cloud drifting away to the southwest. Bright sunshine, and the crowd that have stayed here, given that most of them are Worcestershire supporters, will be absolutely delighted that they did stay, because it's been a fantastic little session, and it was drifting the other way, wasn't it? Pujara stands at the non-striker's end, surveying the mayhem. As Leach comes in again and bowls, and again Rawlins lets that go. It's a good leave, that one, just bouncing outside the off stump, taken by Cox. End of the over from Leach, 4 for 49 his figures, and well, a tricky little 4 overs left in the day, I would say.
Very much so. Just looking at Delray Rawlins, this is his 31st first-class match. He scored 1,185 runs. His highest score of 100 came at Old Trafford against Lancashire. He averages 22, and he's a better player than that. I mean, I keep saying it, but he really is a better player than averaging 22. But you've got to prove it. And consistently, Delray hasn't performed in Championship cricket, so maybe this is a chance. He's batting alongside Pujara. Maybe this is if he can come through this little tricky spell, maybe Delray Rawlins can go on and play a really big innings, and Sussex needs someone to say with Cheteshwar Pujara, because all of a sudden in the last 15 minutes this game is completely turned on its head, Charlie Morris is going to bowl the next over from this new road end, and just as we looked like we were going to be set for a 6 o'clock finish, and the second day sort of meandering to a close. But those three wickets have gone down without the addition of a run. In comes Ed Barnard, running in, bowls to Pujara, who makes light of the mayhem around him. It's a wide delivery by Ed Barnard, who I'm sorry has replaced Charlie Morris, and Pujara plays that firmly down to third man and picks up a boundary. He goes to 81. Sussex to 159 for 5. Ed Barnard in his 9th over, figures of 0 for 31. But Joe Leach's figures, look at those on the scoreboard: 11 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 49. As Barnard, in bright evening sunshine, runs away from us, goes into bowl to Pujara, who lets that go outside of the off stump. It just looks like a different game of cricket when Pujara is batting, to be honest. There's an air of calm and authority as he just watches the ball sail past the off stump into the gloves of Ben Cox. But you have to give a huge amount of credit here to Worcestershire, who, at a stage when the game looked to be drifting a little, Joe Leach comes in and picks up 3 wickets. Barnard in again, bowls Pujara forward to a ball of good length, played into the offside. There is no run. I'm sure that Worcestershire will be desperate to have Delray Rawlings on strike for the next over from Joe Leach. 2 slips, a third man. A sweeper on the cover boundary. Jake Libby over there signing a couple of autographs. Extra cover mid-off. There's a mid-on. A deep backward square and a fine leg as Ed Barnard is on his way again to Cheteshwar Pujara. He's in bowls, and Pujara firmly cuts this one down towards third man. They've taken one. They're going to come back for the second. Pujara needs going to move on here. The throw comes into Ben Cox, but Pujara in the end was safely home. 2 more to Pujara. He goes to 83, and Sussex to 161 for 5. 2 more balls to go in this over. I'm sure, Frank, that Joe Leach would like to have a crack at Delray Rawlings for no other reason than he's the new batsman. He's probably seen enough of Pujara for one day.
Yeah.
I'd imagine that they'll have, a very attacking field. And I think now what D'Oliveira is doing is preventing the singles. So good captaincy from Brett D'Oliveira. He's brought in his deep fielders, and now there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 men saving one, plus the 2 slips. As in comes Barnard over the wicket, bowls, and Pujara lets that one go outside the off stump, and there is no run. So the only fielders out are the third man and the fine leg. 2 slips in place, and the 5 other fielders, 3 on the offside, 2 on the on, are saving the single. As Barnard is very quickly back to his mark. The over 8 is now showing as -1, but that's probably because there's been a lot of comings and goings in the last 20-25 minutes. Sorry, Frank, as in comes Barnard again, bowls, and Pujara is beaten outside the off stump. Good delivery by Ed Barnard, taken by a diving Ben Cox behind the stumps. End of a good over from Barnard, who's now bowled 9 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 33. Sussex 161 for 5, 3 overs remaining in the day, and I think you can almost bet your bottom dollar that 2 of those will be bowled by Joe Leach, who's got those figures of 4 for 49, and he's going to be bowling now to the new batsman, who's Delray Rawlings.
Yep, tail up Joe Leach in the sunshine, looking for a 5 foot, and wouldn't bet against it. 12 balls for him to bowl.
Well, you wouldn't.
Got a 4 foot in the first innings at Leicester, no wickets in the second innings, but steaming in there, right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Rawlings, and Rawlings is forward and pushes out on the offside. 161 for 5 then.
I think, Frank, that was a huge wicket, the wicket of Rizwan, because
Yeah.
you'd have thought Rizwan and Pujara batting together. Rizwan batted a long time in the recent Test series against Australia, where he battled through virtually a day, so he can bat long periods of time.
Yeah.
So
It was a big. Well, anybody can nick their first ball, can't they? I mean, it's just
happens.
one of those things.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
That was a huge
Leach,
wicket.
Leach to Rawlings. In bowls, Rawlings drives nicely up to mid off, well fielded at mid off.
Yes.
by Dylan Pennington.
I mean, you're right. He's a very stylish player,
Yeah.
Rawlins. But what's needed here is to be
He's
there
a bit
in the
of
morning.
yeah. What's needed here is a bit of resolve.
Yeah, and he's prone to the odd rush of blood, is Delray, and Sussex need him to.
Yeah.
And he batted very nicely the first innings of the season. He made 49 against Nottinghamshire.
He waits now as Leach comes in round the wicket, bowls to him, and he drives very nicely again, elegantly up to Pennington at mid-off. It's been a really interesting day's cricket. I think we'll be having a chat with Worcestershire captain Brett Oliveira on BBC Hereford and Worcester after the game, and that'll be on the club website and so on. I think you'll be able to hear that on the radio in the news bulletins in the morning after his excellent 169 not out. Here's Leach in, bowls, and Rawlins again is forward, pushes up to mid-off. Pennington the fielder. So 2 balls left in this over and then 2 more overs left in the day. So we've gone on a little bit longer than we thought, but it's been exciting stuff.
It has, definitely.
And Joe Leach again from the Diglis end is in and bowls to Rawlins, bouncer, which Rawlins ducks underneath, almost as if he knew that was coming, and Cox skips across to his right to take it sort of shoulder height. 161 for 5.
Just sort of thinking ahead, and it's a long way off. I'm just thinking about the follow-on target, which would be what, 3? Come on, Adrian, it's late in the day.
Leach again out, so the off stump taken by Cox, end of the over, 161 for 5. Pujara 83, Rawlins yet to get off the mark, and Leach now 12 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 49.
Was that 341?
Yeah.
For Sussex to avoid the follow-on. I mean, it's a long way away, and 341 is a long way away, and it may not even come into play. But
yeah,
that's another little twist that there could be in the match. So, as you say, 2 overs to go. The first of which is to be bowled by Ed Barnard to Cheteshwar Pujara. The sun has momentarily gone in. Lots of blue sky around though, and we're going to get the final 2 overs in. We haven't lost an over in the match so far, which is wonderful news. As in comes Barnard, striding away from us into bowl to Pujara, who leans back, and Ed Barnard is annoyed with that delivery that he bowled, and Pujara just eased it down to third man. But actually I don't think he'll be too disappointed, because he's got the new batsman to bowl to, who is Delray Rawlins. 161 for 5, Pujara to 84. Here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Hereford and Worcester, Adrian Harms and Frank Watson guiding you through the last couple of overs. Thanks everybody for all your messages today. We've had lots of emails and lots of tweets and lots of interesting subjects to speak about, so thank you all very much for taking the time to write in and getting cracked. It just makes it more fun, doesn't it, Frank, when we know there's people who are discussing different things and having a listen. So thank you very much. It's
2 or
always
3 people out there.
Yeah, it's always really welcome.
I think it just confirms what, those of us that are a little bit resistant to some of the ideas of change of back county cricket know that it's very popular.
Barnard in, bowls to Rawlins, who plays defensively well on the offside. There is no run, and people watching on the stream as well. Well done to the people here at Worcester. It's a job to get the stream up and running, and there's not an army of people behind the scenes at cricket clubs like Sussex or Worcester carrying out the production of streaming. So well done to the people who are making that happen. And there's been a few comments around, people saying how good it is to be able to watch the live streams as Barnard turns in bright sunshine, runs away from us into bowl to the left-handed Delray Rawlins. Is in and bowls, and Rawlins just lets that one pass through into the gloves of Ben Cox. So well done, Delray. He's, from a Sussex perspective, he's doing what's needed. Sussex do not, needless to say, want to lose another wicket here today. Losing 3 for 0. Clark for 44, Rizwan first ball, and Atkins the night watchman for a duck. Pujara standing firm as Barnard is on his way again. Bowls, and Rawlings again just lets that one go through to keeper Cox. Good carry as well, and that's been a feature. It's not a pitch where the ball is dying, because Ben Cox was taking that round about chest high. But again, there is no run. Back to his mark goes Ed Barnard, and we'll have some reaction from the Sussex camp as well. But close of play will be on the website as in comes Barnard. Bowls, and Rawlings again is able to watch that one sail past the outside edge, and there is no run. Very quickly, just in other games, Derbyshire 436 for 4. Now I wonder whether Masood is out. He is. He made 219. Shad Masood, but Derbyshire leading Leicestershire by 224 at Grace Road. Elsewhere in Division 2, Glamorgan 104 for 6, still trailing Middlesex by 110. They've had a shocker, Glamorgan, after beating Nottinghamshire last week. Notts 371 for 3 at Durham, leading by 141. In comes Barnard. Bowls, and right in behind that is Delray Rawlings, who negotiate that over well, does the young left-handed batsman. And Sussex 162 for 5, the reassuring sight of Pujara to face the last over of the day, which will undoubtedly be bowled by Joe Leach, with the impressive figures: 12 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 49. And very briefly, elsewhere in the First Division, Essex are 0 for 1 in their second innings. Nick Brown out for a duck, trailing Warwickshire by 217, a century there for Michael Burgess. Surrey 204 for 5, still trailing Somerset by 133. Yorkshire 83 for 1, leading Northants by 175. Lancashire 289 for 3, leading Gloucestershire by 37. That game is finished at Old Trafford. And Hampshire 336 for 4 against Kent at Canterbury.
Last over of the day then, Joe Leach from the Diglis end, bowling to Pujara. First ball is left alone outside the off stump, goes through to keeper Ben Cox. And it's just a case of surviving this last over now as far as Pujara is concerned. 84 not out, 156 balls. He's played beautifully, but a great deal of responsibility resting on his shoulders now. And it's been a good end to the session for Worcestershire, proving that patience is a virtue. And Leach from the Diglis end in bowls, and Pujara tucks this away on the leg side. Good chase and sliding piece of fielding means that they only get a single, Barnard the fielder, and that's good news, because they want Delray Rawlings to face these last 4 balls.
Sure they do.
And Pujara's taken that single and gone on to 85. I'll just give the story of the day briefly over these next couple of balls. As Leach is in, bowls to Rawlings, who's forward, pushing out on the onside, no run. So the day began with Worcestershire resuming on their overnight 338 for 5. In the morning session they lost Cox for 29, Leach for 26, and to the last ball before lunch Baker for a very good 43. At lunch 460 for 8, with D'Oliveira 149 not out. After lunch Morris out for 4 and Pennington for 3, leaving D'Oliveira 169 not out. Faced 333 balls, hit 16 fours and a 6. Break off as Leach bowls to Rawlings, who defends back up the pitch. So Worcestershire 491 all out. 2 wickets for Stewart, 2 for Crocombe, 1 for Burrows, 3 for Haynes, 1 for Rawlings, 1 for Clark. And then Sussex losing a wicket to the very first ball of their innings, when Ali Orr was bowled by Joe Leach. A second wicket going down before tea when Tom Haynes was bowled by Charlie Morris for 26, 34 for 2 at that point, 64 for 2 at tea. Break off as Leach bowls again to Rawlings, who drives beautifully straight down the ground for 4. Lovely shot, lovely way to get off the mark. Rawlings then goes to 4, and it's 167 for 5 with 2 balls left in the day. And in fact 1 ball left in the day, I think. And anyway, after tea, 64 for 2, then a very good partnership, 121 for the third wicket before Tom Clark, who'd made a very good 44, was fantastically caught low down to his left by Jack Haynes at first slip. Rizwan then out first ball. Atkins, the night watchman, also out for naught. All those wickets falling to Joe Leach, who bowls a no ball here to Delray Rawlins, who digs it out. So at that point, 155 for 5 Sussex. That was just about 10 minutes ago. Since then, Rawlins has come in and stuck around, left it well. He's faced 18 balls for his 4, and Pujara's been there throughout, well, since the first wicket went down, and he's 85 not out. 169 for 5 as Leach comes in round the wicket to bowl to Rawlins, who's forward, pushes out on the offside and says, "Thank you very much, I'm off." Bat under his arm, he's off towards the pavilion. That's the close of play on this second day, with Sussex then, just to reiterate, 169 for 5, and they still trail by 322 runs. And it's been a very interesting, intriguing day's cricket. To be fair, it's belonged mainly to Worcestershire, but it's been a joy to watch Pujara bat. And after a few words from Adrian Harms, we'll be saying goodbye, but please, thank you, well, please and thank you at the same time. Thank you for listening, and please join us again tomorrow morning from just before 11 o'clock.
Yes, indeed, and you feel very much, you talk about catches win matches, and just as Sussex look to be heading to the close with 2 down, they suddenly find themselves 5 down. The game has turned on its head. You can't help but think, but much depends on Pujara here. This still looks a good pitch, but credit to Joe Leach. Sussex with much work to do. Lovely knock from Pujara, but Sussex with a lot of work to do, and of course the unknown quantity whether Tom Alsop will bat. Thanks for your company today, Frank. Thoroughly enjoyed it.
Thank you, and good night everybody, and we'll hopefully speak to you tomorrow.